You don't need to. I need your ID though. Okay.
Why do you open them like this? That's the worst way to open them.
You open them like.
Obviously, I'm not that experienced in tournament poker.
Yes, you are.
You can see that.
Thank you.
I don't even know how
I used to open them like this. They're not. Where's your bag? Here. Oh, wait.
That seems to be even more complicated, alright?
Like that. Or you could from the bottom, isn't it?
I mean, in comparison to you, I probably have limited tournament experience.
You won one of these.
Usually.
No? You didn't win one?
No, I came second.
Oh, second. I thought you won it. Yeah, second's still good. I've not got that far in one of these. I think my best is 6.
Yeah, you have other ones.
Yeah.
I need your ID before you open your bag.
Up animal. Welcome to day 3, GUKPT Manchester. It is just about to start directly behind us. 20 players are in the mix. We'll just quickly pan the 3 tables and you can choose your winner. Don't forget, on Grosvenor Sport you had the chance to have a little flutter on your favourite player, on who it would be. Chip leader Mr. Ben Windsor is obviously favourite to win it, but anybody can win, anybody can take it down. I think a lot of shrewd money this morning went on Wadey, but a lot of punters out there must have a bit of spare cash. But you know, Wadey can do it. The man's a ledge. The man can do it. It's an interesting concept. You can have a little flutter on Grosvenor Sport, but this is the most backed player this morning on the website. So Ryan Mandara is sat on the feature table, going to entertain us. Good luck.
Thanks. They only let me put £17 on myself. Maximum.
That's because they know. That's because they know. We are just about to start. 20 down to a winner here at Manchester. Who's your favourite? Who have you had a little flutter on? Well, Jay is going to commentate on the first hand and I'll whiz over to the table because we are just about to start. Looking forward to it, enjoying the chat box and enjoy all the fantastic coverage from cardroomdirect.com. Jay, over to you. 20 to a winner.
Thanks, Howard. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back for the final day here in Manchester. I heard Howard just mentioned 20 players remaining. We've got £86,350 going to the eventual winner, and we're just about to get underway. 3 tables, 1 table of 6, 2 tables of 7. We're going to be 7-handed here on the featured table. When we lose 2 players, we will be down to 2 tables. And just about to get underway. Going to run you through who we have got for the first session. In seat 1 is Alex Gulabevs. In 2, Ryan Mandara. In 3, Mark Baxter. In 4, Attila Havex. In 5, Ben Dobson. In 7, David Johnson. And in 8 is Justin Devonport. How you doing, Tower?
Morning, everybody. Ready for a Super Days action. We are underway straight away. Ben Windsor for the win, says everybody. Yes, you could have had a little flutter, and a lot of money did go on Ryan Mandara, and a bit on obviously the absolute machine that is Ben Windsor. I tell you, it's It's a phenomenal effort from Ben to continually play GUKPT and continually run deep. And it's not just your local events, it's grand finals, it's 2k buy-ins, it's 2.5k buy-ins, it's 1500 buy-ins, it's 1k buy-ins. Absolute machine. And every credit is, yes, we see every now and again he gets a little bit of luck. And every now and again it's just one of those things that's what poker players need. But as we know, the turn of a card can determine your fate. So we'll keep an eye on the outer tables all day long. And we run through the table. You've just run through the table.
Just run through the table. Just putting a tweet out for everyone. Let them know we're live. See plenty tuning in already. Good morning, Brad. Morning, Mum. Morning, Grizz on Twitch. Morning, Wayne on Twitch. Shout out to Jenny as well. Just tuned in. Ryan's mum. Going to be supporting
Ryan's mum. Hope she's had £3.50 on him. I don't actually know what price. I didn't take a screenshot of the. I didn't take a screenshot of the prices. I know Ben Windsor was 7-2, so I know that. And our man in seat number 4, Attila, was 66s as a real short stack.
So Justin here, free betting the Ace Queen to 60k. Attila opening the King Jack under the gun off of a sub 10 big blind stack. Now faced with this free bet for Justin. Justin happy to get it in for sub 10 bigs effective with the Ace Queen here. But it's going to come back to Attila. I'm really surprised to actually see him open this hand. It's usually he's got that stack size where you either want to be shoving or folding.
So Justin, good to see him back at the tables. We've had an exit. We have had an exit, and this is Steve Warburton. And he's up against Kings. He's got Jack Eye flop.
Price has just gone up to 60. So
The all-in button and the all-in triangle is telling us that Steve's all-in. He needs to hit a heart. Ooh, he's got flush. No, he hasn't got flush.
That's a terrible card. Only
It
2
is.
outs now.
The Jack. And it's the 6. Steve Warburton grabs his coat, and anybody back Steve. The tears are out. I thought the Wolves would have got a double up and tried to. He made himself a name for himself, but that was Nathan Watson who took him out.
Yeah, Brad, just play your game really, I guess. 38 bigs, plenty of big blinds if you're coming back to a comp today. So blind on blind here. Really surprised Mark completed the A6 suited here. Attila very, very short. Surprised we didn't see the shove from Mark with the suited ace in the small. Just completed. And he's going to improve on the river. Still the best hand, and gets Attila to fold. And Attila now is sub 5 bigs.
Like ice hockey.
So we've lost one. Steve Warburton. Where could we have bettered? On Grosvenor Sport. Grosvenor Sport. The link was on Facebook overnight. We weren't told about it until late last night when we were off air. Grosvenor were compiling a book overnight. It was on the Facebook link on Grosvenor Poker early this morning, 8 AM I think the book was available. Well, PK was up at silly o'clock after finishing at silly o'clock to get it all sorted. So the bets were there, and Ryan Mandana was price was Ryan
25s.
25 to 1. Ryan Mandana. This guy's won an Irish Open. Yeah, sponsored Grosvenor player Jamie Nixon is second in chips in the Unibet Open. Look, I don't know what time does it start, Brad? You'll have to let us know.
Good afternoon, John. Just tuning in. Afternoon, Gary. Gary Wilson in the chat box. I'm not sure if it's any relation to Gary Wilson Jr., who we still got left in the field. I don't think it is.
Yeah, Emily's watching. Afternoon, Emily. Second in the WPT. He's not a blind squirrel. Of course he's not. He's married to you. He's no blind squirrel. He knows where these. I'll tell you what. He knows which side his bread's buttered. So good stuff. GUKPT Manchester. Sean Houghton says Ben for the win. I'll tell you what, it'll just be. I'm just going to play a repeat of the interviews we've done before if he wins it again.
Well, first or second, we got that covered, ain't we? Last two legs, so.
He's got to be top of the money list, hasn't he?
Yeah, I was having this conversation with PK yesterday at the bar, actually. Yeah, he's now, well, he was already after the leg one, the biggest GUKPT main event earner in terms of cashes.
I know, obviously, when the TV was on, the numbers were a lot bigger, and the grand final was a little bit more expensive, but he is a man.
Well, grand final is always the biggest payout of the
year.
Of course,
and
he's won it twice, and final tabled it another time. So.
Mo Rahman says, good luck Justin, do it for Berry New Road. Yeah, Justin Devonport, the local hero. It would be great for him to win. Be a very interesting interview at the end because he's such a quiet lad. If we manage to speak to Justin, he always gets it quietly. Very quiet lad is Justin, so fingers crossed for him.
So Ben here turning the flush draw to go with his pair of nines. Does actually have the best hand as well. Justin with a gut shot, and Ben wants check to him here. Going to be firing and not going to get any call from either opponent.
He'll come out in his shell, Justin. We just have to mention Man United.
Is he a Man U fan?
And then he'll just carry on talking forever then. Events here at Berry New Road today in Manchester. The women's event at 2 o'clock. The £100 a 7k guarantee at 3 o'clock. And the £150 bounty at 4 o'clock. Plenty going on. Not much cash action to talk of at the moment. And there were only 2 tables last night. I thought that was quite surprising. There were only 2 cash tables. Winner of the side event yesterday?
Who else?
It's boring. it's getting to be pointless. It really is. John Bousfield gets another trophy to add to his collection. Wins another. Final table's another. Gets it won. Does the business. Lads, tell you what. Form over the last 2 years. Bowsy, Ben Windsor, Rich Kelly. Stunning. Stunning. If you handpicked a sit and go you wanted to play, those 3 in the British scene at the moment, those 3 will be top of the list. Stick in Jamie Nixon. and then flip for the other 5.
Probably throwing Ben in there as well. We had a really good season last year.
Ben
Merrickheads.
Oh, of course,
Previous champion Haresh is always cashing as well in the old side events. Who's top of the knee. We ain't seen Mick Fletcher. I've just realised.
Oh yeah.
Where's Mick?
There's the Fletch.
Saw him last week in Blackpool, but
not sure if he has played the main. The Fletch. Where are you, Fletch? Come and say hello to us. Want you back at the tables. We missed you in Manchester. So we continue. The blinds are 6-12. We have lost one, and that is Steve Warburton. We saw Steve eliminated first on the exit. We grabbed his exit, PK, with the cameras on the outer tables, bringing the exits. And
Mark here with the A7 9 big blind shove from David with the Queen 10, and Mark with A7 here in the big blind. He's not going to make the call, he lets it go, doesn't want to invest another 8 bigs. It is just under half his stack. I understand that David's going to be shoving pretty wide there, or at least he should be. A nice little shove from David, picking up blinds and antes. The blinds, Brad, we are playing 6k, 12k with a 12k big blind ante. King 9 of clubs in the car for Alex, should be opening this one, and looks like he has raised it to 25k. And raise and take, gets no action from Attila in the big blind.
so if you're already tuning in, good afternoon one and all. We are in Manchester. We are down to the final 20. We're on 19 now. Steve Warburton's exit you saw as he was eliminated. Top pair on the flop against an over pair, and didn't get there. Good luck and well done to Steve. Moira Davis can't make it down today, unfortunately. Moira's not feeling too well, so get better soon, Moira. She was going to come down and play the ladies, but unfortunately she can't make it down now.
Yeah, good afternoon, Moira.
Women's event starts at 2 p.m. The £100 or 7k guarantee starts at 3, and the £150 bounty starts at 4. So that means, I'm guessing, if you're a woman and a lady walking in, you can play any of the 3 events if you're walking through the door at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
You can buy into any of them.
Buying all 3. Good afternoon, Sean Man, just tuned in on Twitch. This is at day 3. We have 19 players remaining. We lose one more. We're down to 2 tables. Everyone locked up £2,800 at the moment.
Nice.
£86,000 going to the eventual winner later on today.
Nice touch.
Biggest ever GUKPT in Manchester, this one.
11 years.
In 11 years.
First 2 years weren't it?
Biggest ever.
Biggest ever?
Yeah.
Wowzers. Well, we'll have some of that. We'll have some of that.
Wadey, we're trying to play poker, yeah.
Eh?
6:12, the first level of the day. Good afternoon, everybody. How's Twitch this morning? Morning, Twitchers.
Flying at the moment.
And don't forget, you can watch. I know you can if you multitask and cheer on Jamie Nixon. Jamie Nixon in the Unibet over in Dublin. Good luck to him. He's got the Grosvenor patch on. Then good luck to Jamie. He's top lad. And he's flying the flag for Grosvenor over in Dublin. Something's happening. Something's happening. What's happening, young man? Oh, it's Mark Evans. Standing up.
Looks like they're wrecking the Chipsop Tower. So,
Oh, he's there.
He's over there.
He's just been eliminated. Been told he had 9s against Ace King Gary Wilson. Look at Gary stacking up. The Geordie. Gary Wilson, he's top of the pile now. Oh, Gary Wilson starts very well. Mark Evans eliminated in 18th.
Yep, so after this...
In 19th, sorry, that's 2019. So there'll be 2 tables coming down very shortly.
Yeah, we're going to have a couple of players coming over. See who's going to be coming over to the feature.
Yeah, Mark
18.
Evans, £2,800. Well done, that man.
Little £310 pay jump now for the next bust out.
Very nice. Mark Evans has just been eliminated in 19th. Well played, Mark. Well played, young man. Good effort, good run. 317 runners here in Manchester, and you're finishing 19th for a nice 2.8.
So blind on blind here. Alex going to take this one. Just flopping top pair, coming in for a lead. Sorry, just a bet. Justin check folded. The ace deuce. Attila, 4 big blinds.
Go on, Attila. Come on, son. 4 bigs. Mark under the gun in seat 3. Gets out of the way with the old 6-4. Here come the players, guys. Oi, oi. Yep. Click on the right seat. He's going round.
David all in here with the 7s. And Ryan's
Oh,
got
Ryan's
ace
calling.
queen, so Ryan's in.
Ryan Mandara is all in.
I was like, where is he? Oh no.
So Gary Wilson taking his seat in seat 5, and we got an all in here. Ryan the player at risk, David with the 7s, Ryan with the ace queen. This is a big flip.
One of the best back players of today, Ryan Mandara,
Gonna
needs
need
to
help.
hit.
Ace for a queen needed. Running Broadway and will possibilities. That's not one.
We need an ace or a queen, or Ryan Mandara is out in 18th. Does he get there? Oh, he doesn't. It's a 3 of spades on the river. Ryan Mandara cannot double his stack. He started the day on 189,000. Ace Queen against sevens. Ryan Mandara is out in 18th for 2.8. Just like that, we're on 17.
Yeah, everyone locked £3,110 now. A little extra 310 quid in everyone's pocket.
Oi, what a start to today.
Yeah, dropping like flies. Did expect it though. 20 left yesterday. There was, I think, 4 or 5 stacks sub 15 big blinds. There will be a point in today where it does slow up. But not much Ryan can do about that one. Has to get it in with Ace Queen there. Just couldn't win the flip at a crucial time. So, table of 8 here on the featured, 9 on the outer. 17 players remain.
Just tuning in to Facebook. Good afternoon, people. Give us a holler if you're watching on Facebook. I know Sean Johnson's watching the UK Poker Room. How are we doing, buddy? Give us a holler if you're on Facebook. We'll be here for a couple of minutes.
So Tila gets in his last 4 big blinds, finds 10s, dream hand to find with 4 bigs.
Get them in.
And Alex here with ace 9 here. He's going to crush the 4 big blind shoving range of Attila, so Alex just going to go with this and ISO. And both players in the blinds get out of the way, and Attila going to see that he's in very good shape here, just fading an ace.
Attila's got a chance to double. The short stack in the room has got the pay increase as well, and he's still got the lead.
Yeah, it's a good flop for him, just fading an ace. Same situation.
We're going to get a double for the shorty. Attila does it and doubles. Morning, Barry. On Facebook, Nicky Killshot. Good luck, Ben. Afternoon, John Mercer. Afternoon, Yung Chung. Yo, Yui, how we doing, buddy? Baron Sugars is also watching. Mo Nassar is watching as well. Who's left? Well, we are down to 17. GUKPT.com for updates on the blog of players left. If we want to run through all the 17, it'd take me forever.
Well, no, on this table at the moment we've got Alex Gulabevs in 1, Mark Baxter in 3, Atia Havocs in 4. Then we got Gary Wilson just came to the table. On his left's Ben Dobson. Then it's Dave Johnson, Justin Devonport, and it looks, I think that's Dean that's just come to the table here.
Big Dean.
Dean Perry.
Dean Perry. Decent stack as well when he came to the table. 320k. Started with 500 to be fair, so he dropped a few, but still in the hunt.
And then on the outer table is Mark Dyson, Rob Bickley, Wadey, Jose Castillo, Carl Shaw, Ben Windsor, Thomas High.
Dan Nisbet's just sent you a tweet. Check your Twitter, young man. He says he's just sent you a tweet of how today's goes. Well done yesterday, Woody. Chris Woods. Mr. Chris Wood. Cashing. Bust on the outer tables. Matty B. Mr. Matty Burn Fraser. Also watching it on Facebook. Good to have you on board, ladies and gents. If you are flicking in and out today, we do crown a champion today. We're on 17. We are on 17 players.
Yeah, Dan's got the dual stream going.
Ah, good man. Keeping his eye on Jamie Nixon, has he?
Yeah, seeing how Jamie's getting on.
I thought it already started.
It started an hour ago, 56 minutes ago.
Excellent.
Morning, Logs.
Alright, Logs.
Oh, walk for Gary with the jacks.
No. Gary Wilson built his stack up. Started the day on 159 and he's got 550.
Not only that, Tara, he also started the day as a 50 to 1 shot. I'm
50
pretty sure.
to 1 shot.
Yeah, 50 to 1 shot.
Boom. Mark Byro says, keep up the good commentary, guys. Thank you very much. We're doing his best. I'm going to need some more green tea shortly.
Ace King here for David in seat 7, raises to 26k.
Harvey Norris, morning guys, come on Mandara. You might need to re-watch it.
Yeah, you might want to rewind about 10 minutes, Harvey.
You might want to get on YouTube and just click the rewind button for 10 minutes. We'll not spoil it, but it was on the feature table.
Yeah. Ben's probably just going to shove here, Tower, yeah, and it's going to be a call. Much ado about nothing. Ben with just the 1 live suit, David with 2, but more often than not, this should just be chopped up. No one likes to see someone win this hand.
Chop it up.
Not yet.
Yeah, we are. It's not going to be.
Not yet.
It's not going to be a spade on turn.
Not yet.
It's not going to be a spade on river either.
Oh, never easy.
Morning, the Muffin Man said, well done to Jay for getting the overs right. Well, he had the overs, the unders, swapped it to the unders, went back to the overs, and nobody could remember, so that was it.
Yeah.
He got paid.
I lost. No, I didn't. I didn't. Kev won.
See? The Muffin Man got confused as well, just like the rest of the country.
I didn't know if I was on the unders, the overs, the what.
There should have been a push between 17 and 20 by the way the bet went. So Harvey Norris has missed Ryan Mandara's exit. It was on the feature table. Pretty standard for Ryan. Ace Queen versus 7s. Oi, oi. The Gaffster's in the building. Afternoon, Ross. Afternoon, Ross. Afternoon, Martin. Well done yesterday. Nice cash yesterday for Martin Frey. Well done. A bit of a roller coaster. Went down to 2 bigs, got it back up to, what, 11 was it? 11 bigs?
Yeah.
And then actually lost with a bit of a hand when he rivered the nut flush. It was the only card that gave his opponent the full house.
Ben completing the 7 deuce, Dave. Obviously going to be bumping it up with the 8s. Ben gets out the way.
So in 20th was Steve Warburton. In 19th was Mark Evans. In 18th was Ryan Mandara.
17 players remaining. So A7, the hearts of Ben on the button here, wants to be opening this hand. Does quick fold from David. Action going to be on Justin in the big blind. And Justin going to defend the king and 9 off. Flop of ace, queen 8, 2 spades.
Will Ben come in for a bet? I think he will.
It's not the worst hand to check behind here, Tower. We're against a big blind range. Justin going to be defending pretty wide. Just going to get a snap fold. Going to come in for a small bet. Looks like 25k around third pot.
And indeed he does. Roy Cyphers in the building on Facebook, second in the seniors. Well done, Roy. At 2 p.m. today is the ladies' event. 3 p.m. is the £100 7k guarantee, and at 4 p.m. is the bounty. Come and join in the fun. £86,350 up top.
And we've got something going on one of the tables, Tower. Should we have a look?
We'll go straight over to Thaction.
And James Jagger is all in against Wadey. James Jagger with the 9s here. Good flop for him. Just oh no, ace king of diamonds. Just seen that. So got to fade diamonds, an ace or a king. Ace king or a diamond to fade. Oh, the king on the river.
It's a rotten card, that river.
Okay. James Jagger, he's going to head out, and Wadey finds the king on the river. We are down to 16 players. James taking home £3,110, 2 tables of 8.
Who had Wadey at 25s? Who had Wadey at 25s?
I've got him in the old sweepstake.
Have you?
Yeah.
Good lad.
And we've got another all in here, because Attila with the ace king suited is all in for, what's this, 7, 8 big blinds here. Ben just flattened with the ace jack, and Dean has 9s here.
Wowzers.
Interesting.
Action everywhere, man.
So Dean stack size about 28 big blinds here. Probably will be wary of the flat from Ben, but 9s here. Ben's going to be calling a lot lighter than 9s against this 7 big blind shove with the ace jack, but probably will incorporate some traps in with aces and kings. But Dean's going to just let it go, and Attila with the ace king.
So Ben, Attila got a big chance to get up to 200k and over, and back in it with the blinds at 6-12, nearly 20 bigs. 10 queen.
Oh, roll reversal now.
Yeah, can't hit the king.
Can
He
it?
needs to. He needs to fade everything. He needs a 4 of spades on the turn. Oh!
It's going to be a chop.
Chop it up. Chop it up, chop it up, chop it up, chop it up, chop it up.
Unless it's a king or jack on river. No, 8 of spades, so they're going
Look
to
at
chop this one up.
He gets himself a chop when he was miles in front.
Yeah, 9s would have been counterfeited. Tough spot for the 9s there. But Dean let them go. Would have been.
The Muffin Man says if Coventry are leading at half time, and if they get promoted, they're going back to the Ricoh Arena. Why don't they want them when they're in League One, but they want them in the Championship? I don't understand that. There's no loyalty there, is there?
Nah, all about the money.
Absolutely, obviously all about the money. I don't understand though. Yeah, Coventry go above. Well, Rotherham were rubbish yesterday, so they don't deserve to be top of league. But Coventry go back to the Ricoh Arena if that's confirmed. Weird. So Atia gets himself a double up now then with the 2s.
Yeah,
Are they in again?
Yeah, definitely Tower here. 9 big
Are
blinds.
they in again? Pocket 2s.
We don't want to call, but we're going to have to shove the deuces here for 9
Yeah,
bigs.
they're in again. Oh, this will be a call from Gary. 105. Does he want to ISO?
No, he won't Tower. He's not going to ISO. He's still got 5 players behind. Yeah, he's just going to want to call here. It's only 20% of his stack. No, lets it go. Lets it go.
Let it go.
Wow,
It's
it's
like
like
he
he
knew.
knew. It's like he knew
it's
Ben
like he
was
knew
behind
Ben.
him with ace queen.
The Dobber. The number with ace queen. Calls. Folding row, there's a 2 there. Folding round in turn.
There's another 2 there.
All the 2s are out. But there is a... Alex Gunbevs ain't going to be calling. So we're off to the races, Ben, with ace queen, and has more equity in the hand. A tier. Can he get a double up? Or will he chop it again? Here we go. Not good for the 2s as there is none left.
Yeah, so...
He's drawing
Yep.
dead. Dead. No more cards in the deck. If the 2 comes out, there'll be a steward's inquiry. We know he can't win.
So we are going to lose another one no matter what this river is.
Yeah.
Tia out in 16th place, taking home £3,110. Everyone now locked £3,420. Another £310 ladder. And just like that, down to 15 players.
Beautiful. Very nice indeed. Eddie Johnson on Facebook says, good afternoon, Jay and Tower. Great commentary as always. Thank you very much, Eddie.
Cheers, Eddie.
Is that a 1 push?
That's our 1 push, yeah. Where is he?
Played 3 GUKPTs and cashed in them all.
Yeah.
What a lad. What a lad.
Do you know what? No one's heard about it either, Tower. Cheers for tuning in, Ed.
He'll sit down in his local game. Do you know who I am?
Yeah. He's like that, yeah.
Any idea who I am? Do you know what I do in the GUKPT? I just cash.
Mr. Mickey Smiles, afternoon, guys. What time are you releasing the free roll password?
Is there a free roll? Do you want to check the client?
Let me message Tom. I'll drop Tom a message and see if we've got a free roll on today. We usually do. I can't see why we won't, and I'm sure if there's not, he'll probably add one in for us. So.
And if there is one on and we release it, password will be from about 3 o'clock. It starts at 6. Live stream free roll at 6 PM. Same time as the GUKPT online 10K. That's got 3 hours of late reg. National points. No, the National League points acquired for the online 10K. Satellites running all day long. The 10K leaderboard is still running. In fact, it starts today. It's the 1st of March. We're in March.
Ah.
We're in March already. We're already in March and the leaderboard starts again. The cash game leaderboard. There's the online 10K, and yes, there is.
Oh, set up alert!
Uh-oh.
Ace King for beans. Alex with the queens here, and we're going to see a 4-bet rip from Alex here. He's got no other option but to move all in with the queens. It's going to come back round to Dean, and he'll have to make the call with the Ace King, and this is going to be a big flip here.
Who flips best?
Early on day 3.
Who flips best? Are you taking the maid hand?
I'll have the Ace King Tower.
You're swapping round, are you?
Well, I always have the overs from.
Oh, yes, you do. Oh, yes, you do. Maid hand. I'll have the maid hand then. Just for fun. Maid hand for Alex. I always go with the maid hand, I must admit. 10, 3, 5, all diamonds.
Yeah.
More of a sweat for the queens.
So Ace King or diamond to fade for Alex. And it's actually a 5 of clubs on the turn. That's the burn card, the 7 of hearts. Unfortunately, it's just registered.
I think what it was.
Oh, 2 of diamonds on the end.
Ouch.
So we are going to lose. Alex Gulabev's not much you can do there. It's just to set up queens into Ace King. It's always going to go in. It's just how you're flipping. And Alex out in 15th place, taking home £3,420, and we are down to 14 players. 2 tables was 7.
Well, that's gone pretty sharpish.
Yeah, not even 40 minutes.
Alex Gulabev's was a lot of players' dark horse this morning. Thought he'd be in and around the final table, but out in 15th. Well done, Alex. Good effort in a huge GUKPT. So we do have a free roll at 6. The online 10k is on at 6 o'clock as well, with 3 hours of late reg for that. Get yourself into both events while you're watching the live stream, and we'll keep his eye on Jamie Nixon, who's on the final 12. Grosvenor sponsored Jamie Nixon. He's got the patch on, and he's in the Unibet at in Dublin in the final 12. I think it's 64,000 for winning that. Round about the same number of runners as well, because they always flat it over in Dublin. Poker everywhere, man. Poker everywhere.
The blind on blind, Gary going to complete here in the small blind with the 9-7. Ben with ace deuce off here in the big. Can go either way here against an opponent that's going to defend correctly in the small when we raise like fairly wide. You should still be calling fairly wide as Gary here. We can potentially just check, but against an opponent that's probably going to overfold some hands, like here for example, I'm probably still going to peel the 9-7 as Gary, but Gary's actually going to fold it, and Ben just going to pick it up, take it away from him. Gary obviously just not wanting to play out of position to Ben. 16 bigs for Mark is our short stack at the table.
Alvin Norris says, am I going over to the Irish Open in April? The plan is to be there, yes. The flight's already booked, I must admit. I booked a flight for £26.
Have you not got Malta in April?
Yes, got Malta the week after.
What a life.
So you're playing the main event in Malta, at the Siege of Malta. The Siege of Malta. But yeah, the Irish Open and the Siege of Malta. You can qualify online on Grosvenor Poker for the Siege of Malta. €400 main event with a £500,000 guarantee, €500,000 guarantee. That's huge. Grosvenor Poker doing satellites. But yeah, planned to be at the Irish Open. Literally got the flight and thought, you know what, see what happens with the accommodation, because it was the flight was 26 quid. I thought, boom, that'll do for me, get me in. So we're down to 14.
Keyboard warrior, yeah.
And we are left there at 14. Queen 4-3 2 spades, our latest flop.
Checks through. Mark not going to be continuing with bottom pair. 7 of spades on the turn. David with the only spade in his hand. Just going to check through once more. The king of spades on the river, so the deuce is going to take this one down for David. Good afternoon, Warren. Just tuning in. Afternoon, Jay and Tower. Great job as ever on the comms.
Thanks ever so much, young was it?
Good afternoon, that quiet on Twitch, just tuning in as well. Down to 14 players, 2 tables of 7. And David here on the button, not going to open the 10-9 off. Certainly a hand expect to see opened on the button, maybe just going to be tightening up. Obviously we're going to be approaching the big money soon. So Justin going to take that one with the ace-4. Oh, Carl's at the table, I just realised. Carl Shaw in seat 1, obviously coming over to balance the tables.
Bracelet winner.
Yeah, bracelet winner. And that is a hard feat nowadays. It's alright when you're a bracelet winner 20, 25 years ago when the fields had only 100 people in them, but nowadays to win a bracelet it is a very tough feat. Justin on the button with the ace-king here, making it 27k, and I'd like to see a free bet here from Dean with his stack size and what Justin's stack size is, but he's actually just going to call here with the ace-deuce of diamonds. I think it's just going to play a lot better as a free bet versus Justin's button opening range. I know this time he would have run into the ace-king and we would have had to free bet fold, but I think with this particular hand would have liked to see a 3-bet. But Carl's actually going to take the initiative and 3-bet the 7-5 off out the big blind, and Justin now's just got an easy shove here for what is just over 25 bigs effective. So he'll move all in, and we'll see a snap fold from the 7-5 of Carl. I'd like to see it, making plays pre-flop, just understanding that Justin opening the button here can be opening very wide. There's a dead flat in the small, and just going to have to fold now once we get ripped on. You love to see it, Weasel, all these unorthodox lines you're not used to seeing. What it does do as well, though, it does sort of set up that dynamic as well throughout the day. Like now, Justin may be less inclined to open as wide on the button because he knows Carl can come in with some light free bets. It does actually set up that dynamic between the players.
Mickey Smiles says, how many runners does Luton normally get? Thinking of playing it. Over 300. Over 300 last year for the Luton GUKPT. The 500, would have to check the history books for the 500 that's in the summer. I think Luton's July this year, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep. Ace-8 for Dean in the cutoff. Going to open. And Gary doesn't defend the Queen Jack. That's a very, very tight laydown in the big blind. Most certainly think Most players in this field are going to be defending Queen Jack, just a single open.
Mickey says the GUKPT, yeah, there's 2 GUKPTs in Luton this year. There's a 560 in, I'm sure that, I'm going to quickly have a quick check. There's a 560 and there's also a 1000 main event, like they did last year. They didn't do Reading last year, they did Luton twice, both down south obviously. Leg 5 this year is Luton. That's the 500. That's the 4th till the 12th of July. That's a £560 event, 100,000 guarantee. That's leg number 5. And then leg number 7, which is Luton again, is the £1,000 main event, 200,000 guarantee. And that is from the 3rd till the 11th of October. So they're both GUKPTs, one to 500, one to 1,000.
So Mark going to open King 7 suited on the button. Opening off of 16 big blinds. And Gary now just going to shove with the Ace King here. And it's going to go fold pretty quickly.
The last person out was Alex Gulabevs in our seat number 1.
Justin going to open 227 here with the pocket 9s. And Mark with Jack 9 suited, just got to let this one go. Facing under the gun open with our stack size. And David going to put the defend in with the King Queen, and it's heads up to the flop. King 8 deuce rainbow. And Justin certainly going to do some chips in this pot. Only one overcard to our 9s. It's a big blind defend range, so we're going to come in for a bet here. Jack of spades on the turn. Now this is a turn you do expect it to go check very often. Not really too much merit for betting the 9s here as Justin. And does choose to check behind. The King of Spades on the river. This is actually a good card for us now here as Justin makes it less likely that David does actually have a King X type holding, and potentially calling out the big blind can have some 8x and deuce x, and I actually like this value bet from Justin here, but he's going to get called off as soon as he gets snaps. He knows he's no good, and David with the King Queen just flat in there on the end with the Queen of Spades in his hand as well. I don't think Justin would have called, but I think we need to be raising that hand for value against that particular sizing. But don't mind the value bet from Justin. If we make the assumption that David's going to lead all of his King X holdings, then we can come in for value, try and get a cry call from some 8x, perhaps some pocket pairs in there. Players remain playing for £86,350. If you play the last hand and you don't win it, £57,160 for second. If you make the FT, you're going to lock up £5,900. As we see Ben on the button with 7s here. Easy open for him. makes it 27k. Fold, raise and take. Coming up today as well, everybody, we have 3 side events today. We have 75 bounty. We have the ladies event, and we have £100 at Texas. Ladies event 90 plus 10, 75 bounty is 165. E6 suited for Gary in the hijack. Should be opening this hand once folded to him. Is going to. Dean in the big blind. Unknown holding at the moment. Ace King 10, 2 clubs, top pair for Gary in the hijack here. Really good check spot here for Gary with the A6 of hearts against big blind defem range. You're going to have lots of hands like 8-7, 5-6 in there and whatnot, which we've just got basically drawing dead. Yeah, there are obviously a jack and queen that can roll off, which does put a 4-liner out there, but we just can't give our opponent credit instantly for a straight. But Gary is going to choose to bet this one small, fine as well. Going to pick that one up.
Stu says he's currently reading Modern Poker Theory and finding it very useful to help with starting ranges in various positions as well as the principles it goes into. I may play around £100 buy-ins. Is it minus EV to use these principles at the level he plays at?
To be honest with you, Stu, like that sort of remit, £100 buy-ins, like it's very rare that anyone at the table is just going to be playing like GTO, game theory, and the way around that is you just got to look at good exploitative spots, pay attention to who's at your table, see what they're doing right, see what they're doing wrong, and then just try and exploit that. Like if there's someone that's limping a lot and they're only limping their mediocre hands, you can always come in for an ISO against them with hands you want to continue, knowing that you're not going to get back raised. There's you can find some nice spots as well if people aren't ever trapping an open and just flatten an open. You can free bet. There's just so many things that you can exploit in sort of that buy-in poker. But it's all about paying attention, seeing how people are playing, what they get into showdown with. But yeah, I wouldn't say just play GTO in a £100 comp. You need to a mixture of both, really. It's all about doing what you think is going to make you the most money in a certain spot. And there's just so many ways to exploit players nowadays. Like people at the table that just enjoy playing their poker and they're not playing it to win, they just like having a laugh. And you do see a lot of strange plays, we call them, in the around £100 comps. Like we've got the Goliath this year, and I'm sure the feature table over the course of the week we'll see lots of things. We saw last year, Tower, when the old second nuts he flopped, didn't he, and just managed to fold it.
You fold in at the second nuts.
Yeah, it was
showing you're a good player.
That well, incorrectly. It weren't right. It weren't right. Yeah, so yeah, regarding £100 comps, don't really need to. It's just about paying attention. Just learn the ranges that people are playing and just exploit that. Try thinking outside the box in hands as well. It's just a game of information. Take all that you can really get in. Jack 7-4 rainbow. So, neither player connecting with this flop. 8 on the turn, does bring in a gut shot for the Queen 10. Second pair, gutter ball for 9-8 of Dean. Now Justin going to come in for delay continue here on this turn. Dean not going to go anywhere after turning pair and gut shot. And Justin gets there on the river with this queen, and now we can come in for value as well. Flop's gone check, check. We're just going to have the best hand here so often. Really target some sort of 8-10s, 8-9s, potentially some Jack-X that he decided to check back, but there's not really too many Jack-X that I can see him checking back on this board. But does come in for value now, Justin, 83k. And Dean, is he counting up raising chips here? It's actually a really, really nice hand to potentially come in for a bluff raise. And wow, love this.
Oi, oi.
Wow, wow, wow. So we blocked the nuts in 9-10. We've got an 8 in our hand, so we're going to reduce the 2 pair combos that Justin can have. Like, for example, a hand that Justin can have here that bets turn and bets river this side, he can have a set of 8s. So 8s would check flop and turn, but because we've got the 8 in our hand, there's only one combo of that here. So, very good card to have. And then, like, regarding 2 pair combo, he's just always going to have 1 pair here a lot of the time, Justin. Very difficult for him to have 2 pair plus, and if Dean's aware of that, he's got a very, very nice hand to come in for a raise here. And just from a card removal standpoint, 9-10 less likely. Justin probably only going to be opening 9-10 suited, so only 3 combos of 9-10 suited left. We've got that 8 blocking some 2 pairs, and especially blocking 8s, which is a good hand to block here, because Justin would play it the same way. Love this from Dean. This is what we like to see. Bit of action. And Justin in a spot here with a Queen 10. But now looking at it from Justin's standpoint, what's Dean supposed to have here? 9-10, is it ever going to bet the flop? Like 9-10 with a backdoor flush draw, you think might bet the flop. Dean with a 9-8 suited here didn't choose to bet, so I guess he can have 9-10 in there. We've got a 10 in our hand, which obviously reduces the combo slightly as Justin.
Will we find this to be an excellent call if Justin manages to find it?
Well, we don't beat any value here, but it's coming up with what value hands Dean's supposed to have here that can raise this river. Like Dean, not going to raise this river with a 1 pair hand, so he's repping 2 pair plus here. Queen Jack shouldn't really be a thing. He's going to bet that high frequency on a flop. So, like, what hands he's supposed to have except 9-10 that's turned the nuts on a complete rainbow board and in position, just going to flat a lot of the time, keep some of Justin's bluffs in. So 9-10, and that's maybe about it. A flop set as well that's just got very trappy, 7s and 4s in there. I think he's not always going to check 7s and 4s though on the flop, so probably can't give him all 3 combos of each of those. But repping very few value hands and not really too many bluffs here either. And we speak about these spots a lot, Tower, and the river raise is so infrequently bluff these days. Like, people rarely raise the river as a bluff in live poker. You see it a lot more online, but live just is such an under bluff spot that Justin has got out of the way. But that was a great hand to watch, and well played Dean there.
Well played Dean, made the best hand get out of the way, Justin Devonport. Like Jay said, sometimes not the right thing and not the wrong thing to do. Justin Devonport folds the best of it. Well played, Dean.
Afternoon, Alex, in the chat. Dean really moving up the gears, that hand. And poker gods rewards him the very next hand with the old jacks in the cut-off.
No. So as we just watch Dean gets his jacks raised through, as that monstrous hand was on with Justin and Dean, this has just happened on the outer table, and it's Mark Dyson, former champ.
Yeah, Mark's all in. He has got ace 10 for Mark. He's up against the 8 of Rob Bickley. So Mark, the player at risk, going to need to find an ace or a 10 here. Oh, 8 on the flop. So the ace 10 now drawing to runners. There is one of them.
There's one of them.
That's a double gutter now on the turn. Jack or a 7 required. It's a 3 on the river. So we're going to lose Mark Dyson. Great run from him. This is his 4th successive cash in GUKPT Manchester. He's cashed in the past 4 years in this event.
They should play in Manchester all the time.
Yeah.
Well played, Mark.
Well played, Mark.
34-20 for Mark Dyson. Wowzers.
14th for 34.20.
Yep.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
Little pay jump for everyone, £3,720
Yeah, I'm guessing
locked
it goes
up
up
now.
every spot now, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yep. 13th will be 37.20. 12th will be 4,040. 11th 4,350, and the bubble for the final table will be 49.70. Yeah, no Ali Malou. He was chip leader during the first session yesterday and never made the break.
Yeah, old Ali Malou. Dean opening the 6s. Flop's gone check on King Jack 6. Any Mickey Blacks about?
Oi, oi. It always happens.
Set of 6s and got a bit of an action turn because Ben's actually turned a flush draw here, so Dean's probably going to get one street of action here potentially from Ben, and assuming he doesn't choose a really big size. He's come in for 45k, so just under half pot, and Ben just not even going to call with his flush draw, just lets it go in the big blind. Very hard to get any value on the river, and we do hit out of position there, so just lets it go. I think if it went a pinch smaller there, Dean might have seen the call from Ben with the flush draw.
Afternoon, Christy Fletcher. Hello, my lovers. Love watching these Sunday afternoon finals. As a social player, you learn so much from watching and listening to the commentary. Thanks, guys. You learn a lot from Jay, sat at the side of me.
You learn a lot from you as well.
I'm just involved.
You learn some 60s singers. Susan Crane Jill.
Absolutely. See, we'll teach you the social side of it. You can learn the skill side of it. That's what we're here for. Come on, Everton. Who's Everton playing?
Good afternoon, Christy. I know we got a toughie today, though. I'm not looking forward to that.
Who's Everton playing? Don't even know. Flop of ace king 5.
Yeah, blind on
With some more.
blind on blind here. Ben might lead this in the small blind. Yeah, I like this a lot. This ace king 5 board. Like, we're just going to get so many folds so often. So just going to come in for a lead with the 9 higher, takes it down. Blinds are up now, playing 8k, 16k. Afternoon, Mark, just tuned in.
I'm guessing. Hey, Graham. Graham Weldon, David Johnson was 50s this morning. An insulting price for a player of his calibre. I'm guessing it was just down to chip stacks, wasn't
Well,
it?
it's not only that. He did have 11 big blinds, but you've got to look at the rest of the field. To be honest with you, you look around the rest of the field, like,
Yeah.
it's got to be priced based on that. Like, there's 10 players that came back today that are really, really good tournament players, and obviously going to have a decent edge on the field.
But
It's
yeah,
like,
as we know, any double up and you're right back in it, and 50s would have been a bit of value for David Johnson,
like
former champ.
like Aubameyang's a decent, really decent striker, but he's still 20-1 at the start of the season to win a Golden Boot, ain't it?
Yeah,
it's like it's just down to we've got some few wizards still left in.
Yeah, he's sounding. Jay's sounding a bit like Rod Stewart this morning, a bit throaty. He says it's the abuse he puts on himself. I'll tell you. These young whiz kids. You know that candle, Mark? Yeah, eventually it stops burning. Especially at both ends. But still here and still trooping on the man, because he's an absolute ledge.
So blind and blind action again, completing the small checks from the big blind. And Davey now going to try and get some value from his top pair, but Justin just knows, even though we snag a 3 on the river, lets it go, snap folding.
So we started today with 20 and we're down to 13. Yeah, that's a good question. Was Chompy on him at 20s? At 50s, sorry. Yeah, stormed Georgie last night. Yeah, the sea was bad enough last week when we came over. Can you imagine what it was like when stormed Georgie again?
Jorge?
Yeah, same thing. Physic stuck on his sofa till 8:30, probably getting paid as well.
Luckbox Pete said who was running the book. I don't know. I don't actually know.
I don't know. Grosvenor Sport ran the book. Whoever compiled the odds was doing it professionally. David Johnson could well have got under the radar and backed himself. Grosvenor Sport last night told us they were compiling the book. Uh-oh. I'm not being funny, but David Johnson, who's already up to $500,000,
It's just flattered this spot.
has got another big chance to take chunks.
7-handed here. I much prefer a free bet in this spot. Problem with just flatting is like we have position here, but I just think times that we whiff the board, like, are we the type of player as David to still call streets with ace high? Like, we just get bluffed off our hand too often. Like there, for example, we just get bluffed off our hand too often. We're only flopping an ace or a king just over 1 in 3 times. I think it's a lot better to come in for the free bet, get the betting lead ourselves. I know we are got quite comfortable, just sub 30 bigs, and there are a couple of shorter stacks at the table, but the pay jumps aren't that significant yet. I just think we need to be free bet in that hand, get the betting lead ourselves.
Ryan Mandora is out. Pete, Ryan was out in 18th place.
blind on blind here. Carl in the small. Carl playing what is just over 10 bigs. Less than 10 bigs. We're at 8-16, of course, aren't we? And just folds the 8 deuce.
So a quick recap of today's events. Steve Warburton out in 20th, Mark Evans in 19th, Ryan Mandara in 18th, James Jagger out in 17th, 16th Attilia Havocs, and 15th was Alex Goolibevs on the feature table. Mark Dyson was the last video that we played because he was eliminated in 14th place. We're on 13.
Stoke Bloke asked how much was the buy-in. This was £1,110 to enter.
And we had 317 total entries.
Pocket sevens for David under the gun +1, raises to 35.
Uh-oh, we're going all in. Mark shoves with ace-3 in the small.
I'd really like the shove if we had like 15, 16 big blinds here as Mark, but once David opens, what we got 6, 7 bigs here, he opens for just over 2x, so he's invested 2 bigs. He's only going to got to put another 5 bigs in. We just don't.
David Johnson calls us all day long.
We just don't have no fold equity against him. There's no hands that David should be opening and folding against this shove. From under the gun +1, he shouldn't have any hands in there, and Mark should be getting, if he folds this tower.
I tell you what, if David Johnson calls this and he wins, he'll be like 3-1. He'll be 3-1 second favourite to win it.
I think he's posturing like he could potentially fold this, but we just can't.
He's got a made pair, the 7s, the double 5s, he calls.
We're getting over 2-1 on the call here. We've got a shove of what is 7 big blinds, and we've put 2 in. We just have to call here.
You do.
It's a snap, and I think he's going to fold tower. No. He does make the call, and he's going to see he's in very good shape against Mark here with the ace-3 of clubs. But we always say about these suited wheel hands, always around 30% equity against the hands that do have us crushed like the 7s here. So looking for an ace to stay alive as Mark.
All the clubs, Mark Baxter. That's about drawing thin as you can get.
Yeah, only running 4-5.
He needs a really good turn and a really good river.
Yeah, it would be. That's it, dead on the turn, and we are gonna lose another one. Mark Baxter out in 13th place for £3,720.
Good effort, Mark.
Are down to 12 players.
Mr. Baxter hears the bell and he's going home. We're down to 12. We're down to 12.
Yeah, 2 tables of 6.
Yeah. So locked up now is 4,040.
No more. Okay. I forget one thing. I know I can win this time.
Raise. 40. Raise. All in.
So Dean with sevens, raises to 40. Carl moves all in. C1, Carl Shaw, bracelet winner last year. $600,000 in Vegas last year, moves all in for his final 133,000. And Gary wakes up with the tens.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot for Gary. This is kind of strange because the problem is if we call here like Dean, the price he's going to be getting with sevens, you expect him to come along behind us as well. But we don't want to really. Do we really want to ISO for? What is it? Just sub 40 big blinds effective when we are one of the chip leaders in the room or someone that is above average stack. But it's a tricky spot here for Gary. We're obviously not folding, just whether to call or ISO, and he has just come in for the call. And now this is what I'm talking about with Dean here with the pocket sevens. It's we're getting a pretty ludicrous price with this hand, 3.5 to 1 on a call here. So you've got to be wary of Gary's cold call here.
Yep.
It is 8 big blind shove from Carl.
I think we should add. I'm thinking we should go three-way.
I don't know what's the right thing to do here, but with Dean,
I'm thinking we do a three-way to a flop. That's exactly what we do. So Carl is all in. He is behind, but he's got the overs, and he's got a chance to treble. Carl Shaw.
Yeah, he's in great spot here, Carl.
He is. Tens, sevens. How does it play out? Ace, Jack, 4. He has hit. Oh no!
7 on the turn. Where's that came from?
It's gone check, check, and Dean in seat number 9. Wow! Dean Perry is going to be taking out Carl. He can't hit any card. He's drawing deed. The tens fold. And Dean Perry is going to be taking out Carl Shaw in 12th place for £4,040. Oh, the river! Oh, he's a 10! Oh, I know he can't be results oriented. Oh my word, the 10 on the river! Oh, Gary Wilson's in the middle said that could have been a million chip pot. Oh, ill. Oh. We lose Carl Shaw, but geez, that could have been an absolute rip-roarer.
Really,
oh, man.
Really interesting spot that, though, for the sevens. It's a really close one there.
That was ill for Gary to be watching.
No, we've made the correct fold. We should be happy as Gary that we've folded correctly.
See, after seeing the 10 on the river, I'm always calling the turn. Wow. Oh, but in the meantime, we did lose Carl Shaw.
Sorry.
You got a name? Yeah, okay, cool. Raise. 40. Pass. Pass.
Have you had 200k left on the phone? I queen telling him, I mean, he's going to say, I mean, it doesn't matter, I mean, I just don't know what he's, when he's called the turn, I mean, he's either got like, 8, 9, something like that. There's no bet, I bet on the turn.
Well, I'm catching my breath. I am catching my breath.
Cheers, Sean, man. Says good luck for the rest of the day, guys. I'm off to Dundee Grosvenor for my weekly bad beat. If I make the free roll, carpet catch up, I'm coming for you. Yeah, we'll give the free roll password out at some point during the next session.
Yeah.
That starts at 6 o'clock tonight. We also have our Grosvenor GUKPT online 10k guarantee for that one.
have to get him
He's
up to
probably four. Yeah, he's four. I'm still calling. I think it's serious.
Wow. I'm still reeling. Yes, we know the 10s can't call, and yes, it was a correct fold. But wowzers, just imagine if it had checked the turn.
So Ben opening on the button here. David in the small blind with pocket threes, made the call, flopped the set, and Ben actually chose to check back his top pair here on the flop, and it's very good timing from him because he's going to lose the minimum in this pot now. We're going to have to call this river as well a lot of the time. Like after we check back flop, I just don't see how we can fold river. Maybe against David though, we can make one of them exploitable laydowns. Is he ever going to come in for a double barrel worse than Jack 10? We've already seen him just flatten ace king to an open. We saw him not raise trip kings on a river, which was a pretty clear raise spot. So if you just think David's just going to be so weighted towards value here as Ben, and he's never going to be value betting Jack 9 or worse. I doubt he'd even have Jack 9 here in the small blind. But if Ben sort of makes that assumption that David's never really got a bluff here, then he can potentially make a pretty exploitable laydown. Queen Jack, King Jack, we lose to Ace Jack in the small, pocket 8s, pocket 3s. There are some credible value hands here. But has flicked in the call, and can't blame him for that. I think we have to, like from a game theory standpoint, it's a snap call, but against an opponent that may not have any bluffs in this spot, sometimes can make that exploitable laydown. But we've checked back flop to call 2 streets here as Ben, so just unlucky for us. We've actually lost the bare minimum that hand with the Jack 10. Money saved is money gained. The Muffin Man, I like the flat from Gary with the 10s because we've still got the 7s to worry about opening early position. We don't know what Dean's got. We don't know that he's got 7s. We rip, what, 40, 45 big blinds when we're one of, like we're in top 5 chips left in the field. There's a few shorties on the outer table. There's one shorty on here. It's, I do like the flat from the 10s. It's 7 big blind. And Justin going to be all in here with the pocket kings over the open from Ben in the cutoff. Justin shoving for what is 8 big blinds here. Jack 10 suited does it for Ben here. Got to call 100k to win 200k. 2-1 on a call. Does make the call, and Justin here in great shape to get the double with the kings.
What's Wadey looking at? What's Wadey wobbling about? Is he just checking the stacks? So Justin is all in and needs to survive. Ah, that's a nice flop.
And that's that.
Yep.
Justin going to get the double up.
Well done, Justin.
No sweats there.
Justin Devonport gets the double.
5-handed over here. I'd really like to see Dean potentially opening lots of hands now. He's the chip leader at the table. People are going to be wanting to make a big final, maybe overfolding some spots. So certainly if I'm Dean here, I'm going to be coming in with some lighter opens, lighter free bets, just starting to apply pressure, trying to chip up, give ourselves the best shot of taking this down at the FT. Obviously 11 left, 5-handed here, 6 on the outer table. But 9 deuce, there are some hands that you don't want to ramp the aggression up with. Can't just open everyone. It's a walk for Gary in the big blind.
Mark Baxter and Carl Shaw, the last 2 eliminated in a couple of hands on the feature, meaning we're down to 11. £4,350 locked up. The ladies' event will have started in the hall. I'm going to check the old Poker Live app to see what's happening with the ladies' event.
Jacks for Gary here, blind on blind in the small. He's going to come in for a complete hit. And Ben with the Queen 3 in the big blind. Checks his option, heads up to the flop.
Flop of 996.
Is Gary going to come in for a lead here with the jacks? And Ben just gets out the way with his queen high. Christie says 1-0 Everton. Woo.
No way. Get out of town. Who are they playing? I don't even know who they're playing, to be fair. No idea. The women's event started, but has only started with 9 players.
They got Man U.
Everton are playing Man United.
Yeah.
And they're winning already. Get away. Oh, Man United fans were absolutely jumping for joy yesterday when Liverpool lost a game, and Man United are already losing. Ha ha!
I'm not following them. I just said that. I don't know what you're thinking.
Take spots.
Pretty high bearing, isn't it?
He could have thought you were just trying to scale the blind, wasn't he? And then just called.
Maybe with another player, they wouldn't have agreed that he might just hold it. It's small. Too much of a lot of lines being folded. It's either all in or nothing.
Well,
There's no manoeuvre, you don't see the top. You never win the top there.
I missed the flop. Is that it?
It's the same as
Julie Whitworth just nipped in to say hello to us. She was going to play the ladies' event. There is only 9. It will increase, but at the moment only 9 in the ladies. Maybe they'll look at it and maybe stick it on a Saturday. We spoke about that yesterday, sticking it on the Saturday as after the £250 starts. So we'll see. See if they come up with a different idea of playing the women's earlier. But we'll keep his eye on it. Only 9 at the moment, very unfortunately, but 7k £100 starts in an hour. That'll be busy. That will be busy. Yeah, good shout from Christie actually. Wish Grosvenor would stump up a guarantee. Well, it is tough to stick a guarantee on the side events, I understand that. But she says more would play. She can play £110 online tonight for the 10k guarantee. And that's what you're up against, you see. There's so much to play. We've got the online GUKPT at 6 o'clock, and Christie's going to win it anyway. So why does she need to come out? I understand what you say. But it is hard for all the when he travelled over to Dublin or last week when we did the Dublin Poker Festival, there were no guarantees and people turned out. So you don't always need a guarantee, but I totally understand what you mean about the 10k online. You can sit and watch. Everton beating Manchester United, and you can play in the comfort of your pyjamas watching Everton as well. So yeah, I totally understand. But
playing the comfort of your pyjamas live as well. Sam Grafton did yesterday, didn't it?
Sam Grafton's one was amazing. It was amazing.
Yeah, keep us updated on the Spurs score as well if you can, Christy, please.
Who?
Spurs. We got Wolves today.
Spurs are playing Wolves.
They're like our BOK team recently, so over the last few years. Gary opening cut off with the King Jack, raise and take. No defend from Dean. That quite said, did Sam cash yesterday?
Sam Grafton? No. Unfortunately not.
So got Ben, King 5 in the cut-off, gets out of the way. David's folded on the button. Action going to be on Justin. Ace King here in a small blind. And looks like it's coming for a raise. Makes it 50k. And Dean with a 9 tray off. Just going to get out of the way here. It's not insta-folded. Thinking about a free bet perhaps with the 9-3. Thinks better of it, and Justin no action for his Ace King there. Hi Dave, he says hi guys, great comp, we need more down south.
Who said that?
Dave on YouTube.
We need more down south. Well, the next leg is Edinburgh. Leg 3.
That's not very down south.
That's not, to be fair, very down south. If you fancy Edinburgh, it's up north and a little bit further. But leg 4 is London, and leg 5 is Luton, and leg 6 is Leeds, which is middle. And then leg 7 is Luton again. So 3 out of the next 5 legs are down south. London, Luton and Luton. And then Blackpool to finish. And then London, the grand final.
Well, we're just going to cut to the outer table because something is happening there as it's blind on blind here. Let's see what's going on, Tower.
Are we going to see this hand or are we going to flick to the table? What do you reckon? Shall we flick over?
We'll flick over.
This hand should be nothing, shouldn't it? Justin's just stood there. Oh, we've got top pair for Dean. And Gary with bottom pair. Gary's up to oh, here we go. We have both hit a gutter ball and a pair. So Gary bets 20. Dean should call, which he does. Dean has got some good moves since fists. Oi, oi!
For the 9-6.
There's the no, Gary. Gary gets there on the river. 2 pair on the river for Dean.
Has he led this, Dean? Wow.
And he's led.
Expecting to see a check call here. Gary now going to be coming in for a raise here.
Yeah, it's got to be a raise from Gary. Gary Wilson's increased his stack to over $500,000 from 150,000 at the start of the day. Gary Wilson was 50s. Gary Wilson coming in for a raise, and then the decision will be back on Dean. The decision is back on Dean.
Yeah, Gary having a long hard think about this one.
What do we make it? What do we make
fairly
it?
small here, Tower, because
Yeah,
like
80.
we want to try and get value from some 2 pairs that are non-believers. Probably, yeah, I like 80 around that sort of size.
Oh, it's gone too big. It's 85.
So raised at 85 here. Now back on Dean here. It is blind on blind. Gary's going to have a whole host of 8x in his hand. And some 8x wheel lead turners, a semi-bluff they've now got there. Obviously the pair and the 8x like he's got in this situation. Even a hand like ace deuce, ace 3 of diamonds, 8 deuce and 8 3 of diamonds are going to lead this turn. So we just lose to a lot of hands in this spot as Dean. And Gary, when he does have as much 8x as he does in this spot, I think we can just let it go. It's a very difficult spot for Gary to bluff as well, because you've got to take that into account, because here as Dean, we can credibly rep a straight here as well. So the fact that he's still raised us make it very, very less likely that he's actually going to have a bluff here. It's just so unlikely because we actually have a 8 in our range as well. So he's going to bluff the spot less, but it looks like he's going to... Ooh, I thought he was going to make the call.
Well, just looking at how much extra it is, it's 53,000 more. So 2 red chips and 3 singles. But will he make the call? Dean Perry, who was up to $1 million, one of the dark horses in the entire room.
Yeah, I just think in these spots, Tower, when we're also very 8x heavy and we still get raised, it's just got to be a fold. Like, got to be aware of what our perceived range is to our opponent as well. It's I think a lot of players would have folded this a long time ago. It's just so hard for Gary to have a bluff here. Spot's just going to be under-bluffed. You shouldn't really be bluffing this spot. It's not a good spot to bluff, so a lot of the time it's just going to be value here, and his only value that raises are straights.
Yeah, he does make the fold, and he shows him the 8.
And there was something happening on the outer
There
table.
was indeed.
So
What's
there's
happening, Jay? What's
all
happening?
in and a cool player in question is Jose against Nathan. And Jose with the ace 10 against the ace king 10 in the window, but there's a king follow next to it. Sorry, ace 9. Is that ace 9?
Yeah, it is ace now. We're going up and down, draw for the 9. But you can only hit the 7, and it's a jack. Jose Castillo finishing in 11th
Which means we're on the FT bubble.
for £4,350. Nathan has the ace king and takes out another. I tell you what, whoever's backed Nathan Watson is going along strong. I think he's taken 2 out today, Nathan, which means we've got 2 tables of 5. We are 10-handed.
Yeah, and David's got the aces. Oi, 1-0 Tottenham.
No way.
Bergwijn scored.
Who's he?
One that scored in his debut. Dutch fella. Don't know.
Must have been an own goal.
Must have been an own goal.
It's Tottenham scoring, unbelievable. Come on, Wadey, says Slinks. How you doing, Sylvia?
Afternoon, Sylvia.
So, seats 1, 2, 3 and 4 have gone. Gary Wilson's thinking, oh, it's not me next. Ten players left. I'm guessing the next break will be the final table. Unless they take the scheduled break in 12 minutes.
Yeah, I think we do now, don't we? We will take the scheduled break in 12 minutes. We don't play hand for hand on the final table anymore in the GUKPTs. So unless we lose one, we will head out on the first 15 minutes in 12 minutes. So blind on blind here, Ben with the ace deuce in the small. Like, I'm a big advocate for just completing all of your continue range, but against David here, with the ace blocker in here, I wouldn't mind coming in for just like a 3x open as Ben. And he has done that. He's made it 45k, and like David here should be defending the Jack 6 suited. That's too tight to be folding, but Ben's aware that he is going to be overfolding certain hands, so he can profitably come in for a raise there, and he's just going to pick it up so often.
Slinks being ever so loving towards Mark Physic as normal.
DB UK, no free roll password yet. We're going to give it out some point next session.
Yeah, it'll be. I'm guessing when we start the final, whenever that may be. Could be an hour, could be 2 hours, could be 3 hours. But we'll give it out on the. We'll give it out very soon.
Dean with ace king here.
We've gone from 20 to 10.
Yeah, 20 to 10, first session.
First session.
Does that mean we'll be done next session?
Yeah. 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 If we're done for 4 o'clock, I'll buy everybody a steak.
So Dean making it 35k to go here with ace king, and this is bit of a small caller, 5-handed, ace king into ace jack. Gary playing a stack here of 35 bigs. Personally, I know we can see Dean's got ace king, but I'd like to see a free bet here from Gary a lot of the time.
Yeah.
5-handed, and does free bet, makes it 1-2-5, and when it comes back round to Dean, he's just going to move all in, and Gary with the ace jack. Just expect him to get out of the way. He's
3 bet to 125 with the ace jack.
I just don't think.
I
don't think Dean's ever going to be 4 bet blasting off of ace 10 in this spot. Some players might, but Gary with the ace jack here.
Yeah.
It's.
Well, there's plenty going on, and there's plenty going on around the other tables as well.
Yeah, especially.
We'll bring you the news very shortly, but as always, we have a hand on the feature, and it's a jam and a snap fold. This is what's just happened, ladies and gentlemen.
So an all-in and a call. Thomas High all-in with the pocket 4s against the 8s of Wadey. Needs a 4 to survive, or we are on the final table. No help there. Running wheel possibilities, but the queen on the turn, meaning we need one of the last remaining 4s. And it's a 6 on the river, so Thomas High going to go home in 10th place for £4,970. We're down to 9 players. We're on the final table.
If you're back Wadey on Grosvenor Sport this morning, go and collect, because that man is on fire. We're on a 15-minute break. We'll be back with the final table here in Manchester when the clock strikes 0. Catch you then.
You want me another rack, please? Can you rack your chips up, please, Greg, instead of just standing there? Sorry? That's fair, yeah, you're going to be in seat 3 if you want to move there. Lump yourself at 50s, did you?
Well, when I come in, I thought it all depends on the table draw.
Yeah.
And I like the table draw.
Yeah.
So when I logged in, I didn't have time to put any more money on. But I got 25 quid.
Oh, sorry, that's not bad at all, eh?
It's going to be an 8 anyway.
Face. Let's have a look, seat.
So where's seat 1 going?
It's done.
Oh, seat 8?
Justin goes seat 2. And Dean goes seat 6. There we go, lovely. In the rack store.
You know, you're such a helpful person.
That was the most what did you say about sarcasm?
I genuinely feel right. Laughing at someone's joke is nice.
Did you know that one you picked on lunch day?
I didn't ask.
It didn't play on the mind at all.
Yeah, that's why I didn't ask. It's not fair.
I looked him out. Shall I unwrap these? Oh shit. Look, man, honestly.
And the empty seats you got there, just one, yeah? Actually, know it is, Rob. I'm going to be doing a bit of colouring up, so we'll leave them as they are.
Alright.
Say what I want.
Alright.
Well, seat 4 when you're done there, Greg.
I can help you colouring.
Eh?
Help your colouring.
It's really annoying because we're literally like 4 minutes away from a chip race.
Whose is this? Ben's. Where's Ben?
Don't know.
Huh?
Don't know off the top of my head.
7.
You are a Ben.
I'm leaving like the ones racks that are
Yeah, you just
ready for chip
leave
race.
nothing at
Not chip race, but colour up.
That's what I mean, leave nothing at all. Which one? That's all right. Oh, this is complete. Who put these ones on? Look at it. Why would you put that around?
Now players in the ladies event, please make your way to the card room with seating joined on the screen.
You want another 50 up here, don't you?
I want another 150 off there.
150?
Changing all that? Right. How many chips has he got?
150? Right, that's a lot. Take another 50.
I'm sure that's a bet losing amount of disobedience right there.
Why? I'm giving you my professional opinion. In a workplace.
You're arguing with me.
I'm not arguing with you at all. And you told me to shut up earlier.
No, I didn't. I said shush, which is different, and apt, because you were to shush. Right. Take another 100k.
Could we have these ones around here like this?
Who's the champ country maker?
One there, two in the middle.
I
And
guess so.
overall, players in the ladies event, you have 1 minute.
20, see? No, no, well, you've got to take that all. Take 100 more. You took 150 more again.
You told me
You've already took this 50. See? That was telling you to take more. Because you'd already took that one. Yeah, because he's going to get a stack and a bit back. Like, he's going to have loads of chips. Take 100k off him. Simon, will you go and get me the 25k's, please?
Where are they?
I'll do that, give me a second.
Okay. And you want to count, yeah? You got a bit of paper out?
I'll just put it in the app.
Ah, that's a good plan.
That's what Jens does.
You just refer to yourself in the third person, don't do that, Jens, you're better than that.
There's 125 missing.
Dealers in the ladies event, they've got a seat 2, prize of 1 and 30.
Just remember, yeah?
Okay, I'm going to shout these if you tell it if you want to put them in the app. Okay, I'll tell you what it is. You do the fingering.
I'm quite good at fingering.
Can you imagine? $266. $732. $1.176.
76. Yeah. 691.
How much that was?
691. $508. $751.
How's all the actions there?
Was that son?
How's all the actions?
Every little bit of
Yeah,
it.
because Dave doesn't watch it.
No, no, he just fucking...
I can't, listen, as soon as the guy said done, fucking done. Don't wait if you don't.
Lovely.
Nearly too easy, Dave. Nearly too easy.
Can we get a better chair than this, please?
Yeah, let's do there. Yeah, okay. Okay, ready? 100,000?
What? Take his picture for this.
150?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700,000. Happy?
Picture of what?
250.
Take the lead in the front here. Picture of what? Not the back of your head.
Of course you do. In fact, all you're going to take photos is not my head.
250.
Cut them fives, fucking minger.
350 over there.
Wait.
Yeah, this one. Better than that, I'm going to pencil off 6. Happy with that?
No. Wait, what's this? 350 over there, yeah.
Yeah. 250.
You're absolutely
And then if my
atrocious.
calculations are correct, 400. That was clever. Last.
Well, I think you do.
That last one. Back. 25 to 25. So nothing.
He's a lazy.
Is it the only desk?
Seat 6. Yeah. I just need obviously 3, 5 sitting, 4 standing.
Okay.
Mike, you got the tablets in there where they sat?
Attendees, all players remaining in today's main event, please retake your seats as only commence. Good evening. Those upon this main event, please retake your seats.
Did we see that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seated. And then 1 and 2 and 8 and 9.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
1 and 2, 8 and 9 behind.
1, 2, 8, 9. We're having a photo, sir, so if you want to stand at the back, that'd be great, please. Just, you're in seat 2, but we need you at the back to find a photo. Seat 9, sir, but we need you at the back to the photo. Who's this? Seat 7, Ben.
Last call, all the finalists, please retake your seats, so we're commencing one with the last.
Surprising the weight he's got.
Oh, seat number 4, please.
Seat number 4?
Yes, please. Seat number 6, please. On that side there.
Me?
David?
Yeah, I'll bring him in a minute.
Thank you.
Seat 1, we need you back for a picture.
Hey guys, we need 4 sitting down, 5 standing over the back of the table, please. 5 sat, 4 stood. Along the back side.
I don't want to be stood for a photo. I'd be like wild when your legs
So we're going to
look
sit there in the middle.
Oh, go on then. Let the youngest guy get in the middle. The oldest guy.
Sit down. Sell set, dude. Need one more, are we missing? Yeah, where's that?
Well, as you can see right there, there's the guys in the picture for the GUKPT final. Look at Wadey's smile. Go on, Wadey. He is sat in front. So the final 9, Ben Dobson will be sat in seat number 1. Justin Devonport will be sat in seat number 2. Gary Wilson in 3. In 4 is Wadey. In 5, David Johnson. 6 will be Dean Perry. 7 will be Ben Windsor. 8 will be Rob Bickley. And in 9 will be Nathan Watson.
Looking forward to this one.
Waiting for one.
Yeah.
Come on, Wadey, says Slinks. You're not wrong. It's an awesome player. Spoke to him at the beginning of the day and yesterday. He is a very, very good player. To be fair, David Johnson has got the lot. He's got a resume. So too Ben Windsor. Ben Dobson can do it. Gary Wilson. Tell you what, this is a cracking final table.
Ben becoming the first player to make 3 back-to-back GUKPT final tables. Won the grand final last year in November. Heads up, came second in leg 1, and now another FT for him. Like I said, got some very good players here, and looking forward to this FT for Manchester.
Yep.
Everyone has locked up £5,900.
See the team that they call Man United have equalised. So here we go. David Johnson is making his way down, I'm sure, as he's going to be sat in seat number 8. Sorry, in seat number 5. There's the one in the middle. We'll take a snap of him on his own. $86,000 and change. Very nice indeed.
Afternoon, carpet catcher. Tuning
Hello.
in for the FT. 9 players remaining. And as well this session, we are going to be giving out the free roll password for our live stream free roll at 6 o'clock. Don't forget the GUKPT online also kicks off at 6.
Are you jumping in it?
I might do actually, Tal. I might too. Obviously want to concentrate on the FT.
Yes, this is a cracking final table.
Yeah, but 10k GUKPT online, points for that going towards the National League as well.
Local players, seasoned professionals. Wadey, Ben Windsor. But anybody can watch it.
Here he comes.
Oi, oi.
David Johnson.
Go, go, Gary Wilson says, Team Dob, Dave Collins at 50-1. I know a few people that backed Gary Wilson this morning at 50s on Grosvenor Sport. Blinds 8,000, 16,000. Chip stacks will be underneath the players' names as we continue. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the final. Justin, 266,000. Gary, 405. Wadey, 1.4 mil.
Yeah.
I think Wadey's the chip leader.
Yeah, he's our chip leader, Tau, up for the final table.
1.4 million. Can he convert it into a win?
Yeah, Dean a close second on 1.2 million. Ben has lost a few chips first session. He's down to just under 700k. Rob 500,000 and Nathan on 750k. Wadey opening the ace queen here, first hand of the FT.
So heads up for the first flop of the final.
7-4-4 rainbow. Expect Wadey to continue this, and Nathan just have to get out of the way here with his king jack in the small. He's going to pull out the float, potentially try and take it away on a later street from Wadey, but Wadey turning top pair, top kicker here, and comes in for a check, deceptive check there, and we might actually induce a bluff out of Ben now on this river, but Ben now actually probably not gonna give up, just because Wadey's going to call a lot of the time with his ace high hands here. So we did float the flop with the old king jack, but once we get this run out, not the best for us to bluff. And Wadey, chip leader, takes the first pot of the final table. Afternoon, Kev.
The Bens will have initials at the side of the names in about 30 minutes, so apologise for that. Should be automatically done, but we have instructed the action tracker to get it sorted, so we know which Ben has got the high frequency and is in the chip counts. I know which is. We know Ben Windsor is in seat number 7, and we know Ben Dobson, looking at him, is in seat number 1. But when it comes up on the screen, we need to see which Ben is in for the lot. Ace Jack for Dean, 1.2 million. Who's been the quiet man of the table, but he's been like the silent assassin, hasn't he?
That play he made earlier on against Justin, really, really good from him on the river. Won a huge pot, turning his hand into a bluff, and weren't expecting to see it, so it was a really, really good hand. But Robert here with pocket 7s in the cut-off. Looks like he's going to come in for the call. And Ben's got the easiest shove ever here now, tower. He's just going to count his stack. He'll realise that he's playing 22 big blinds. There's an open and a flat. All this dead money in here. If Ben doesn't move all in here, I'll be very shocked.
Re-raise all in.
Oh!
Oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi. What is this first hand? Justin behind. Justin playing sub 15 big blinds here, and he's got ace queen, and lets it go. Good fold from Justin. Second hand of the FT. Wakes up with ace queen, sub 15 bigs, and doesn't lose a penny with it against the ace king. Comes back round to Dean now with the ace jack. He not going to be able to call, and Robert will fold, you expect, after Dean gets out of the way.
The ace jack does get out of the way. Robert Bickley has just said, how much is it, please?
Yeah, Rob can't call here, tower. I guess Ben's going to have some pairs in here that we might be ahead of as Robert. Don't know if he's going to shove 6s, 5s, 4s, those type of holdings. It comes down to Robert here. We're basically calling, just hoping to be in a coin flip situation. Like I said, there may be 4s through 6s in there as well.
So on the 7s, it's 100, well, 80% of his stack. It's called. He's made the call with the 7s. He's got the made hand. It's against Ben's Dobson's ace king. This could be the first elimination of the final table. Ben Dobson.
Yeah, so Rob must think that Ben has deuces through 6s here to be able to make this call, thinking he has hands that he actually dominates in this spot. So we're off to the races.
Here we go. 9. Call the police, ladies and gentlemen.
9.
Call the police. Ace or a king. Still needed. Ace or a king. In fact,
A 9 would do it as
a
well.
9 would be like the sickest ever.
So fading ace, kings, and a
No!
9! 9, 9,
Oh!
9. 9 on the river, quads on the board.
Write his name on that trophy. Oh!
Quad 9s runs out, and ace kicker's going to play. And weren't expecting to win it that way, Ben, but...
Oh! Have you ever seen that before?
Oh.
Wow.
Wow, Ben Dobson gets an early double on the FT here with the ace-king against the 7s of Robert, and that is a brutal river. You don't mind the ace or king coming, but that 9,
Oh, man. Highlight reel, anybody?
Runs out quad 9s.
Wow.
Don't see that very often. I can't even recall seeing quads on the board since I've been here, Tower, doing this with yourself.
No, that's...
Let alone on a big final table. It's a brutal run out.
Yeah. Wowzers. The correct fold from Justin Devonport. He only chopped it for a few chips anyway, so we're not worried about that. Wow. Just wow. Hey, Ben Dobson, who final tabled the mini-main this week, finishing in 8th. Nearly finished in 9th on the main, but got himself a fantastic double-up in the strangest fashion possible.
Yeah, now Ben's got chips. He's most certainly going to be one of the favourites for this tournament. Bracelet winner in the WSOP.
Just wow.
Cooler Fish Ben is a lucky name.
Wow. Dave Kavanagh says, what's the chip sizes? The 1Ks are the white ones, the yellow ones are the 5Ks, and the red ones are the 25Ks.
Yeah, there will be a point today where we do chip up and get the old 100Ks
yeah,
into
the
play.
100Ks will be in place soon. Oh. Imagine that being against Phil Elmuth. Oh dear. Oh, how many players have slapped the laptop down and smashed the screen online? How many players have done that? Oh dear. Just wow.
So Ben now has kings in the cut-off. A little bit of a heater for him pre-flop holdings to start the final table, and facing this open from Dean under the gun +1 here with the kings going to come in for the 3-bet in position. Making it 105k, going to be folded back round to Dean, unaware of what his hand is. Well, Dean is going to make the call. So this deep, over 50 bigs deep to start the hand. Dean's going to have some pocket pairs in here. He's going to have some suited Broadway type holdings, ace queen. I think he may elect to fold ace jack. Ace jack suited might be in there as well. This jack 10-8 flop though here for Ben, it's a lot more favourable for Dean than it is for us as the 3-better. Yeah, we will have jacks and 10s. Dean's going to have jacks, 10s, 8s. Some jack 10 suited in there as well as plenty of jack X, ace jack, queen jack suited, king jack suited. So I like Ben's decision to check this board behind with the kings. I think it's a good choice. That the 7 of spades rolls off on the turn. Obviously puts a 4-liner out there. It shouldn't really have any 9x in his hand here, Dean, other than pocket 9s and 10-9 suited. May elect to pill 9-8 suited as well. But in a 3-bet pot, it's just going to reduce the combinations of straights that Dean can have in this spot, and Dean now coming out for a lead. Can have set of sevens, set of eights, Jack 10 suited in there, pocket nines, 10-9. It's a big bet of 175k into 250k, and would Dean really elect to go this size with a straight here? Like after we check back flop as Ben, like going through Dean's head, our perceived range is going to be hands like ace king, ace queen, and our over pairs, queens, kings and aces. Maybe some 3-bet bluffs that just decided to give up as well on this flop. But he's just going to let the kings go there, Ben, and we'll never know what Dean had there. But that sizing on the turn, fairly chunky, 3/4 pot. Just not sure if, obviously it's just an assumption, but I don't think we should be going that size with a straight there on the turn as Dean. And we're going to bluff that spot a lot as well against the 3-better. But we'll never know what he had.
Unfortunately not.
Only Dean knows.
Unfortunately not. Dean Pettit, 1.1 mil, second in chips at the start of the final. Brady was chip leader.
Pocket fives for Ben in seat 1 in the hijack, going to be wanting to open this. Comes in for the raise. Ace queen for Gary on the button here. Potentially could just shove this over the open from Ben. Playing 22 bigs. I'd like to see a shove here from Gary. Some players may not elect to take the spot, but just going to get so many folds from Ben. It's a very strong hand, ace queen. We're going to be ahead of most of Ben's opening range in the hijack, so glad to see that he had actually chosen to opt for the shove, and Ben not going to be able to call off with the fives. A nice pick up there with the ace queen from Gary.
The ladies' event has moved along to 16 runners. Yes, relatively a small field, but there are National League points available for the ladies, the National League for the ladies. So there are 16 players playing. The 3 o'clock game, which is just about to start, is a 7,000 guarantee. And it's going to start with 40 runners, so that will increase. The late reg is 6 levels, I do believe. It's 6 levels.
To 42. Full.
Ready with the Queen Jack on the button. Raises to 42. Dean on the big gets out of the way. Totally dominated. So we are on the final table. Congratulations to the 9. We started the day with 20. Steve Warburton first out, unfortunately, and then it steady decrease, giving us 20 players to 10, then to 9. We're on the final. This is the final. Ben Dobson has the sickest double up we've seen on a final table for a long, long time. Ace King versus sevens. And it comes 999 blob 9. We'll keep you updated with the side events as players come through the door. Average stack on the final table is 700,000. David, 3 bets to 150. Wadey calls with Jack Queen suited. Oh, up and down straight draw for Wadey. Top pair, top kicker for David Johnson. This could be a potential beauty. So we check the 9 of clubs on the turn, which brings Wadey the straight. It also brings him the 10 of clubs on the river for the flush. Very surprised about the check call and then the check turn from Wadey. Thought he might have been a bit more aggro on the turn. Pretty disguised, the Jack Queen. Has he checked again? He has. When he's waiting and he can't wait to call the bet. How big was the bet from David? That was the just 125. And Wadey stacks them in, waiting for David Johnson to make his move, and make his move he did, and Wadey had him absolutely crushed from the turn. So Wadey chip leader, seat 4. He's playing well. Casting the Omaha did Wadey this week. Came 3rd in the Omaha, and he's just got result after result after result, mainly at Dustledown, one of the regs there. So chip lead at Wadey 1.9 mil. Wadey after that hand is thinking, should have died and gone to heaven, because it was 11:15. Oh yes. Wadey, chip leader. Is he going to be in 7th heaven tonight, crowning himself GUKPT champion? That's the one. Is he going to be doing it a little bit later? Well, he's chip leader, and he is one of the best players on the table. Gary with the Queens. 3 bets to 42,000. Slink says he's a very good cash player as well. I don't think I'd like to be sat at the table as him. He is crushing it at the minute. So the women's are on 17 runners, the 7k is on 44 runners, so a bit of value at the minute in the £100 that started at 3 p.m. Get yourself down if you want a bit of value. So we have a re-raise. David is all in, David Johnson, and he's going to get called. He's going to get called. Is David Johnson the first man out on the feature, the final table here in Manchester? Ace Queen against Kings. What happens when you're up against Kings all in pre?
There's always an ace on the flop, apparently,
There's
Tower.
always an ace on the flop. David Johnson, if you've been watching the live stream for a few years, you are safe.
To the flop.
To the flop.
Oh, that one's not gone to script, Tower.
Uh-oh.
9-4 deuce, so looking for an ace for David. Otherwise, we're good. Ace on the turn!
Told you.
So just fading the 2 outer now of a king.
Told you.
And David is going to double up with the ace queen. Ace on the turn. You get past the flop, you think you're home and home,
Yeah.
and then boom.
Yeah. Wowzers. David Johnson still sat there, motionless. Beautiful. Doubles up to £500,000 plus. Back in the game.
Afternoon trick on Twitch. Ben Windsor, final table again. Have a day off, mate, he says. And Bobby says, can you bet online anywhere to back a winner? No, the book
Not
closed
now.
at midday. You
It
could,
did.
but it's not available anymore.
Oh, David Johnson was having a swipe at us then.
What did he say?
There's the flop and there's no help at all.
Is that what he said? How much was the buy-in? This was £1,110 buy-in comp. It was a 200k guarantee, but that was smashed. So Wadey opening the 5-3 of diamonds under the gun +1. He's got just under a third of the chips in play. Theo Parr on Twitch, no, the UK SPC, we are not covering it this year. I'm not sure if it's going on anywhere else, but no UK SPC this year for us. Raising take from Nathan there with the ace jack, no action. Playing 10k, 20k now. You can see some of the shorties, Justin and Robert. And with the pay jump starting to get a little more significant now, I think the middling stacks are going to wait for those players to either double up or bust. Next pay jump's worth £1,250, so potentially you could just bank that in your pocket for just folding until Rob busts. And it's a chance for Wadey to really apply pressure to stack sizes that around the 20 big, 30 big remit. They're not going to want to bust before these two very shallow stacks. So Rob's going to be all in here now with the ace 10. Has to be shoving here in the low jack. He is all in. Good luck to Rob. Nathan gets out of the way. And action going to be on Wadey in the big blind, who has asked for a count. Asked for a count, but not going to call with a 4 deuce. And Rob, a decent pickup for him there. It's more than the 50% stack increase just getting that shove through for him.
Final table of 9, no eliminations so far. Only been playing about 20 minutes, but we've seen a couple of interesting spots.
Yeah, both short stacks doubled. Still a couple of other shorties at the table. Obviously, Rob taking that hit with the 7s. Nathan here, ace 4 suited in the low jack, going to be coming in for an open.
So who wins from here? We're on 9. King 10-3. Pick your favourite. Oh, you've had a little dabble on Grosvenor Sport on the winner. Wadey now massive value when he was 25 to 1. Massive value. Obviously he's had a good day, we know that. You just can't decipher. If anybody else got a couple of quid on somebody who had a little punt on Grosvenor Sport this morning, then good luck. And if you have, let us know.
Nathan should be giving up on this turn once the 10 rolls off. Queen of Diamonds on the river, and expect David to come in for a lead now with the ace 10. Try and get some value from some potential King X that are going to check back the turn quite a lot. Once his 10 rolls off, we're going to have plenty of 10X out the big blind that we'll call once on the flop. So, does come in for value, but we can see Nathan with his particular hand, he just can't call. Do beat some flush draws, I guess, out of the big blind. He's going to have lots of combinations of flush draws. 10X in there. King X can probably come in for value, or King X on this river, because we're now chopping with all other King X except Ace King, so value hands, King X, 10X. Bluffs are the flush draws here, really. Maybe potentially 3X. I don't think he's going to be turning 3X into a bluff on the river. Probably just passes it on the flop as well. But action on Nathan. Wow, he can't be calling here, Tower. If he's breaching for chips, there's only one thing that's going to be happening, and in comes a raise, representing potentially
210,000.
And David here with ace 10, and this is quite a rough spot, but the thing here from David's perspective, got to think about hands that Nathan sort of raises this river with for value. Nathan shouldn't really have any 10x here because a lot of his 10x hands are going to be checks on flop. So basically repping kings, ace jack and queens that decided to continue on flop. He doesn't really have too much value. We've got an ace in our hand, which is a good card to have as David with our ace 10. We've got probably one of the best hands to call with here, tower, as David with the raise. We've got a 10 in our hand, we block the nut straight, and we don't have any hearts in our hand. So
and the kick is in play as well. So
yeah, of course. And
yeah, it makes the
has
call.
to make the call, and Nathan shows the ace 4, and David up to 850k now with the ace 10. Nathan going for it there on the final table.
If David Johnson chips at your peril.
Now Nathan back around the 20 big remit. Nice little hand there.
Long time ago since David Johnson won a GUKPT. Might be as far back as 2010, 2009 maybe. Oh, butchers. There we go. 2009. Sorry, 2010 Blackpool. First prize 67,246 runners. Richard Herbert heads up, and that's the one that Vinnie Musson was. I think there was a slight chop. Vinnie for third. Jack Elwood. Rob Boone was on the final table. One of the big names back in the day. That was David Johnson's finest hour of a GUKPT. 2010. 10 years ago, man. That's 10 years ago. 10 years ago.
King 10 free rainbow. A lot of the time this pot's going to be Gary's as the opener here. Wants to have lots of bets on the King 10 free. Just going to take it down more often than not with our C-bet.
Oh, Mr. Wisco Baron joining us on YouTube. Good afternoon, Wisco, or good morning to you.
Afternoon, Wisco.
As it's around about 8:30 in the morning in Cali. Kev Jackson did Ben Windsor and Steve Warburton, so you've got one horse running.
Gary does continue here. Dean not insta-mucking the ace 3. Does have bottom pair here. Eventually does get out of the way, and Gary takes it with the worst of it.
We're on 9. 7 bigs for Rob. Rob Bickley on 7 bigs. Justin on 8.
Wadey with 100 big blinds.
Big chance for the big score on a GUKPT.
Raise 40,000. Re-raise 125,000. Fold. 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 Cheers. deuce.
You've been doing it too much, kid, so it's not right.
Small blind, please.
I'll have it next time.
Fold. Res, 40,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Just had a quick word with Mr. Ian Bryan, and he's just on his way to. He's on his way home after another long week and a successful week at GUKPT.
I was watching the action, guys. I did just see Wadey's free bet with 8 deuce. I did see it, and he got it through against Gary.
He's got moves as well as playing his hands. He's a top lad, I tell you. It's going to be hard to topple him at this moment in time. It's going to be hard to topple him. So Ian just came in just to set around, and you're doing an amazing job. Oh no, he didn't. No, always a good chat is Ian, and he spoke earlier on this week about Goliath. So I'm sure we'll do it in all again in Edinburgh as everything gets confirmed. No, we didn't fold the queens. We raised to 40. Wadey with the sixes. The Mickey Blacks. Calls.
And Ben yet to get involved on this final table. Been fairly card dead so far, but Ace Jack here on the button.
Got to be wary of an early open.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind seeing,
bigs.
Wouldn't mind seeing a free bet here from Ben. I know we're going to run into the queens of Gary, but interesting spot. Just the call from Ben with the Ace Jack on the button. The 3 players to the flop.
Oh, and there's the ace. Ace 9-5. Ben Windsor shoots to the lead.
Yeah, expect Gary to come in for a check here with the queens. We've been called in the low jack and on the button here, so both Wadey and Ben plausibly got ace X in their range here. We're out of position. Just think need to be checking this spot more often than not. Got the queen of diamonds in there for a bit of backdoor insurance.
Would we lead with the queens if we were heads up?
Heads up, yeah, it's a bit different heads up. I think even if, let's say for example, it was a big blind defend instead of Ben calling on the button, I think could still come in for a bet, but still going to fire here. Obviously from a range standpoint, this is going to smash us more than it does Wadey and Ben. Only slightly though, because Wadey can have some strong hands flat in here in the low jack against our early position open.
Yes, fired out 80,000. Wadey gets out of the way with the sixes.
Yeah, Ben will make the call. And it's going to be heads up 2 at the turn.
Indeed it is. 7 of hearts. Gary started the day on 160. He got up to 600. He's now on 365. If he doesn't win the hand.
Now comes in for a check, and Ben checks behind.
The king could check it again.
Check from Gary. And Ben going to be coming in for some value now, Tower, after his check back turn. The way Gary's played this hand, I think we need to opt for a fairly small size in here as Ben on the river. Expect Gary, if he's got ace queen or better, or any ace x hands, probably going to lead river. So not really. Once he checks over to us twice, it's hard for him to have a hand that can call us here. Ben do like to go small. We've got queens here as Gary. Got to think about hands that Ben's going to call with on the flop here. It's ace x, some diamond draws.
It's about 60%.
Sets as well.
230,000 is the bet.
We've actually got a really important card in our hand here as Gary as well. We've got the queen of diamonds. So Ben can't have a hand here like king, queen of diamonds, queen, jack of diamonds, queen, 10 of diamonds. We actually reduce those flush draw combos that Ben can have in this spot quite drastically once he peels on the button. Like, he's probably not going to be peeling hands like 6, 7 diamonds, 5, 6 of diamonds, so all his flush draws do come from the Broadway combinations, and that queen of diamonds is a very key blocker in there, so less likely he's going to have a flush draw. Regarding other bluffs, there's not really too many I can come up with, except a hand like maybe 10-9 suited, backdoor hearts that now decides to bluff river once Gary's hand looks a lot like what it is. Could have potentially caught a king on the river here as well, Gary, but I just can't see how we can make the call here with queens. We just don't beat anything other than the flush draws, and the queen of diamonds bad card to have, and eventually
and in the muck they went.
Makes the fold.
Ben wins and moves up to 851,000. Ben Dobson 700, just shy of 2 mil. Chip leader. He's weighty. Wisco Baron says we called the case 9 on the flop. I think we were just running through the outs, weren't we? On what he could hit. And obviously the 9 would have been the ill one. And it was. I'm like, oh my word.
So he's king for Gary here. Gary playing 18 bigs, too much to shove. Want to be coming in for an open here with ace king. Want to start getting value from worse hands that could be out there, so just going to probably click it up. Makes it 40k. Now Gary's actually, I think this is his 4th open in the orbit. We can see he's actually had some hands, but Ben had a bit of a deliberation there with the ace-3, might have been debating a light 3-bet with the ace blocker in there, but Ben's got to be wary of Robert's stack size. Rob playing sub-5 big blinds. Basically we can just fold until Rob busts and bag ourselves another £1,100. So may have seen him take that spot in different circumstances, but right now with Rob as short as he is, players shouldn't really be looking to bust because of the pay jump. Ace king for Gary, under the gun +1 raise. Ben defends in the big. Jack, jack 9 the flop. Gonna have the best hand a lot of the time here as Gary against big blind the fem range, unless they got a jack on the 9. Obviously we're in front. And the thing is, a lot of pocket pairs will find it hard to continue on this board as well because of the counterfeit outs, backdoor counterfeit outs. So expect to see a c-bet coming from Gary here. and does, and it'll be a quick fold from Ben in the big blind. So Gary going to take that one.
Afternoon, one and all. Afternoon, Kev. Good news for Spurs fans. They're losing.
Yeah, I've heard. Don't even tell, mate.
Spurs 2, Wolverhampton Wanderers 3. Our intrepid reporters all around the country are giving us the news.
We can never beat Wolves. It's like our Bok team, honestly.
Really?
It's just one of them teams that we just don't fare well against. It's like City and Palace. City never do well against Palace.
Do you beat anybody? Just saying.
Yeah, we. All right. Top of the league, Rotherham over there in your old League 1, 2. So 10s for Wadey. He has the chip lead, makes it 42k. Rob looking for a hand to get it in, but Queen 3 obviously not it. And Ben here, Ace Queen in the small blind, playing 31 bigs, facing this open from Wadey, and should just be flat in here. I don't think we can free bet here because, as we've mentioned already, Rob sitting there with just sub 5 big blinds. If we free bet and Wadey sets us in, it's horrible. So like the decision to flat here in the small blind with the Ace Queen. Flop of ace, 7, 9, 2 diamonds, check, check. Wadey snap checking behind the 10s. Turn 7 of spades. So, as Ben hit, want to start trying to get value from our ace queen now. It's going to be the best hand more often than not. Very unlikely that Wadey's going to be trapping ace king on this board texture. So, expect him to be leading, starting to try and get some value from some 10s through kings. Perhaps some suited ace-x, suited will ace-x that Wadey opened and checked behind on the flop. They will be in his check range, you expect. So there is the lead from Ben at 65k, and Wadey makes the quick call with the pocket 10s. And a king of spades on the river. So Ben here should be coming in for another street with the ace queen. Obviously, it's a bad river in the sense that we chop with all other ace-x, but just the way Wadey's played this hand does look a lot like the hand that he did have, some sort of pair. I guess he just thought he's never getting called by king x on that river. All ace-x are chopping, so all ace-x can usually come in for value, so it makes it easier for a king to fold. If Wadey did happen to have a hand like king-queen, that he had king-queen, actually would have just passed turn, but no value from the ace-queen, takes the pot anyway. We're still 9-handed. The final table, not a single bust out yet. Been going for a good 40 minutes or so. Obviously we've had 2 all-ins, both short stacks doubling up. As Wadey comes in for a limp now with the 3s under the gun. And Nathan in the cut-off here looking like he has a decision, and he does. Pocket queens. Just counting his stacks, 17.5 bigs. May choose to just shove because of Wadey's limp. However, may come in for like a 3x raise here, making it 60k over Wadey's limp, just because if he thinks Wadey's never going to be limping like any hands that are going to call a jam here, then he may come in for a raise. If he thinks Wadey's going to have some hands that he can limp, call off a jam, then obviously he can go for the shove, and he has gone for the latter, the shove, all in for 17.5 bigs. Wadey does ask for a count, but can't call with pocket 3s here. Just either draw into 2 outs, 20% pre-flop, or we're in a flip situation. and eventually Wadey does get out of the way with the pocket freeze. Coming up next week, guys, we have 25-25 in Glasgow, as well as 4 deep stacks running. Thanet, Huddersfield, Liverpool and Coventry, location for the deep stacks next week. And there is an online leg for both the deep stack and 25-25. And speaking about online, I think very shortly we are going to be giving away the password for the free roll, so listen out for that. If you do fancy playing some poker tonight, we have a live stream free roll, and we'll be giving the password out for that very shortly, as Ben getting involved here with the ace 10 under the gun +2 comes in for an open. $40k. Action going to be on Wadey in the big blind, 9-4 of hearts here, 4.5 to 1 and a call. It is suited, going to flick it in. Heads up, 9-4 for Wadey, ace 10 for Ben. And both players catch a piece here. Top pair, top kicker for Ben. Wadey with middle pair, so expect Ben to come in for a bet here almost always, and Wadey's going to have to call once with middle pair. We do go ahead of quite a bit of Ben's range on this flop as Wadey, so have to make the call even with just a 4 kick up. Does flick it in and to the turn, which is the ace of hearts, and Ben turning top 2 now. Wadey drawing to just a 9. In a sense, it's a good card in terms of hand strength for us as Ben, but it's a bad card in terms of getting paid from Wadey now. Wadey going to be aware that although on the flop we do go ahead of a lot of Ben's range, this card we're now behind to a lot of it, and Ben actually checks behind Queen on the river. And as Wadey now, we don't beat anything. Ben's opened early position, there's not really any hands we beat in this spot except hands like 8, 7, 6s, which Ben isn't always going to continue on the flop. So once Ben does come in for his value bet here on the river, Wadey just can't call with a 9-4 unfortunately. It's about 125k now from Ben, and as mentioned, we just lose to almost every hand here as Wadey. There's only a few that we beat, and 6s, 7s, 8s, that's about it, and Ben's not going to bet them all the time on the river as a bluff, so he just cannot call with a 9 and eventually does get out of the way.
Just been round to see the women's, and just the 17 have played. Just the 17. Is it the day? Is it the time? Not too sure. Great turnout in London. There were over 60 runners in London, but just the 17 here in Berrynew Road for the ladies. But and there's still a little bit of value in the £100-pounder, because the 100 has got 57 runners. You need 70 to hit the guarantee. So there may be a little bit of value coming in. The bounty will start at 4. So you can basically pick and choose any game you want to, well, apart from the final.
Yeah. Can I buy into the final table, please?
So there's none of that at the moment, but so yes, it's a busy old time at Berrynew Road, but just 17 for the ladies, and a little bit of value at the moment in time for the 7,000 guarantee.
So Rob finally getting his last 5 big blinds in here. Jack 9 under the gun +2. Ben can't call with deuces. Justin can't call with 4s either. He's going to have to let this go. Reason being, we've got a pay jump coming up, £1,100, and Rob with 4 big blinds. Justin should know that David's going to have to call very wide here, potentially in the big. And with the king 6, he's going to flick in the call. 2-1 on his money here. Two to 1 on the call here for David with the king 6. He's one of them middling stacks. Maybe you don't want to double Rob up, but Rob is going to get a 50% stack increase if we fold anyway. And Justin's sitting there like, go! Yeah, and there's the call eventually from David. So we've got an all-in a call. Rob Bickley, the player at risk, finally gets his last 5 big blinds in with the Jack 9 off. He hits behind to the king 6 of David here.
Does he get a little bit lucky and survive? Not yet. The 6 doesn't really make a difference.
No, it don't.
We still need a Jack or a 9.
Jack or a 9 needed.
10 would be a bit of a sweat. There's the Jack.
So
the short stack double.
Just fading. King or a 6, and
go.
it's a 3 on the river. So Rob Bickley is going to double up back to 224k. 11 bigs, a lot more playability than the 4 or 5 bigs he's had. He's going to have a lot more fold equity now with his shoves, potential to start chipping up again. Joe, with the final table and whatnot, Tower, I have no idea when next break is or anything like that. Any idea?
We were only 2 minutes. We were 58 minutes into the last level when we started the final, so we played 2 minutes and then we went to the new level, so it'll be a full 2 hours. So I'm guessing the break will be a normal time, if you can work it out for us, plus 7 minutes.
So it'll be 8 to 5.
There you go. So nearly an hour, over an hour.
Well, this is how I look at it, innit? It's not before, is it? Once he's folded, I like taking some action, innit? Like, this is what's going on.
So we've now had 4 all-ins on this final table and still yet to lose one. Or 4 all-ins and a call, I should say. We've had more than 4 all-ins. Just
when we go to 12:24, we'll know there's exactly 60 minutes to the break, which I do think will be shortly.
So Nathan here with the pocket 6s under the gun +2, raising to 35k. Makes it 35, and Dean defending the 5-3 in the big blind.
Where's Wadey going?
He's got enough chips, Tower. He's locking up third place. He's locking up third, and he's going for a wonder. through a spades on the turn. Does give Dean a tiny piece, bottom pair. Check, check once again. Oh, running trips for the 5-3 of Dean here, and going to want to be... No, he's not going to lead. He's came in for the check, hoping that Nathan might go for some thin value with maybe some sort of 9x holding. Like, we're just going to get snap checks behind from ace highs in that spot, but he's going for the little trappy check raise.
Like it. Telling the players to put the cards on the scanner. Of course you can. Thank you very much.
And Justin been very patient, but now that Rob Bickley's doubled up, he can't get that ladder. He is the short stack, can't wait for Rob to bust. He's now got to make a move, and has done with the ace-7 here for his last 6 big blinds, and Ben has to call this off with ace-7 in the big blind, and Ben
And we're going to chop it up.
instantly knows it's a call, and
we're going to chop it up.
well, Justin's got 2 live suits here, Ben just with the 1. We've already seen this happen a few times
That is
already
true.
this weekend, haven't we? The old same hand. Well, it looks like it's going to be Justin with the 4% free roll on the flop. Running clubs would give him a double up, but the 6 on the turn is going to be the end of that, and they'll chop this one up.
Something's happening in the football. Just had a report saying it's 2-1, come on, disallowed scandalously. So whatever that was, that must be Man United, because Christian's an Evertonian. Disallowed. Thanks for the updates.
And this is going to be it again for Justin. Queen Jack of Hearts should be moving in here. 7 bigs. Queen Jack of Spades for Gary on his direct left. Can't call though. And Rob here has to let this one go, Tower. Like, it's very close. Like, if he had more chips, he might make the call. But the problem here, we've got our double as Rob now. If we lose this, we're going to be down to 2 bigs, and there's still that ladder that we've been talking about with this ace-5. And we always talk about these raggy aces, how well they perform at calling shoves off, and it's always the situation of we're either in a dominated spot or we're never really going to have more than 60% up against a hand like King Queen or Queen Jack of Hearts. Like in this situation, I know the equity say 28%, but that's only because 2 queens and a jack have hit the mark. But usual percentage wise, against a hand like this, we're only going to have around 60% as Rob, and it's not a good shape to be in versus range. We're either drawing to 3 outs or we're only slightly ahead with 60% equity. But him and Justin going to have similar stacks if he lets this go. Here's an extra 12.50 for the next pay jump. He's going to flick it in.
Yes.
He's going to make the call with the ace-5, and this is essentially a £1,250 all in, because whoever loses this is very likely, well, if it's right, very likely to be the next player out. So he's made the call with the ace-5 and Justin with the queen-jack suited.
Is it the queen as Justin Devonport needs to fade an ace to double. And he does. Queens and tens. So Justin Devonport over 300,000 now, and now our short stack is Rob Bickley on 3 big blinds.
Like King Queen, there's a much better hand to call with than like a raggy ace, simply because with King Queen we're still going to dominate King Jack, King 10, King 9 suited, may shove some King 8 suited as well off of that stack size. Queen Jack, we've got dominated Queen 10 suited. It's just got more, we can have hands in a dominated spot with a hand like that, but whereas with ace 5 we're just, I don't think Justin's ever shoving 5, 6 suited, 5, 7 suited, those type of hands. We just never got him dominated. And the times that we are in front, we're just a smidge ahead on the equity.
So the double up for the local favourite, Justin Devonport.
So Gary ace 10 off of 19 bigs, raises to 40k.
So the blinds are up next hand. So we now know when the break's going to be.
Nathan here, King Jack of Hearts in the big blind, just going to defend. And this is a spot where Nathan might have elected to shove if he was the short stack, but once again Rob so short here that just going to call and see a flop. 8-6-6 rainbow. Like it's just becomes really bad for us to get it in with marginal hands when Rob's still sitting there with 5 big blinds, effectively setting 1250 on fire. So Gary coming in for the continue here with the ace 10, and Nathan just can't make a play, can't do anything, can't float. Rob's sitting there super short. Just want to wait for him to bust and put that extra 1250 in our pocket. There we go, 2 big blinds. There's just like, this is where Wadey should be coming alive, Tower. Wadey should be coming alive. With Rob sitting here with 2 big blinds, he should be opening every pot, Wadey. Because everyone at this table should be aware, looking at the faces, there's not a single player at this table that I don't think will be aware why they have to fold really tight when Wadey's opening, only playing near the top of their range. Like, no one's going to be able to play back at Wadey while Rob's still sitting there, so really like to just see him just start opening lots of pots. 3 betting opens from sort of the 20, 30 big stacks, so be interesting to see over the next orbit or so, because Rob's not going to be there forever. It could be a really good time for us to propel ourselves towards that first place finish.
Absolutely spot on. Blinds just gone up to 1224. Full level. Oh, 1025. Because the 1Ks have going to disappear.
David opening the King Queen of Diamonds. Makes it 55k. And Ben with Ace King here in the big blind has certainly not folded. we got David covered here as Ben. No, it's very close actually. 722k plays 726k. So very, very similar stacks between these two. And Ben just shoves all in, and David gets out of the way. So Ben shoving for what was around 30 big blinds effective there. Just didn't want a free bet, get peeled out of position. Just going to take it down there, the old unexploitable jam.
62 runners in the £100 and needs 8 more runners to hit the guarantee. Have we given the password out? It's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, should we give it out?
Go on, give it out. I don't even know it.
The free roll password.
How do you know it?
I know everything about the free roll tower.
I don't even know it.
Tom texts me.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
okay. Right.
Tom texts me.
Afternoon, Tom.
If you tuned in, Tom, afternoon. The free roll password, guys, is Road to Vegas. It's not case sensitive, so...
Road to Vegas.
Road to Vegas.
Get yourself in the free roll.
Yep, it's in the client. Get yourself in. That starts at 6 o'clock. Road to Vegas, the password you need.
While you're watching the final table, this is the final. There are 9 players left. And this is the final. Ben Windsor got his chips up to 891,000. Alright, he started on 900, but he dropped down around about 600,000 for the start of the final. Ben Dobson calls in the small with the old computer. Oh no, he gets out of the way. Definitely.
Yeah, he's not.
He's definitely got out of the way with the computer.
9, 2, 3, 2 hearts. Ben gonna want to be betting this flop. Almost always here with the 10s. Just got the overpair to the board. And snap fold from Justin with the A7.
Yeah, the average stack is 700,000. And we're just going to 1025. Yeah, Rob does indeed have 2 bigs. Lost a big, not such a big pot, but lost his hand, so he's down to 2 bigs. $19 in the ladies' event, 62 in the £100, and the bounty's about to start as well.
And Rob's in with the Queen Deuce. Last 2 big blinds. Nathan with the deuces here. Very, very rarely you got deuces and you got your opponent drawing to 3 outs. But gonna have to fold. We just can't call here. And almost always we're just flipping or drawing to 2 outs. So has to let that one go. But Gary's got an easy call for an extra big, and it's ace-3 against the Queen Deuce, and we have seen 2 deuces go into the muck. So Robert going to need to get lucky here to stay alive. We have been 9-handed for about an hour and 20 minutes for the final table, yet to lose one, and that's given us a will out. Can find a 4 on ace-3-5 with the Queen Deuce. Jack on the turn changes nothing. We need a 4 to survive, otherwise we are down to 8 players. It's a 7 on the river.
Lost one.
So we're going to lose Rob Bickley in 9th place for £5,900. Everyone now locked up £7,150.
Well played, Rob Bickley. Well played, sir. 9 out of 317. Not bad at all.
And our short stack is now Justin, 9 big blinds. But I was surprised to not see Wadey take advantage of Rob being so short for so long. It's the time where we can. I know we got 2 million chips. We're in the driver's seat, but at the end of the day, to win this tournament, you need all the chips, and that's a really, really good opportunity to build our stack even more. But maybe he's thinking about the money and the ladders could potentially fold his way to 4th place if he wanted to wadey with his stack. Got to be thinking about going for the win. £86,350 up top.
So we're on 8 and the final. Break will be just before 5 p.m.
Thank you.
8 players remain in the final. 6 o'clock is there is the 10k online GUKPT. That has points towards the National League. Get yourself into the 10k guarantee. And also we have a live stream free roll. Password is Road to Vegas, all one word. Well, it's 3 words, there's just no gaps, if you know what I mean. Get yourself into the free roll while you play the 10k, the 110 buy-in. Road to Vegas is the password. So get yourself in that while you're watching the live stream, because I think we'll be here a while. The class final, it's setting up to be. Justin moves all in, just with the boots. Can't do anything else, can't disguise it. It just depends whether Ben Dobson wants to call it off.
Well, he's shoved for 11 bigs here, Justin, with the pocket aces over Ben's open.
Yeah. Small blind, big blind, get out of the way.
Yeah, this is quite close for Ben actually.
King 10.
With the sixes. What we got? 250 to 80.
It's a Justin shove, not a call.
I think I have to call this off as Ben. Tower. It's very close here with sixes. So what, 11 bigs. We've opened, 2 bigs invest. I think I call here with the sixes for Ben. He may need a while, and this is pretty close. This is pretty close, but I think I call. Ben may make the correct lay down, but. $11 big blind shove. we've opened. Sitting here with 6s. Like 8s, it's definitely in. 7s, it's probably in. But 6s just gets out of the way. Very, very good fold from Ben. I think I'd do my money there.
Can't do anything else. He says I had aces.
He just thinks Justin maybe not going to shove deuces through 5s over his open. If he has that assumption in there, then yeah, I guess he can let it go. Not calling just for a flip.
Frank Conlon said, "What's password?" Not telling you. Tony says, "Please."
Yeah, getting quietly. I said, "No way is Ben on another final table." Yeah, Ben's in.
Road to Vegas is the password.
Second in chips at the moment. Wadey is our chip leader.
He is indeed.
As Gary opening the Queen Jack suited. And Ben gonna flick and defend with the Queen 6 suited. Heads up. Jack 9-3, 2 clubs, action flop here. Ben with the flush draw, Gary with top pair. So Gary wants to be betting here, and Ben will have to make the call. Evening, Tom Kong says Ben Dobson to win.
Well, as you've not seen the first hand he plays on the final table, you need to go back and watch it. Try incredible. Aye, aye, here he is. Hey, we thought Sundays were for relaxation and watching a live stream on a 50-inch TV. Oh no, the boss is back.
2 of diamonds on the turn, bringing in a flush draw as well for Gary.
What about them 9s? Oh, I was just saying. Tom Collins just said very impressive. Ben Dobson to win. He said he needs to go back and watch the first hand. When they actually said Ben's doubled up with eating quad 9s on the flop on the board, I thought it was.
Yeah,
I initially thought Ben wins.
Yeah, that's what we. It had to be Ben wins it, didn't it?
No, it's just.
So Gary here wants to be coming in for a second straight here with the Queen Jack. Start getting value from some worse Jack X. Obviously, charge the draws that Ben can have here, and 9X can be put in a spot as well, facing a double barrel on quite a draw-heavy board. He's just counting up his stack here, seeing how much he's playing, that he could potentially go bet shove on certain rivers. Obviously, a diamond would be a river that we're going to go bet shove. Jacks and queens as well, but probably going to size this around 120k. As Gary here with the Queen Jack suited, probably going to go that sort of sizing, and then Ben. You expect Ben to just get out of the way with his flush draw out of position. So he's gone 155k, so even bigger, and now Ben can't call with his flush draw here. Out of position, snap folds. Knows he's getting nowhere near the right price. Out of position as well. Hard for us to get paid if we do make our hand on the river. So snap fold from him. Pick up for Gary. Gary, 50 to 1 shot to start the day in seat 3. If anyone's had a little tenner on that, you got a nice little sweat for this evening as the final table does play out. Ira Washer says, what are the payouts, gents, on YouTube? So first place going to be taking home 86,350, second 57,160, third 35,110, fourth is 22,370, fifth 15,220, sixth 11,180, seventh 87, and everyone locked up now. The final 8, £7,150. There is a little ticker going across the bottom of your screen there, which you should be able to see. Shows you the payouts for which place, and will also tell you the players that have already busted but did make it into the money. do need to plug the old ninth place in with Rob Bickley, who we did just see bust about 5-10 minutes ago. Ben Dobson now opening the King Tenner clubs here under the gun, raised to 50k. Nathan with the ace-8 here, going to defend getting this price over 4-1 on the call. And both players catch a piece. Top pair here for Ben. And wants to be continuing here with the King 10. Nathan has caught a piece and bottom pair.
It's a fold.
Yeah, it's a good fold from Nathan. Yeah. Like if we're making the assumption that Ace King, Ace Queen, those type of holdings, King Queen aren't going to continue on this board because it's a lot better for our range. His C-bet comes a lot more legitimate there, Ben. It's a lot more likely that he's actually caught a piece in the flop.
So we're on 8. We are on 8 super soldiers. Locked up 7,150. Wherever you are in the world and you're watching the live stream here from Manchester, good afternoon. Hope everybody is well. Plenty of Geordies on 50-1. That's obviously about Gary Wilson. He is playing well. And he was short stacked at the start of the day, which is why he was 50s. And he is now right bang in the mix. So raise to 52, 3-bet from Dean with the ladies. Ben Windsor get out of the way. Don't know why Ben Windsor's so Ben Windsor gets out of the way, back round to wait it. Back round to Wadey. Won't be calling, we'll think about it, dwell about it, but he won't be calling. Good afternoon, Manchester calling, we're on 8. Not sure how our Grosvenor sponsored Jamie Nix is going on, but he is over in Dublin for their Unibet. The password for the free roll is Road to Vegas. All one word. No capitals, anything like that. Road to Vegas.
We've got about 40 minutes before we head out on the first break of the final table, and this is what I like to see from Wadey. He's run into it here, maybe not against under the gun open, but just applying pressure with this stack size, still short stacks around the table, and a stack size like Gary here, he's not going to really want to get involved with us because we have the possibility of busting him. Pay jumps now starting to get more significant, and we can just start applying like maximum pressure. And Gary here now in a spot with the ace-queen suited opening under the gun. We've been 3-bet on our direct left. this is actually the first time, other than the 8 deuce, Wadey has got out of line. It's a nice little hand selection as well on Wadey. Suited King X. Got the old King blocker in there. We've got Kings, Ace King. And if we're going to get Ace Queen to fold, it just becomes so profitable here. And this is what I was talking about 20 minutes ago. You can't see Gary's happy about this. Just because ladders now. Next one is 1550, and then after that it's starting to become even more chunky, about 2.5k a ladder. And look, we get Ace Queen suited to fold there, and this is the ability we've got as Wadey with this stack size and the 2 shorties around the table, and we've just got this ability to make players overfold with the stack size between 20 and 30 big remit, and it's just, we're just going to print money. And really good to see him actually incorporating in some little free bet bluffs now.
Raise to 50 through again. Is that it again and wear it?
Yeah, Ace on the clubs here for Gary. Have to defend this one in the big.
Heads up to the flop. Ace 8, Queen of Diamonds, 2 diamonds. Wadey has got the redraw with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, it's
they
great.
both pick up a pair.
The thing is as well, this is going to end in a chop most of the time when we don't hit our diamond as Wadey, so it's not even like we're out. I know we're out kicked against Gary here, but most of the time when the diamond don't fall, this will run out a chop anyway for us. So in great shape here. Bet 78k. And Gary going to have to call once here. Wadey's going to be continuing this board almost always, opening under the gun. So Gary does call, and we'll see a turn, which is another 8. So it's free roll city now for Wadey. Gary cannot win this pot. Well, he actually can. He can
do that.
I know. Yeah, there we go.
Split.
Split. There we go.
Yeah.
Split. So free roll. Not completed for Wadey, and this is going to end in a chop. Aces and queens with an 8 kick up for both players. And he goes check, check, and they're going to chop this one up.
So if you want to join in the live stream, free roll at 6 o'clock. Password is Road to Vegas. Play the online 10k as well. Jamie Nix is still in. Final table on a break, and he's second in chips. Come on, Jamie Nix. Tell him we're rooting for him here in Manchester.
Was the best card for you to bluff? But you bottled it. If I was here, I would have shot. It was an absolute mint card. Am I right or am I wrong? You tell me.
So Ben Windsor getting into the mix with the Jack 9 suited, raises to 50k. And Wadey 9-6 off in the big. All the chips going to defend. He's in a dominated spot.
Queen 7, 6, 3 hearts.
Yeah, domination
No
soon
hearts.
changes though.
Yeah, no hearts on play, but
Check. Check. Sorry.
Deuce of spades on the turn, and now Wadey going to come in for a lead here. Snap fold from Ben. Wadey did have the best of it.
1.8 mil. Can he transform it into a trophy of the GUKPT for the first time?
Nathan sub 10 bigs at the table. He's going to be looking to get them in fairly shortly. Justin's played this final table very well so far as well. I should add, it may look like he hasn't done anything, but sometimes that means you're doing the right things. He's been patient. He made that very good ace queen fold early on correctly, and when he got the money in, he managed to. It was queen jack hand, was it? Find the queen and double up, put himself back in it. As Ben opens yet again, making it 50k with the ace 9 of hearts. Wadey ace 4 suited here in the small, like this spot for example, Tower. Like I wouldn't mind seeing just Wadey free betting here out the small blind with the ace 4 suited against Ben. Potentially pick it up there. 9 big blind stack and Nathan. Got big pay jump coming up. And check on the flop.
Jack of hearts on the turn.
And Wadey going to come in for a bet. Ben will make the call with the ace 9.
I'll show you this one.
We'll show you this one, he says. Ben says, you might have to show me because we're going all the way down to the river. 3. Oh, Wadey, when it's your day, son.
When it's your day, it's your day. Bet of 200k here, pot size. Pretty gross spot for Ben here on the river. Gonna not really put Wadey on too many 4x hands. Like pocket 4s I guess is in there, but pocket 4s isn't going to lead the turn, so it does pay it off. And it's just unfortunate river for Ben there. And Wadey up to 2.2 mil there. Then Windsor makes the call on this 4-liner. When Wadey goes that size, he's pretty much only repping a will. So Ben thinking he's only really got pocket 4s, ace 4 suited, which may sometimes free bet out the small blind anyway. So value range becomes quite defined there for Wadey. So Ben calls it off with the ace 9. The clubs did brick, the 6-7 bricked. It's a tough spot, but didn't take more than 30 seconds to make the call. Wadey is on a roll. 2.2 million now, so well over a third of the chips in play. He has most certainly got a foothold on this final table.
He has indeed. To convert it with it, a lot of players rooting for it. Will be a very popular win on the circuit.
Dave Collins said a lot of players rooting for the man in seat 3, Gary Clark. A lot of people had money on him at 50 to 1 this morning.
They did indeed.
Yeah.
50s. 50 to 1 they had him in. Unbelievable. I think it were 25 to be. I don't think it were 50s, Wadey. But I think it were 50s. I think it was 50s.
This is the only competition I'm not winning in England.
So we're back. Flop of ace 6 jack. Top pair top kicker for Ben after he raised Wadey 3-bet with the queen 3. And he's now coming in for a bit of a bluff. It's all about the timing, unfortunately. Yeah, it's bad timing.
Like he's just trying to put a foothold on this final table, like we said, chip it up. Unfortunately, he ran into the ace king of Ben, and Ben, with a great flat here, instead of just 4-bet ripping this, understands Nathan's stack size. And the good thing about the flat here, the times it does come ace high and king high, we are pretty under-repped, and it's going to be boards that Wadey is going to represent and potentially barrel off on, and this 5 on the turn. Very good card for us with the ace king, and Wadey is coming in for another barrel here. $300k, Ben Dobson just 526k back. The thing is that Ben, like, yeah, there are some hands that beat us, ace jack, pocket jacks, but there's also, we're ahead of some of Wadey's value here. Ace queen, ace 10, might come in for a second streak with ace 9 suited. So Ben definitely continuing this hand. It's just a fact of matter whether he's all in or he's going to flat, so he just moves all in, and Wadey just cannot call with the queen height. He's going to save some face by having a little tank here, but he's not going to call off this one with the old queen trait. And Ben Dobson now going to be up to 1.4 million, so he's going to be very, very close in chips between Ben Dobson and Wadey for the chip lead. But just run into it here, Wadey, trying to rep a strong ace king, ace queen, ace 10 type hand with the double barrel, but he's ran right into the ace king of Ben Dobson here, and just going to have to fold now. He's going to have a little tank. Act like he weren't at it, and he's folded. He's got ace 10 here. He's got a tough decision. It's just queen high. It's going to go into the muck very shortly.
I'm going to let one go. He says, just for you. The old queen 3 did not work. Ben Dobson is one to tell you one to watch. The old dobbers. Final tabled the mini main this week, did Ben. It is a form game, so they say. Just the 9 flags in Vegas for Ben last year. Just 9.
Just 9.
Just 9.
Casual.
Yeah. And they also cashed in the deep stack as well at in their poker series over in Vegas. So a fantastic summer for Ben Dobson. Comes to England, final tables the mini in Manchester, and now hits the final table. What a player. And has got the hooks. Is he getting any action? No, he is not. Yes, he is. Ben Winter calls with the ace.
10-10 deuce, 2 diamonds. So a good flop here for Ben Dobson in 1 with the jacks. Going to be continuing here fairly often. Can come in for a check some of the time against big blind range here. Going to come in for a continue. Ben does have the ace of diamonds here, but I don't think he's going to be getting too floaty with Nathan now with what's about to be 7 bigs once he goes through the blinds in 1250 pay jump. But looks like Ben is going to pull out the float once. Guess ace high can be the best hand some of the time against Broadway holdings, king queen, king jack, that are going to see bet this board. 6 of spades on the turn. I'm just not sure how we're going to withstand the heat of a double barrel, but probably going to check this one behind now, potentially Ben, simply because Ben's got a lot of 10x in the big blind. It's horrible for us as Ben Dobson here if we bet and get ripped on. We're going to fold out the deuce X anyway, which will probably only draw into 2 outs unless it's hand like ace deuce. But going to come in for the second street. Guess trying to target to get called by maybe some pocket pairs in there. Ben with the ace-3 now, just going to have to get out of the way. I would have much preferred the pass on the flop with Nathan stack what it is, and chipped up now. Ben Dobson, very good player. He can just double barrel us off the best hand.
Chip leader, we weighed it. Ben Dobson, mini final. Can he continue it on the main final? Fizz is loving this season's football after years and years and years of being ridiculed. Hey.
Who's Fizz support?
Liverpool.
Oh, of course he does.
He's from Southport.
Has he been a Liverpool fan since
he was 1?
Oh, okay, I'm just checking.
And he's about 83.
It didn't start 6 months ago.
No, he lives in Southport. He's took a lot of stick from the Man United fans online because he likes to give it. But he can take it sometimes.
Yes, Ben opening again here now with the King Jack.
Who's the aggressor?
Yeah, Ben's going to be favourite to win this one. This is a great board for us to continue. Queen high rainbow, and we are wrapped around that Queen of Spades. But it's going to come in for a check. Probably has something to do with Broadway holdings. Dean's going to have on the button here. Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited, King Queen. And Dean going to come in for a bet now, 75k. I'd like to see a call here, Tower. He may just let it go, but personally in this spot, I think we need to be calling this Ben. Backdoor spades, backdoor straight, but not going to come in for the float. Just gives credit to Dean for having a hand.
Beach Fraser, so you used to play a lot higher than these guys. Don't play anymore. Got better things to do with your time and money. Awesome. Absolutely. Just like watching the live stream. Yeah, we're off. We're on the Wadey train. $15 minutes or so to go until the end of the session, and then a break of 15 minutes and back with it. Is there still any value in the £100? Let's have a quick scan.
So Ben flopping 2 pair here. Going to be one of the favourites for this now, Ben Dobson, after winning that big pot against Wadey.
Ben bets out when he flops 2 pair. Got it with the nut flush draw.
Seven of hearts on the turn. So Ben turns a better 2 pair.
Slightly improves his 2 pair.
We'll go ahead of hands like A6, I guess. but it's not really going to ever change much. And 9 of hearts on the river. Want to be coming in for a check again here as Ben. Just hoping that Gary checks behind and we're going to take this down at showdown. Saying that everything I said I thought Ben would do, he's been doing the opposite on this FT. So he might might even lead, but it looks like a clear check spot. There we go, there we go, he is coming in for a lead. So, obviously thinking about bluffs that he can have in this spot. He can have missed clubs, potentially get a hero from ace high. Maybe he thinks he's thinking on levels that Gary never expects him to bet for value here without a jack, so he's repping quite a thin value range, but he's gone very, very small here, Ben. 65k into 219k, so between a third and a quarter pot. Just trying to think what we're trying to get called by, but like I said, if you're thinking in levels and trying to get in your opponent's head and how they're going to be thinking, if you think Gary perceives that he's only ever going to value bet sort of a jack here on the river, and we can rep missed clubs as well, then potentially we sometimes do get heroes from ace high. Could be the thought process. And this is a difference to how I like bracelet winner. Like I'd never even dream of value betting this spot and being correct about it. And Gary does make the fold anyway. And if he believes he can get called by ace high sometimes there, and rep the missed clubs, then by all means he can come in for the old value.
78 runners in the £100-pounder, so prize pool of 7,800, but it has had an effect on the bounty that has started with 8, so might need a rethink regarding the bounty and the 100. You stick a guarantee on the 100, then it's definitely going to affect the bounty.
The free roll password ESSA.
What is it?
Road to Vegas.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Road to Vegas.
A6 suited for Wadey. Under the gun +1, expect him to open here.
Get yourself in. Are you going to check the client after the break, see how many's in? We're going to break at 5 to 5 or just after. 15 minutes.
Ooh, Ben Windsor.
Ooh,
Pocket
oi, oi.
Kings.
Oi, oi.
He's just going to count his stack. He's playing 16.5 bigs here, Ben. So going to shove over the open of Wadey. Sometimes he may flat, but I think with Wadey opening here, Ben's probably just going to move all in with the kings. Playing 16.5 bigs. I said he might flat, and he does flat.
You know what he doesn't want to see, don't you?
Yeah, but again, against Wadey, I guess like this becomes a good flat. If Wadey's opening as wide as he has been the last half hour or so, then potentially get him to barrel off on some run out. So we've got a lovely flop here for us as Ben.
8-9 deuce. Don't see a continuation. Just check. I don't see a jam, but obviously don't see a fold either.
Yeah, Mo, these are really
keep it really small.
These are
he has 55.
These are really good stack sizes to trap off of, like your sort of between 15 bigs and 20 big remit, rather than coming in for a shove over the open and just flatting and potentially trying to win a bigger pot. Obviously it's a lot more riskier, but it's risk versus reward. A lot of the time when you do slow play, the reward's a lot greater because you get hands like ace 6 suited involved there. If Wadey flopped the piece that won an ace, we would have potentially won a bigger pot. The times that it does come ace high, we are aware that our opponent does have that in their range, so we're not always going to go broke. And as well, we could have potentially got Nathan or Justin to shove over the top, because there's a lot more dead money in there, and we're flatting the kings, both Nathan and Justin, and may be more inclined to shove a bit wider. So a lot of good things that can happen from it. Nathan all in finally in the cut-off with the Queen-9 suited. Ben can't call. Justin gets out of the way, and Gary's going to get out of the way, so Nathan going to get that shove through. Tom Kong says, would you ever consider trap checking the flop since Ben flats with King-King? To be honest, it depends on the opponent. If I'm against someone that's going to take a lot of stabs on turns after we check back flop, then yeah, maybe we can incorporate that in. But against someone like Wadey, I think we have to bet there. Wadey can be quite a sticky customer sometimes. We might get some unorthodox floats from him. He's not going to be folding if he's got a gut shot or a flush draw. So potentially, I think Ben has to bet that flop against this specific opponent. But against others, yeah, potentially you can come in for a check trap, hoping that they're going to lead turn. So blind on blind, Wadey giving David a walk. Coming up to, well, we've just actually gone over 2 hours played of the final table now. We've lost 1 in 2 hours, lost 10 in 2 hours, and then 1 in 2 hours.
That's the way it goes, young man, that's the way it goes. Heading towards a break, and in 15 minutes to go and chat to the friends.
Afternoon, Sean. UK Poker Room tuned in the GUKPT chat box.
Hope to see you. I'm guessing you'll be down at the Goliath in July. Looking forward to that. Always comes to see us, does old Sean. There's the Goliath. Might even be there at Leeds as well, after Goliath.
So Ben making it 50k with the 8-7 suited here, and the hijack. Gary ace-9 off here on the button. Gary playing what is 17 big blinds, could potentially use this as a shove. Ben started to open a lot more hands since we came to since he won that pot against Wadey. Nathan still fairly short though, so probably going to lean more towards folding this spot. I know we can see it would work, but I think if Nathan weren't as short as he was, we'd take this spot with the ace-9 off and rip it in. But because of stack sizes around the table, most certainly get behind the folder. Gary and Wadey just going to call the ace-queen here. This has something to do with he don't want to be playing a huge pot out of position against Ben. And Ben and flopping the best of it, 8-6-3, 2 diamonds. So should go check bet call here. Ben wants to be betting this always equity denial purposes, don't want to allow 3-1 overcards of Wadey. Wadey has to call once here. Ace Queen still can be the best hand against a lot of Ben's range that opens from the hijack.
2 of spades on the turn.
So Wadey once more checking it over to Ben. Wouldn't mind seeing another smallish bet here on the turn with our top pair. But he is going to check it behind, bit of pot control. If it's a clean river, perhaps go for value on the end. And Wadey checks once more. We are still ahead of hands like Ace Jack, King Queen, all those type of holdings that Ben's going to open from hijack. Interesting to see whether Ben goes for value here or not on the end with his 8. Hands like 9-10 get there, 9-10 suited, which Wadey can have in the small. Wadey's a tighter player to peel 10-7 suited as well, but Ben seems like one of the thinnest value betters I've ever came across, because he's going again for very thin value, and it gets called by ace high, snapped off by Wadey. A non-believer there, and knowing his opponent down to a T there, Ben, coming in, and I'm thinking in my head, what are we even trying to get called by here? But obviously ace high is the answer to that one.
Yep, Ben Dobson, chip leader. Wadey drops down to 1.3.
So Ben really playing well. Hasn't put a foot wrong on this final table. He did have his bit of luck when it ran out quad 9s early on, but since then he's really made every decision correctly. Just knows where he's at in every single hand, it seems, when he gets these river decisions. Knows when he can come in for thin value, knows when he has to fold. It's been very good to watch.
Heading towards the first break of the final. We're on 8. Rob Bickley, the only man eliminated on the final table today.
So Wadey, ace 10 on the button makes it 55. Then going to defend with a 9 tray in the big.
10-3-7.
So both players catch a piece here. Expect Wadey to continue, and Dean's going to call once here. Got some really nice backdoors with this 9-3 of diamonds as well. A lot of turns are going to give us more outs.
Interesting turn card. The 2 of diamonds brings the flush draw.
No, Wadey
bets again. That'll keep Dean involved.
It will indeed, especially after he's just seen him call with ace high. He may feel that Wadey may be steaming a bit here, and that R3 could still be the best hand. And this is a very bad river tower, because now, as Dean, this is a gross spot, because you don't expect Wadey to ever bet like jacks, queens, kings, aces on this 10 river, because we're going to have a 10 a lot of the time.
Boy,
he does call it off, and
it's
literally just down to the image of you think Wadey's a bit steamed up, and this 10, never expect him. So you just expect this river to go check almost always. Once Wadey comes in for a bet, he's basically repping a 10x hand, and that's why we saw the call so quickly there from the 9-3. All the draws bricked out. Basically Wadey either had a 10 or a bluff a lot of the time there, but he's going to have a lot more bluffs than 10s, and Dean did flick in the call, non-believer, and Wadey takes that one and chips back a bit now. Gone from 1.3 I think back up to 1.7ish.
Nathan down at 231, but he gets out of the way. Ben chip leader. Ben Dobson, that is. Not the normal Ben we keep saying on the GUKPT final.
Well, you think in the first orbit of this final table, he was one of the short stacks. He was about to go out, and then he found the quad 9s on the river with the ace kicker, and now he's running it up. It's crazy, this game. We got another all in here. David shoving the button here.
So David Johnson
over Wadey's open. Wadey makes the call with jacks, and David Johnson, this is great for Nathan. If David can hold, if Wadey can hold here, Nathan's going to get a nice little ladder with a very short stack. Oh, now that's a sweaty flop. Queen at 7-6, 2 hearts. Hearts now and out. We do have some running straight possibilities as well. Well, sorry guys, lost the run out. 3 and then a 9 on the river, and the jacks of Wadey are going to bust the ace 8 of David, who's going to finish in 8th place. He's taking home £7,150. Everyone now locked £8,700. We are down to the final
Well done,
7.
Dave. Good effort. Blackpool champion back in 2010, David Johnson. He comes up short. The ace 8 against the jacks.
And Wadey back to chip leader, just like that, 2.3 million.
2.3.
Yeah, sorry about that, Flussick on Twitch. Doesn't usually happen there.
What was that?
The camera just flicked. It flicked incorrectly.
What?
So, yeah.
What I heard it was nothing to do with the camera, but what I heard it was is that the announcer announced the wrong person all in. I think he announced Dean and not David.
Right.
So they folded David's cards, and obviously David got it right.
Yep.
With David against Wadey, and then he thought it was Dean, so he re-went and put Dean's cards in, but he actually got it right. So
Right.
it was the announcer and the action tracker getting mixed up as to why the graphics disappeared.
Got ya.
That is why. And then Dave, the action tracker, came in and started like, "Oh, did you see what happened? Did you see what happened? I can't believe it! Can't believe it!" So the last time before the break, by the looks of this, and then 15 minutes to go and wet the whistle, and come back with the full chip count of the final table.
Well, we might have another all in here, though, Tower.
We
had last hand. Here we go.
Nathan is all in the short stack.
God, we could lose
with
2
ace
and 2
4.
hands. Going to need to find a 4 to stay alive. Here, Nathan.
So Nathan in seat 9 is all in and needs help, or he's out in 7th. Choppers.
Yeah, we do have a few
We've got
chop outs.
opportunities with the jack and a 4 to double. Or a 9 to chop. A 9 or a jack to chop. A 4 to win! A 4 to win!
What
a 4
is
to win!
that on the river?
We have seen so many suck-outs for the short stacks today. Dean in 6 is down to 480. Nathan's on 447. Back in 15.
Ben, look on yourself when you come back then. That's your book. Singles please, Ben. Are these yours, Ben? Yeah. Yeah, we will. We just need to rest the houses off, Dave. Lovely. You got another rack?
Look, don't get me highlight.
Yeah, they're off the wall or something anymore. Just get worried there, having no one else.
Honestly, from where we stand there, you can't see his chips and he still has chips in front of him. So like, see this big gap? Yeah, I just thought it was him.
No. One, 3 prizes, yeah. Queen wins. Ace wins. Queen wins. Queen. Ace. Fucking hell. Queen. I can't pick chips up anymore, apparently. No. I'm really struggling. No.
Yeah, there's 2, that's 10 to be 10.
Yeah, 10, so 160. For fuck's sake. Can't count either. At least I'm doing it when the players aren't here.
200.
Need pen and paper as well. 600s.
Yeah.
1.2.
2 and then 1.2.
200k, and then. Right, it's 200k?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then 1.2 again.
Yeah. And then 100 over here.
1.2, 100.
Yeah.
So, oh. Sick.
Enjoy your freedom.
Oh, cheers for sorting it deck side. Honestly.
I've literally just done the race. Shut up, man. It's only been around 10 minutes. What are you waiting?
Any of you guys still live?
Turn to me there.
Yes.
What do you say?
Any of you guys still live?
Yeah.
How many? Did you get one or two? My guy just got eliminated.
I got two ones already out now. Guys in seat 3. But I've got back to carry online.
Did you get just soak yourself? Someone over there knocked a cup of water over and it went all over my legs. Earlier as well.
Spoon through my shoe.
What, I pissed myself? I really need a pee anyway. Where are the blinds?
Top left.
Can't see. 15 views.
Yeah, 15:30.
The projection is really bad. Right, it's got really, really bad eyesight.
No, it's blurry as fuck. That's the projection. got his chips. He had his chips here. So from here, he's got no chips, but he's still in chips. So you tried to triangle him. So I'm announcing that was him, and it just wasn't. It took me a little while away when he got it.
Any more of these lying about?
You're a nice mate. Me, no. I do not, sir.
Attention all main event players, please start to retake your seats now. Let's all pleasure everything in the main event. Please make your way back to the pub room now.
You're in the goal list? Huh? 5 on the list? I don't know what you said. You're quite far down. Lucky bit. We might finish at the same time. We might finish at the same time. You can take me up to Edinburgh. Shit. says he's got 3 people.
He's got 2 in for 5 and he's back on the line.
Well, pretty much like 50-50 to win.
1, 2, 3, 4. So it's close to 52.
Cash out. Is there a cash out option?
I wish there was a cash out. Yes.
Nearly fell off the chair.
Final call of main event, please. You have just over 1 minute to the tournament to start.
Ben, that's 100k, right?
I don't know about doing it, but
Does it change, right? So this is 500,000, 1 million, 101, 1.2k. These are 100k chips, and it's 1.2 million, right? So this is a 100k, 500,000, that's 1.1 million, 1.14, 1.19, 1.5,
What a racket this is.
Yeah, I do like it. Still think he's going to be good. Let's just go for it. Yeah, he played it.
Shall we do it again?
Yeah,
I think we should.
Let's do it again.
7 players remaining, coming back after a quick 15-minute break. If you have just tuned in now, I'll run you through who we have got left on the table. The final 7 in 1 is Ben Dobson, in 2 Justin Devonport, in 3 Gary Wilson Jr., in 4 is Wadey, in 6 is Dean Perry, in 7 Ben Windsor, and in 9 is Nathan Watson. Now the remaining 7 players, each one of them has locked up £8,700, playing for a first place prize of $86,350.
Frank Conlin says Road to Vegas doesn't work. It says keep saying wrong tournaments. Well, that means it probably is. Try another one. The 6 o'clock GUKPT live stream free roll. It should be under. Jay's just going to check. He's going to get in and have a look and see what is what. So he's just going to check it. 7 players, 8 players, 7 players.
7.
How many we got?
7 remaining.
Who went out? God. Davy Johnson was out in 8th just before the dinner, or just before the last break. Ace 8 against the Hooks. So we're on 7. 7 players has locked up £8,700. Ace 6 Queen. 7 on the turn. So weighed it. Just about locking up the hand.
Yeah, Ben's going to have to call once here though, Tower. With second pair after Wadey checks back flop.
Yep.
Although Wadey's actually gone...
No, he folds.
He's gone over pot there on the turn. Well, pot size, 150 into 175, so if he went a more standard sizing, I'm sure we would have seen Ben call one street, but once we're faced with a pot size bet there, Ben just gets out of the way with second pair correctly.
9 bigs for Justin Devonport, needs a bit of help. Wadey 2.2 was chip leader. We're on 7. If you're tuning in for the first time, Ben Dobson's in seat number 1. Justin Devonport is in seat number 2. Gary Wilson is in 3. Wadey Ashraf is in 4. Dean Perry is in 6. Ben Windsor in 7. And in seat number 9 is Nathan Watson. If you've had a little gamble and a little bit of a punt this morning on Grosvenor Sports, fingers crossed your horse is still in. Wadey was 25s. Ben was, I think he was 16s. Gary Wilson was 50s, who's still in. So too was Dean. Ben Windsor was favourite, and Nathan Watson was short, about 6 to 1 as well. So, if your money's on, let us know who it's on.
Yeah, Ben's going to shove this for 17 big blinds here. The ace queen is only one stack that's got him covered in Ben Dobson that we've got to get through, and Justin and Nathan are both fairly short. And Justin's made the call here, so
made the call.
He's going to have like ace 10, ace jack, obviously some strong hands, ace king, 7s, 8s, 9s, maybe some king queen. It's sixes for Justin, so it's a coin flip.
6s. Pair that Tom mixes 6s for Justin. The Mickey Blacks.
Are they going to find a set here?
The Mickey Blacks needs to fade really. Ben Windsor hits the flop. King, queen, king.
This could be curtains for Justin.
No, we do need the Mickey Blacks.
A 6 is the only way out of this one.
It's a 3. Justin Devonport, Manchester local, needs to hit to survive. It's a crossbar, it's a 7. Justin Devonport finishes in 7th for £8,700. Well done, Justin. Great effort.
Yeah, he's
7th.
Really grinded that short stack on most of the final table and hasn't really been able to do anything. He's been pretty handcuffed, just waiting for a hand. Finally gets one that he can get it in with, and unfortunately for him, couldn't win the flip, and Ben wins up. We're going to take that one down to a 6.
I think that was a notification, I think. That means we're on 6. With the blinds at 15,000, 30,000. We are on 6. Road to Vegas is the password. Doesn't need to be case sensitive, so there's no need for the capitals anywhere, but it is all one word, well, 3 words put together. Road to Vegas. And don't forget the online GUKPT 10k is on at 6 in 3 hours of late reg. That's a button shove. 1.8 mil. The black and blue chips are in play. They are the 100k's. The really dark chips, or the dark blue chips, there are 100,000 chips. They're in play right now.
I'm not quite sure what just happened that hand, Tower.
He jammed the button.
Yeah, but we jammed the button and Wadey's got us covered and we got 60 odd bigs. With 9-7.
No, it was just just one big blind. Justin disappeared, didn't he?
Okay. That makes a lot more sense.
Justin departed. So now Wadey's on the big blind.
Yeah, so he's shoving for the effective stack of Gary. Right, yeah, that's perfectly fine then from Ben. I was just about to say, first thing I've seen him do, it didn't look quite right, but it all makes sense now. Big blind only, finds a shove there. And Dean now playing 18 bigs with the ace 10. Just wants to come in for an open here. Too many bigs to just be shoving. Want to start trying to get some value. Unless Dean feels like he's a bit outgunned on this table and that the remaining players are going to have an edge on him, then could potentially take the higher variance route, but I just think it's so much better to raise it up with the ace-10, start getting value from big blind defend range, and obviously we can fold to a free bet with this hand. Action now on Wadey in the big blind, 6-4 diamonds. He's not going to be going anywhere.
Nowhere. Flop. Ace 9. Dean. Jeff. Just an absolute stranglehold on the hand. Decides to check. King of spades on the turn.
Yeah, Wadey's just got to be done with the hand here. This board's favouring Dean a lot more than us, so just got to check, give up, and we'll snap fold to the bet. Evening Machiavelli, just tuning in. We are down to 6 players here at GUKPT Manchester. Started with 310 entries, whittled down to 6. At some point today we will be crowning a champion. Free roll password is Road to Vegas. As we see Ben open ace queen, making it 70k.
Machiavelli must be half time at Wembley. Machiavelli's in. Are you not at Wembley? Villa fan.
Yeah, no, not Road to Vegas with a numerical 2. It's Road to Vegas, T-O.
Yeah, Road
that
to
might be
Vegas.
why you're not getting in.
Road to Vegas, not 2.
And Mick the Mod's in the building.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi. Good evening. Thanks for tuning in. And Ben Dobson with the ladies in the hijack. Raises to 60k, and Wadey's going to come along with the King Jack off on the button. Dean's got an easy fold, and Ben 7-4 in the big blind just lets it go. Flop of 10, 6, deuce, 2 clubs. Nice flop for Ben here, over pair to the board with the queens. Comes in with the continue, bet 75k. So between third and half pot, and Wadey with the King Jack here. Not the worst of float candidates, but against this opponent, I don't think Ben's going to be making too many mistakes from what I've seen so far post-flop. Wadey does elect to float. Can't blame him. It is an okay hand to do it with. We've got the backdoor clubs, we've got 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, but complete whiff on this 5 turn. Expect Ben to be coming in for another street of value here, start extracting some value from some 10x hands. But facing the double barrel snap fold there from Wadey. And Mick the Mod says he's hungover, not long awake. It's 20 past 5.
It's 20 past 5 and he's not long awake, so he's missed the half time. Half time at Wembley in the League Cup final. It's 1 Aston Villa 1, Manchester City 2.
Come on, the Villa.
Yeah, they were 2-0 down and they got a go back just for half time.
Ben Dobson with the King Queen under the gun, raising it up.
King Queen. Yeah, raised to 60 with 2 mil chips, exactly the same chips as Wadey. And Windsor's doing nothing with the old 7. There we old 4-3.
And Nathan, 4.5 to 1 on a call here. Going to defend the 10-8.
Jack 7-2. Good shot for Nathan. Then with the overs and the chips.
So continue a 40k here from Ben with the King Queen. See, if he was deeper here, Nathan would have a pretty easy call of a gut shot for this price, getting 5 to 1 on his money. But Ben playing just over 10 bigs now. I could most certainly get behind a fold if he chose to just let it go. Yeah, I can get behind that. I know we got a gut shot getting 5 to 1 on the call, but we are short. Want to be preserving them chips. Just can't withstand the heat of a double barrel unless we actually turn the gutter, so it gets out of the way.
Franco Mencha, Wadey for the win. Yeah, go on Wadey. We are on 6 players. The final table here in Manchester. We're all locked up. 11,180. But there's 86,350 up top. So decent money for these final 6. Wadey's all in. No, sorry, Dean's all in after a raise. And this could be a call from Wadey.
Well, it has to be, Tower. It has to be.
Yeah.
Sub 20 bigs, hijack versus cut-off dynamic. We're 6-handed. Like this.
Just finalising.
Yeah, just making sure, I guess.
How much?
But can't be folding here as Wadey. I hope it can't be. There we go. There's the call. And we have an all-in and a call. And it's going to be off to Flipsville. Dean with the 9s, Wadey with the ace-queen.
So Dean is in front. Wadey with the ace queen. Does Dean get back over to 1.2 mil? Well, at the moment he does. The 9s are all in.
So fading an ace or a queen to double up. And it's a jack, so he will double up. And Wadey back down to 1.4 million now. That's going to level things out in the middle of the field a bit. Gary and Nathan are 2 shorties. 36 for Ben in the cut-off. Going to want to be opening this. And Ben Dobson in the small here might choose to free bet this against Ben's open. And this is what we spoke about an hour ago, what would like Wadey to be doing when he had the chip lead. Like pressuring these middling stacks when you've got two shorties at the table because of the pay jumps now. But just going to come in for a flat here, Ben, and play some post flop. A6 for Ben Windsor and Ben Dobson with the Queen Jack, and both players catch a piece.
Yes, Queen Deuce, 2 clubs. Ben Dobson. I think after the first few hands of the final, I think Ben Dobson will have a lot more followers rooting for him in the chat box. Very good player.
And now Ben wants to start trying to get some value from his ace after it's been checked to him twice, like the check back on the flop with this particular ace-x hand. Now it's time to start trying to get some value though. Pair 60k, and Ben going to have to make the call here. Second pair. 3 of hearts on the river.
It's scary.
It shouldn't be too scary. I doubt Ben's going to go for value. You know, he has checked behind, but hard for Ben to have a 5 there. Ben Dobson, that is, and check, and the A6 of Ben Windsor takes that pot.
Up to $1 million. With the blinds at 15, 30,000 and 33 big blinds for Ben Windsor. Down to the final 6 of a GUKPT yet again. Yet again. Frank Conlin, are you actually looking at the correct free roll? It is the GUKPT live stream free roll. Is it in there? Have you found it?
Yeah, it's in there. We've got over 100 people in it already.
What? Just tell Frank how to get to it.
Right, so Frank, all you got to do, go on the client. If you go to the Grosvenor Live tab, and just on the All tab, it should be there. It starts at 6 o'clock, so it's the third one down. You want GUKPT live stream free roll, and the password is Road to Vegas.
Road to Vegas, not Road to Vegas. Yeah, starts at 6 p.m. 1800 hours, 1st of March. There's 118 people already playing it. Or there will be. They are registered for the 6 o'clock start. The online 10k will be starting at the same time.
Good potential double barrel candidate here for Ben, but got to be worried because it is the king of clubs. Wadey will have flush draws that he can have. Ben might just check this one back. We do still beat some hands, some flush draws, some 7-9, 7-8, the old gut shots. Does check, and Wadey going to take it with the old 8 deuce powerhouse. Good evening, we sell on Twitch.
Evening, we Celt. How did Celtic go on today, by the way? They were playing in the is it the quarterfinals or the last 16 of the Scottish Cup.
We Self says 1-0.
1-1-0. They are into the...
You're going to be general with you. I've got the best time on the race. 65. Being general with you. I've got
It's a blind on blind here. Wadey Ace Do suited in the small. Makes it 65k. Dean here in the big blind, like this deep. I'm personally going to be peeling the 7-5 and just playing post in position, but Dean thinks better of it and just going to let it go. Like for another 35k when we've already got 30 invested. How close equities are running pre-flop, most certainly I'm going to be peeling that in position, but Dean preserving them chips, maybe waiting for Nathan to bust potentially. Well, Nathan or Gary. You got to remember, the next pay jump is now over £4,000, so just waiting for someone else to bust is going to lock you another 4k. Ben, seems like Ben's been opening a lot more since he's had the stack raised to 60k, and Ben Windsor here playing just over 25 bigs with the pocket jacks, 26 big blinds.
All in announced from Ben Windsor with 30 bigs. Well, just shy of. Ben Dobson will not be called.
Queen 10 for Ben, going to open again, makes it 60. And Dean with the ace king here on the button, playing 40 big blinds. Ben's been opening a lot of pots, so expect him to come in for a 3-bet here with the ace king. A lot of the time we're just going to take it down.
So Dean raised it up to 185. All folding round in turn, back round to Ben Dobson. And snap folds. Someone give that woman a check. She's been there 5 hours. That's Dean's missus.
Blind on blind here. Nathan might have to give Ben a walk, yeah. Against an opponent that's not going to pretty much shove any 2 against your stack size, or not going to shove wide. We can sometimes complete, but offers 7 bigs, just so much better to fold. We've got another orbit to potentially find a hand to get it in. Nathan very, very short at the moment.
$15.30 with the 30, 6 players left. We've just had a double up for Dean, back up to 1.3 mil.
Well, Dean, regardless of what the table does, he's sticking to his 2.5x open size, makes it 75. And Gary here in the big blind, moves all in with the pocket fours. Dean's going to ask for a count,
Here's
but
our short stack.
The fact we've opened to 2.5x here and Gary shoved for 11 big blinds. Still don't know what Dean's got here, but sort of similar situation to this earlier when Ben folded the sixes when Justin Devonport moved all in over his open with aces for this same amount of big blinds, 11. But Dean here's pretty much got a call with a lot of hands, especially with his stack size as well. I know it's going to be 30% of his stack. He's increasing when he puts it in, but we've invested 2.5 big blinds, another 8.5 to call. But we don't know his hand tower, what hand he has got here. Should be calling with ace 10 plus, king queen, king jack suited, jack 10 suited, queen jack suited. All these type of hands should be a call here. Most pocket pairs as well. Dean will have to flick it in. We can fold our like raggy aces that we've opened as a steal in the hijack. They are some hands that we can throw into the muck, but I'd love to know what he has here, tower.
Jack Queen suited.
If it's Jack Queen suited, if it's Jack Queen suited, they should be in the middle.
That's exactly it. They're in the muck. That's what it was. I could tell.
Be nice on the button, yeah? Be nice on the button. Can't win flips, bro. I can't win flips. Trust me. I win that flip, right?
So Ben raises to 60,000 with lines of 15.30. 6 players left in the GUKPT main event. We'll look at the numbers in the sides. 19 were in the ladies. Flop of 6-7-4. As we get a caller from Wadey. Six of clubs on the turn, better 50 and a call. 2 of spades hits the river. Ben will take the pot with the ace high if we get there.
He's got a fold here, tower.
But unfortunately, Wadey's come out betting.
Don't see how we can call here as Ben personally against big blind, unless we have some sort of soul read on Wadey to to make this call here with ace-8. It'd be something else. Flop's gone check, check. Wadey then leading. He can, out of the big blind, have plenty of value here. Like it would have, I know it would have been correct at the time, but it would have been a mistake to make that call with ace-high there as Ben. So it just gets out of the way.
99 in the side £100 with a 7k guarantee. 14 in the bounty. We knew it would have an effect on the bounty. Didn't realise it'd be too much, but it is. So I might have to rethink the structure of the last day.
How many are in the bounty?
14. Yeah. Well, you're always going to play a guaranteed comp, aren't you?
Of course.
As a poker player. You know what you're playing for. So 99 is a fantastic effort. Maybe just...
I bet there's some ladies playing the guarantee
well,
one
yeah,
as well.
Exactly. Like, only 19 in the ladies, only 14 in the bounty, and 100 players in the guarantee comp.
Like you say,
no-brainer really, as a poker player.
If I was a female and I saw a 7k comp or a ladies comp with 17 runners, like you're going to play the guarantee comp, of course you are.
Yeah.
It's, I think something does need to be done about the old Sunday structure of comps for the sides.
You definitely would want me, I know that.
Ace-10 suited for Nathan, finally getting his last 8 big blinds in, and Gary's beat him into the pot. What's he got? Pocket 10s. So, all in and an ISO from Gary. Dean's not going to be able to call this off with the 6s for 17 big blinds. So, he'll get out of the way. Ace-10 for Nathan, pocket 10s for Gary. Dean going to pass the 6s in the big. Nathan.
So the 10s for Gary. Nathan needs to hit to survive.
Yeah, needs an ace to survive. Great flop here for the 10s. Do have some runners with the ace-10. That's not one of them, so looking for an ace, or only an ace, otherwise we are down to 5 players.
The river is...
Oh, it's an ace on the river!
Shakalaka.
Where's that came from? What is going on this FT?
Wow. We have an FT that can never have a double up, and at the moment today we've had 5.
The river's just been absolutely crushing dreams. It has. It's just been crushing dreams.
Unbelievable checkers.
So ace on the river, and he's going to double up. Nathan, he's been sitting there patiently. That does get the double. FT equals forever table, says Quiverfish.
Indeed. Indeed, it is one of those. Some days we get them, some days we don't.
Yeah, I've got raise from Wadey here, making it 65k with the ace-9. Ben should be defending this in the big, and does come in for the defend. And heads up to the flop. Queen, 3, deuce, 2 hearts. So Wadey, ace high still out in front, goes check, check. Jack of clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. Check, check once more. And river is the deuce of clubs. So ace high of Wadey going to take this one down, and Ben mucks the king high.
Well, we'll see if Wadey goes quiet when he's bluffing next time. All in announced. That's Gary with his ace queen. Wadey for 260,000 gets out of the way. Dean might call this on the button. Should fold, but I think it's a little bit wide in the hijack. 260, but I won't be putting my tournament life in.
8.5 bigs here. Don't fare too badly, I guess. A7 against that shoving range, but the way Dean's been playing, so I can't see him call in here, and he does let it go. And Nathan's going to have to do the same in the big blind.
So Ben and Wadey 1.9 each, Dean 1.2, and Gary is a shorty on 11 bigs.
Under the gun, Gary here, ace-8 of diamonds, playing 11 big blinds. He is all in. Oh, Wadey. Big slick on his direct left. So Wadey is going to be continuing here. It's just whether it's in form
they're all in.
of an ISO or a flat. And
Gary's at risk. The 50-1 shot from Newcastle. The Geordie Poker Forum is going nuts at this moment in time.
So, once again, the player at risk is behind. But the way this FT's been going, there's always that chance of getting there. And look at this flop. We've got chop outs. We've got the nut flush draw. So an 8, a deuce, a diamond, a 10, 8, deuce or diamond to stay alive. It's a diamond, the river again, saving the short stack, nut flush, going to double up.
Go and hire me some bedding, because we're going to be here till Tuesday.
It's just the way it's been going. It just seems like the short stack's always behind and they're always getting there. And Gary Wilson, 50-1 shot at the start of the day, has doubled up.
The crowd went wild.
Wadey under the gun, raising it up with the pocket nines, makes it 65. Raise and take.
Gary Wilson doing it for the Geordies. Everybody's on him at 50s. Everybody's on Wadey at 25s. Ben wins are 72 favourites still in. Six left. We could have been over. We could have been on the M1. Not today. Double up after double up after double up. That's what makes poker so great. Taking me down to 8 beats, 6 beats, 4 beats, 20 beats. Get a double up, be right back in the mix.
Queen 10 for Gary makes it 60. And Dean going to defend the 7 tray in the big. 9-6-3. 7-3 of Dean takes the lead. However, Gary does have 2 overs and a flush draw. I expect him to continue here with the Queen 10. Going to be difficult for Dean to call here on this board. Yes, we do have a pair, but there's not really any good turns for us here with the 7-3 other than a 7 or a 3 that is offsuit. He's going to call once, and there's the 3 on the turn. So not many good turns for us, but that is one of them. And now actually going to come in for a lead here after turning trips. And Gary here, Queen 10. Yeah, we do have the 3rd nut flush draw, but there are some dirty outs for us. At times our opponent does have the king or ace of clubs, so just gets out of the way with this one. Good evening, John Bonadies. Great stream.
Oi, John.
Great stream, guys. Ben Windsor is the original silent assassin waiting to pounce for another GUKPT win.
Absolutely. You are not wrong.
Oi, free roll starting.
Oi, good luck with you. Good luck everybody else who's in the free roll. 105 in the 7k guarantee. 105 and just 15 in the bounty. Good luck if you're in the free roll. There's no bounties on anybody. We're not doing that today. Might do that in Edinburgh. Well, if you're in it, good luck.
Yeah, and if you're not, there is an hour late, Reg, so you can still get in. Road to Vegas, the password.
And the 10k online is already running as well. 3 hours of late, Reg, for that one. So play them both while you're watching the live stream.
A6 suited for Nathan here. All in for 460k. Gets it through. Blinds are going to be going up very shortly, I think. What time did we get back from Break Tower? Can you remember?
5:15.
5:15, so 15 minutes time. Going into the next level. Ace King, Gary in the hijack here. 19 big blinds, just under. Prefer to come in for an open here than just open shove. We want to get some action from some worse hands that obviously wouldn't call a shove. But and does just go with a shove here. Yeah, 19 big blinds, ace king, six-handed, and a lot of time you see it get through, and it does.
So a tense, thrilling final. 9th was Rob Bickley, 8th was David Johnson, 7th was Justin Devonport. We've had a double up for Dean, we've had a double up for Gary.
Double up for Ben.
We've had a double up for Ben right at the beginning. Ben Dobson, that is in C1. Wasn't Nathan Watson all in? Might have been.
Yeah, Nathan's been all in as well. Yeah, he was all in with the, and he found the ace on the river.
Right, yeah.
Was it the ace on the river?
So there's only Wadey. There's only Wadey that hasn't doubled up. Out of the 6 remaining players, the other 5 players have all doubled up. Hey, just shows you what can happen.
So King Jack for Wadey makes it 65. And Dean in the cut-off, just going to flat the ace-5 suited. And Nathan here should be shoving tower. It's a great spot for us for pocket 5s here in the small blind. And does take it, like it. And not going to get called in any spot. 16 bigs here. Wadey might, you never know, you know what Wadey's like, but can't call with just king high and does let it go with King Jack suited. Attractive looking hand. Into the muck. What? That can't be true, John. I don't know who's having a pulling my leg.
What's that?
Dean Koontz has been arrested.
What on earth for?
He's the guy that wrote
for predicting the coronavirus 40 years ago.
Yeah.
And wrote in the novel which town it was going to come from. What's he been arrested for? Being clever.
It's just a time
just
traveller.
Just a time
traveller.
traveller.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, yeah, that was a woo thing yesterday.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That was crazy stuff. Queen 10 for Nathan.
Not only to guess the place, but to guess the year. Well, not guess, but to write about it. There's just incredible stuff. That I like stuff like that. And Nathan just limping on the button here with the Queen 10 suited. All this is tower is we got the stack of Gary in the big. If we open and Gary shoves, we're not going to be able to call. So just happy to play a hand like this post flop in position, and if Gary does shove, we can then just fold, and we've saved ourselves a big blind. And Gary with ace jack here is going to shove. And 2 quick folds. Gary up to 700k was one of the shorties to start the day, but chipping up 50 to 1 shot on the book. Evening, the Royal Alone. Do we think using cards during this virus outbreak is a good idea? Well, we're not going to stop using them, are we? It's interesting to see what it's all about in a couple of months' time. But right now, nothing's stopping us. We're still running the main event. We're here for the final table. Tom Kong says, could Nathan's button limp be exploited? Well, it could, but I think Nathan, if he's limping Queen Ten of Hearts here, he will have some limps with strong hands. You see it a lot more nowadays, these limps in late position. But as well as having Queen Ten of Hearts in there, he will have to have some strong hands as well. So I'm sure Nathan will be aware of that as well. We saw it from Ryan Mandara a lot yesterday, the table he was on. He was coming in with a lot of limps in late position, and he limped with Ace King, he limped with Ace Queen, and then his suited connectors as well. It's just all about having that balance and making sure you can have some strong hands in there as well. Chris, good evening. The free roll password is Road to Vegas. Road to Vegas. As we see Wadey complete in the small blind for another 15k, and Dean here with the King 4 in the big, going to check his option. Heads up to the flop blind on blind. Flop of 9-5-5, 1 diamond, 2 hearts. So Wadey going to come in for a bet here. Dean going to call with King High in position on this paired board. Blind on blind, range is very wide. King High will be the best hand here fairly often. So Dean wants to call, see what Wadey does on the turn. We can comfortably fold to a double barrel. And on this 7 turn, we do fold. Sylvia, my daughter just bought 6 funky masks for school tomorrow, or she said she's not going in. She got it sussed. Got it sussed already. Jack 8 suited for Ben. Opens in the hijack. Wadey here, King 10 suited, makes the call. And they're both, well, Ben with 9-3 here, getting 6.5 to 1 the call. It is suited. However, we have got 18 big blinds. He's going to see if he can catch a piece of the flop, making the call here.
Have you covered Ashley's question?
No,
we'll do that in a minute. After this hand, Wadey's got top pair, top kicker. Not top pair, decent kicker. Then checks, Wadey bets. And now it depends whether Ben wants to come in. Ben Dobson in C1. Does he want to call once?
Depending on size in here, I expect Ben to call once here, unless Wadey's gone like pot size like he did last time, but gone for a more standard size on this texture. And
I think that was 60, not 50.
Ben makes the call.
Matter. So still on 6. Every player, apart from our chip leader Wadey, has doubled up once, at least.
Yeah, blind should be going up very shortly. Question here, yeah, from Ashley on YouTube. Let me just fold this hand in the free roll. Most of the time I've noticed there are a lot of min raises pre-flop irrespective of blind levels and position. Is this poor strategy? I would imagine 2.5 should be the min raise. No, basically, Ashley, nowadays standard open size is just the min click, especially this stage of the tournament. 2.1, 2.2. That's sort of the standard size people go now. It just sort of achieves the same thing. You get more value from the big blind defend range when you go that size. As soon as you start creeping into the 2.5, 3x remit, you just start sort of isolating a better range of hands as well. Going smaller gives you a better price on taking it down pre as well. It only needs to get through X amount of times to make it profitable coming in for a raise. And the smaller you go, the better the price is on that. But it's just more of a standard raise size nowadays. It did used to be 3x about 10-15 years ago, but since all these solvers and all these programs have came out, it's just saying in this sort of stage of the tournament, just coming in for a min click is the way to come in for an open. That's all it is.
Nathan in the big wheel, 4-3. Wadey, we can't see his hands. Stick him in the box, Wadey. Go on, do it for us.
Oh, I've just noticed I've got the old carpet catcher on my table in the free roll.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi.
Apparently Aston Villa have just hit the post in the last 5 minutes of the League Cup final. Do you know Aston Villa were in the first ever League Cup final?
No, I never knew that.
Did you know? Do you know who they were against?
Rotherham.
Correct.
I knew that.
First ever...
Only because you wouldn't have asked that if it weren't Rotherham.
First ever League Cup final was Rotherham United versus Aston Villa, and it was over 2 legs. And they played the first leg at Aston Villa, and Rotherham United won 2-0. And then the second leg was on the first week of the next season, and Rotherham United had sold all the best players, and Villa won 3-0. So there you go.
I know the FA Cup final was between the first ever one. Do you know that one?
It was the Wanderers, wasn't it?
Against
Royal Engineers.
Oh, look at this guy. Football knowledge down to a T.
Right?
Yeah, spot on.
There you go.
Did you go and watch it?
Oh, shots fired. Hey.
It was in the old 19th century, wasn't it?
It was. They've been in some... they've got a bit of football history, Rotherham United. First team ever in the League Cup final. First team to be ever in a penalty shootout in the FA Cup. Rotherham. Rotherham United fans were the only ever fans to win a thing they had in 1974 called the Cop Choir, where the loudest and best fans got a trophy, and Rotherham United won it. They didn't have it the year after. Don't know why, but and voted the 3rd best pies in Britain onto a football pitch, a football ground.
Well, it sounds good, this Rotherham
I
place.
tell you what, them were the days.
Ben Dobson, Ace Jack here, blind on blind, the small, probably going to shove. I think Gary's fairly short, sub 20 bigs at least, so If he is, just expect an all in.
There
and
is the all in.
There it is from Ben and
the old dobber.
Gary slams the 7 tray into the muck. We are 20k, 40k now. Blinds did go up a couple of minutes ago. So
15 bigs for Gary, 12 bigs for Ben Windsor, 11 bigs for Nathan. You're watching the last 6 players of the GUKPT Manchester. If you're in the live stream free roll, good luck, you can still get in. Road to Vegas is the password, and there's the online 10k that's running at the same time, £110 buy. Oh, Slinky's holding a poker event at the new Rotherham football ground. You'll have to let me know. Send me a message, Slinks, when it is. Send me a PM, give me a big kiss on end, and I might just turn up. Nice new ground actually. Only holds about 12,000, but it's big enough for Rotherham.
what's your attendance each game, average, would you say?
10.
10? That's not bad.
Not bad for League One.
Yeah.
About 10,000. It only holds 12.5. You've got planning permission to make it 16 if they ever need to.
You get the same as the Arsenal.
7, 7, 10, the latest flop. Nice flop for Wadey.
Put the ladies event, final table, please make the way back to the card.
Even better turn, just quads.
So this time, the quads are against Ben.
Yeah.
Ace on the river, a bit ill. It's the Queen of clubs. The ace on the river would have been mad.
Wadey 350k.
Show him the 7, Wadey. Go on, show him. You're on a GUKPT final, man. Show him the 7. Yes, I got the 7. Mohammed Rahman says that Goliath cancelled ? Not heard anything yet, and obviously hope things sort itself out within the worldwide pandemic that's coming along. Obviously, it's quite worrying. But no news yet, and plenty of time for it to all calm down, and it'll have gone away. But in the book, in 1981, he said he was here for a long time, didn't he? There's talks of Cheltenham being cancelled, is there really? That's coming up in a couple of weeks' time. Yeah, that's true. There's 57,000 people at Cheltenham every day.
So Ben, with the ace-king and the cut-off, makes it 80. Gary's going to get out of the way.
Do we think the World Series will go ahead? They've had a confirmation letter already saying the World Series will go ahead. That was on the World Series website. $10.86. Checked. Ace of spades on the turn. Ben Dobson's just coming for a bet. I know he's probably in the hand right there.
Well, Wadey does have a double gutter and beats him into the pot with the old Queen Jack, makes the call. King on the river would be pretty ill.
The 9 on the King. Oh, he's got that as well. He's got that as well with the Jack Queen Wadey. It's backdoor flush draw. Any 7, any Jack, Queen. Ooh. I think Wadey will find out. If he finds about 200, he might get called. Oh, it's going check.
Yeah, Wadey's just planning flow, checking to the aggressor, and Ben's just checked behind, can't come in for value on this run out.
I don't know what I'm doing to the space comfort. It's a tough one. The only one I didn't see is on a double goal, I'm thinking all right.
George the Spartan says WSOP was 1 to 5 on to be cancelled. Now it's 1 to 2 on to be cancelled on Betfair.
Fancy betting on that. Fancy having a gamble on that. Ah, that's for Cheltenham.
How we doing, Stoneface? Just joining us in the chat. Good evening. You join us when we're down to the final 6. We've been six-handed for a while now.
We have hour and a half. We've been six-handed. Question for all you gamblers out there: what happens to the anti-post bets if an entire meeting is cancelled? If you back a horse anti-post and it doesn't run, you lose your money, because that's the gamble you take.
Yeah.
Because you get better odds. But what happens if the entire meeting doesn't take place?
No idea. It's our carpet catcher with some information for us. One of our sponsored players, Jamie.
Yeah, how's he doing?
He has just busted in.
No!
Yeah, 8th place over in Ireland for £8,700.
Second in chips as well at the last break, apparently. Oh, Jamie, what a good effort, young man. Didn't get a chance to watch the stream, but
and Mark says it'll be refunded, Terry. There you go.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think it's a highlight of everybody's racing calendar, if you like the sport. Ben Windsor is all in for his 415,000.
Yeah, shoving 10 bigs over.
10 bigs with the blinds at 20-40.
Over Wadey's open here, and Wadey with the ace-4 off.
And Wadey is in the tank.
Don't think he's going to call this one tower. Be surprised if he does. Don't really want to be doubling up Mr. Windsor, though. He shows the ace.
Yeah, folds the ace, open face. Cheltenham is now 4-5 not to go ahead. Just had confirmation. So it's getting more and more likely that it will. So there we go. Good luck if you're still in the free roll. I can't believe Jay's still in.
VPIP 0% so far, Tower.
Ah, I like it.
Keep timing out.
I like it.
I've been watching you play the free rolls, and I'm just adhering to that strategy.
I watched the Satellite King last week grind from one big and ladder up twice. I know how to play these games.
Boxing First says Cheltenham not going to be cancelled if they're on about holding it behind closed doors without punters being allowed into the racecourse.
What? That's pointless. Just cancel it.
You still bet online, can't
Well,
you?
I know, but I thought the excitement of Cheltenham was to go.
You still bet on Grosvenor Sport online, get your bets
You
on.
can. Like you did today, 25-1 on Wadey as chip leader. Is there still late reg for the free roll, and what's the password? Says Melanie. Yes, and we're not telling you. Road to Vegas. Road to Vegas. All one word, lowercase. Road to Vegas. You've got to be kind to Mel. Edinburgh next leg.
Oh yeah, we need our goodies, don't we?
Oh, Edinburgh next leg. It's the leg we put weight on.
Nathan, 5-3 of hearts on the button here, going to get out of the way, just over 11 bigs for him. Blind on blind, Ben might just shove this tower, 9-7, and does like it. Gary here with an ace, 12 bigs, still not really, it's close, very close for him, but as always mentioned with these hands, it's one of them spots where we've either got 70% equity and we need 3 outs, or we've only got around 60% against like Ben here. He went 9-7 off against us. Look, 41% equity. It's just
JP69. The password is Road to Vegas. All one word.
like, yeah, we're going to be ahead a lot of the time here as Gary with an ace blind on blind against Ben Shove, but it's how we perform against range, like equity wise, that we're going to have. There is 2 shorter stacks than us in Nathan and Ben. Pay jumps are pretty big, but like, it's strange because if we had like ace 8 here, we'd make the call because Ben's going to be shoving all his ace X, ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4. But the problem is, even if he's got ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, we're going to chop with them around 4 out of 5 times. So it's yeah, I like the fold here from Gary with the ace 5. I'm not a big advocate for calling off of these raggy aces just because it just doesn't perform well against our opponent's shoving range, well, hands they're perceived to be shoving. And Gary lets that one go. The old 50 to 1 shot.
Indeed, Grosvenor Sport adding a bit of spice to the final day. Hope they do it again in Edinburgh. And then London. And then Luton. And then Leeds. And then Luton. And then Bradford. And Goliath.
Mr. Goliath.
Oh, be ace. Will they have a book for Goliath's final day? That'd be interesting.
We done it one, yeah.
They did?
Yeah.
We should do it again. Grosvenor Sport adding a bit of spice to the final too.
Ace King for Gary in the small here. He's just got the easiest shove of his tournament. 12 bigs, in they go, and weighty 8 tray into them. That's going to go.
So they've got a double at blackjack, 8-3. You already got blackjack, yeah?
So we're on the final 6. Justin Devonport, the only man eliminated in just over 2.5 hours poker. But we've had all-ins galore.
Yeah, we
and
have.
the short stack
Yeah,
has
we have
doubled up
had a lot of
every
all-ins.
single time.
I don't know if you tuned in, Kev, but if you're watching, I think you might have locked up the old bet. It's going to be close.
Nice one, George. George is spot on. Thanks for the streaming commentary, gents. By the way, fab job. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah,
good to have you on
thank
board. You're watching one of your friends playing this week. But, we are down to the final 6. Glad you stuck along with us all weekend. Back again in 3 weeks' time. 3 weeks' time, it'll be Edinburgh.
There's a Dean River in 2 pair here, coming in for about 200k after he raised the flop with top pair.
Wade is past his 10-7. Nice pass. Dean stacking up again. And he's now second in chips.
Hope he takes a missus somewhere nice later. She's been standing there all day on the rail watching him.
Are we going to Ireland in April for the Irish Open? We're not working it, unfortunately. We don't work the Irish Open. We did the Dublin Deep Stack last week, but not the Irish Open. That's at the City West. I may be over for a little bit of fun and frolics and malarkey.
Queen Jack for Wadey here on the button. Raises to 85.
I only read with hands where I think a lot of 90% of poker players play this game well.
And Ben won't defend this one. Has been defending fairly wide, but that is one that he has to fold. He throws them at Wadey as well. And Wadey raise and take with the Queen Jack. Evening Gremlin, and the password for the free roll is Road to Vegas. Put an extra 0 on the end and it was all in.
Oh, is Carpet Catcher still on your table?
No, I'm on Mel's table now.
Poker Mel. Did you see that jam with Ace Deuce then? The lot. Did you see it?
It was Ace Deuce of Hearts. Can't tell Mel that anyway. Free information. Gone all in here from Nathan, shoving for his last 10 bigs over a cut-off open from Wadey here with the Ace-7. Wadey's been in this spot a few times, opening a poor ace, and he's got to open the A7 here in the cut-off once folded to him, but now another close spot for him. Whether to call it off or not. Same as before, lets it go. We're down to the final 6 players. We're going on a break in about 40 minutes' time.
The 7K guarantee comp took 113 runners. 113 runners. The bounty has got 16. So it's had a massive effect on the bounty, the 7K guarantee, as you would expect. The women's was 19. So yeah, should be over in Dublin for the Irish Open. We are then going to the Siege of Malta, where we'll be working the Siege of Malta. Got confirmation of that. So we'll be there. I think satellites are running on Grosvenor Poker for that. They did so many for the MPN as well. Did Grosvenor.
Best is going to be it, Tower, because Nathan's going to have to call this one off. Should be an all-in a call here. Right, Ben shoving the ace deuce for 12 bigs on the button, perfectly fine. But Nathan now with the king queen, gonna have to call this one off.
I do like the king queen as well.
Well, the thing is, like, Ben's gonna have king jack here, king 10, king 9
made
suited,
the move.
queen jack. It's just got to be put in, and here we go. This is going to be. So Nathan actually has Ben covered. Is that correct? So Ben, the player at risk.
If the stacks are absolutely correct, then Ben Windsor is at risk. We will check the stacks. It looks like the all-in check is on the king queen, but I think it's Ben that's all in.
Still so far so good for Ben. Just needs to fade a king or a queen. River's been brutal today.
No, he's not.
Not this time. So Ben Windsor is going to double up.
We are going to look at the stacks. We don't think the king queen is out. They are going to check the stacks.
Password, I'll write it in the chat box here.
So Ben doubles up, and Nathan is on 2 big blinds of 80,000.
Nice one, mate. I had a bet on that before it. When you got it on Betfair. Yeah. Not really, bro. You know, I'm joking.
The next hand.
Nathan is now the man at risk. Nathan Watson is seat number 9.
How many bigs are left with Tower?
2. 80k.
Now as Wadey could potentially apply some serious ICM pressure with a 2 big blind stack and the next pay jump being over £4,000. So I actually like the open here with the ace-6. We've run into the ace-king of Dean. Dean, I wouldn't mind just seeing a flat here from Dean potentially. Coming for a 3-bet, Wadey 4-bet rips of hands like 9s, 10s, jacks, queens. And with that stack, I know this occasion it is going to get through, but the times Wadey does have a hand that he 4-bet rips like a pair, it's going to be in a flip situation, potentially bust. With a 2 big blind stack there, which would be a disaster for us. But Wadey not going to do anything but let this one go, and Dean with the ace-king takes that one down.
So a flop of 10 Jack 5 next hand. Hijack raises to 80, pretty standard from Ben Windsor. Weirdie culls. Chance of chops. No, the 9 place. Yeah, ace high, ace 9 for Ben. The road to Vegas will be on its way at Grosvenor Poker very soon. That's why the password was Road to Vegas. And the short stack's in. 80,000.
This is a call from Ben of 2 big blind. We'd be either flatting or free betting an open for 2 bigs with this hand, so nothing's going to change, even though the fact that it's an all-in, so we're going to be continuing. It's either going to be a free bet,
so it makes it 225
or a flat.
Yeah,
yeah, you can get behind either option here.
Queen's folded.
And like this is why it's good to free bet as well from Ben. Like dealing with a hand like 6s here now, we get a better hand to fold. We're heads up, and potentially can bust a player and put another £4 in our pocket. But Nathan is actually in front here. You can see from equities this is very, very close. Basically a coin flip.
Any sweats about?
So spade or king needed to stay alive. Nathan, I think this is the 3rd time he's been all in with his tournament life at risk, and there's a king on the turn.
Offsuit king,
it's a
queen,
queen jack or 10 to fade, and it's a spade on the river giving him the nuts. And Nathan will not lie down at this final table. He's back up to 260.
Yep, nobody will.
Every single, I think that's maybe 6 or 7 all-ins now without losing a player, all-ins and a call. Shorties are on the double. Back up to 6 bigs now, a treble up effectively for Nathan there with blinds and ante.
I think you want to go about 7 in the morning, yeah? No, I'm just joking.
Nathan, next hand under the gun, playing 6 big blinds, king 8, moves all in. Dean's not going to call it off with the queen 10. And Ben Windsor with king 5 is going to make the call, and he's actually in a dominated spot here. Ben has to call this for 6 bigs, already got 1 invested.
This could be another double up.
Nathan has to shove wide here with big blind ante under the gun. We can be ahead with king high, and off to the flop.
Chops a lot of the time.
Not
Spade redraw.
No, not with that flop.
No, there's no chops about. The 8 will play.
Well, Ben can find a spade now. But it's a 5. He
doubled it up, baby.
There, kicker, and he's doubled up. Nathan with the king 8 back up to 580k. No one wants to bust. What is going on? Every single all in, the short stack is doubling up, and especially after this level finishes, stacks if we are 6-handed are going to be so shallow in terms of big blinds. Next level 25k, 50k. We've got a break in about half hour's time.
Nice one, mate.
Nathan for the win, you're not wrong. A double up, a double up, and a double up. And right back in it again. So about 3 hands ago we thought Nathan was the next out. Not to be. He's now up to 600,000.
Ace 5 suited for Dean on the button, raises to 100k. So he has kept the whole same size, whole of the final table, just been opening 2.5x. And a raise and take for him. Button open from Ben Windsor with the Queen 10, raises to 80k. Expect Ben Dobson in the big blind to defend the 9-6 suited, and he does. Eight, 8-3 the flop. So Ben should be continuing here quite a high frequency. Going to be coming in for continuation bet, and Ben Dobson just going to have to get out of the way here with the old 9-6 suited. Bet of 50k. That's an insta folded. Not a hand we can really float if we want to continue here. Have to come in for a raise, but we've got such better hand selection to do it with than 9-6 here, and eventually lets it go. So 20k, 40k level. We have about 25 minutes left, and then we will head out on a 15-minute break.
Franco says, what's happened to Ben Dobson's stack? It's a couple of hands, no real majors. I've had a double up for Nathan Watson twice. I think Ben was one of them. So Wade is still going on. All levels, your devils, roundabout, and everybody on the feature table, apart from Wade, has doubled up at least once. At least once. Nathan about 3 times.
Nathan just will not lie down, and he's just grinding away, waiting to get his stack in, gets it in, doubles, and then repeats. And Dean here, pocket 4s, raises to 100k. Ben with the ace king here, going to count his stack, may just rip this for what is 25 big blinds. Hard to But I just think it's better to rip here over the open of Dean. A hijack versus cut off. We come in for a 3-bet, and Dean might choose to 4-bet rip some of his pairs that it just fold to the original jam, and then next thing you know, we're in a coin flip situation against a small pair. Rather the shove here from Ben just to move all in. And there is the all in. Fold, 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 and both falls into the muck. And Dean cannot call this off. This would be a disaster to call off this for Dean with the pocket fours with Nathan's stack what it is, and has to get away, and it does. King 7 for Ben in the hijack. Back over the mil mark, 1.2.
All in and the call. So Wadey and Gary. Gary is now short stacked with 400,000, which is 10 bigs. Wadey has the king 4. He's got the flush covered, and here comes king 4-3.
So running queens, running sevens, or running 6-5.
Shocking for Gary Wilson.
And that is that.
That is it.
So we're going to lose one, finally. We've been six-handed for about 2.5 hours, but we finally lose one, and 6th place taking home £11,180. Gary Wilson, great run from him. We're down to 5, everyone locked up £15,220, and money starting to get a bit more serious now. 7k pay jump between 5th and 4th. Who was it that at the grand final who was in trap 1 and they were short the whole final table and everyone kept busting? They were sitting in seat 9. Old guy, one of your mates, just kept folding.
One of my mates?
Yeah.
It wasn't me, was it?
It just laddered, laddered all the way to 3rd at the grand final. When it was Ben and Leo heads up because Antoine Sourou just busted. Remember? You must remember.
Say again.
The big guy that was sitting here at the grand final.
Yeah.
Antoine Sourou was here. Leo was sitting here, and Ben Windsor was sitting here. Who was the guy that was here? His name. Don't worry, Tal. I'll hand them mob it. I'll find out.
I'm glad you would.
You'll know when I say. Trevor Reardon.
Oh, big Trev.
Yeah, remember him laddering from...
He laddered.
Yeah.
No, he was sat in seat 3.
Oh,
he was sat there. Big Trev, wasn't he? I think. Anyway, but it could have been 9. Might have been 3. Big Trev sat there. You're right. Absolutely, bob on. That was... So we're on 5.
And Ben Windsor flopping nut flush draw here. I've gone 3-way to the flop. Ben going to be continuing here. King high, and we have the nut flush draw. No, he's not. He's going to get a bit tricky. Checking it behind. 5 of hearts on the turn. So Dean with the best of it, and we've got Wadey now coming in for a lead with his flush draw. Bet of 150k, and Dean going to make the call, and then that's actually going to bring Ben in behind 150 to win just under 600, 4-1 on the call. We're actually getting a direct price to make our flush here, and we have position, so we're not going to be going anywhere as Ben Windsor makes the call. And 3-way to the river. There's 730k in the middle. This is a big pot, And the king of diamonds. Of course he makes the nut flush. Oh,
of course he makes the nut flush.
Oh, all the Twitch chatters were telling me Trevor. Thanks, guys. I thought it was Trevor. So check over to Ben here. Ben's actually got a beautiful spot tower because both these opponents probably expect him to bet a lot of his King X on the flop as well as his diamond draws. So like, what's Ben supposed to have here on the river when he's now coming in for value? It's like, hold on a minute, is he not going to continue this board with a flush draw or a king? So how on earth can you bet here? And Dean can most certainly have a king here in the big blind once he calls Wadey's lead on the turn. Pretty difficult for... Now this is a tricky spot for Dean. Ben coming in for a bet here on the river. And Dean, 600k, it's a bomb. 600k into 700k, so near a pot size bet. And Dean, this is a lot tougher spot than it looks. If we're making the assumption that Ben's going to continue most of the time with his flush draws and his King X hands, obviously he's going to have some top pair checkbacks here, hands like King 10 with 10 of diamonds maybe, but this is a really tricky spot here for Dean because he can have plenty of bluffs here. Ben, he's overcalled on the turn. He can have heart draws. We have no hearts in our hand, so we're not blocking any of that. He can have hands potentially like Queen 10 maybe that also didn't elect to continue, but it's a tricky one here for Dean. Ben's never going to come in for value with Ace Jack. He's going to snap check that behind. Same with Queens and Aces here. Difficult for him to have a king after checking back flop, and Dean in a tough spot here. Ben river in the nut flush, bet off 600k.
Dean, 600,000 to call. He's made a couple of speculative calls before, but this would half his stack, and he has to get out of the way. Ben Windsor moves up to 1.7 million and is now one of the dangers. We're down to 5. There's a break coming up in soon. When's the break? 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that?
15 minutes time, Tower.
Excellent.
15 minutes. And when we come back as well, guys, we're no longer going to be on an hour clock because we are five-handed. The clock is going to be shortened to 45 minutes. That's just down to you're going to play a lot more hands short-handed than you are full ring. So clock does get 25% knocked off of it. But Ben Windsor right back in the mix now. How can someone like it defies I just don't get it. I don't get it. How in three tournaments, 300 plus runner fields, you can come first to second and then you're in the last 5. It's just like, I'd love to see like the whole entire history of Ben's tournament, all his hand histories, every single hand he played throughout a tournament, and just see what he's up to. Wadey, King 10 on the button, raised to 85k, and Dean in the small blind, 7-4 suited here. Going to get out of the way. An action on Ben in the big, who, as Tower just mentioned, is most certainly a danger now. Once he won that last pot. And going to defend with the 5-4, facing Wadey's button open. Flops the best of it on ace 8-5 rainbow. So Wadey going to continue. And Ben going to make the call after catching bottom pair here. Wadey's going to continue this board almost always, and Ben aware of that, so doesn't necessarily mean that he's caught a piece. And goes check check on the turn, which is a 3 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds on the river. So Wadey now actually makes the best hand, and if this is check to us, which it should be, I'd really like Wadey to potentially come in for thin value bet here. Ben's going to lead a lot of his ace-x, so a lot of the time our king 10 is going to be the best hand, but Wadey shows it, and he's going to take that one down.
All the Thanet Grosvenor Casino is watching Ben Windsor yet again. Good to have you on board, Ruth, and good evening, Thanet. Hurrah!
Good evening, Thanet.
The crowd cheers. Give us a Mexican wave, we can see you. Good to have you on board, Ruth, and the Thanet Grosvenor Casino, whichever part of the world it is. Broadstairs, Thanet, Westwood Cross, Margate, somewhere down there, one of them. But we're on 5.
Yeah, going to be heading out on that break soon.
Yep.
Wilman, no, Ben is not a sponsored player. He's just
no, not at all. He's just good.
Yeah, he just plays off his own back, I think.
He's just excellent.
Not Grosvenor sponsored, but he's the highest earner in GUKPT's 2 grand finals. He's one only player to ever win 2 grand finals on this tour. Countless final tables, probably close to $1 million now in cashes. The list goes on.
Who's that on the rail, Ruth? One of Ben's friends was there on the rail. Just didn't recognise him. Flop of 9, king, deuce. Nathan hits the 2.
Nathan the shorty with the old 9 big blinds.
Blind, sorry. 2040? Wasn't that the last time? Yeah. Still 8 minutes left. Sorry, mate. I got there yet. Put your ass on me. I'm going to quickly land myself, mate.
Ben Windsor, pocket 6s on the button. Just going to come in for the shove. I'm assuming Ben Dobson now has around 20 bigs. He does, so shove from Ben here on the button, perfectly fine. Gets it through, picks up blinds and ante. And Wadey, still chip leader, 2.5 million. He's managed to maintain that almost all of the final table. There was a time where Ben Dobson was the chip leader for half hour or so. And probably should mention as well, guys, the late reg on the £110 freeze out GUKPT online. 2 hours left of that. There's only 45 runners at the moment, so 10k guarantee on that one. So if you fancy playing it tonight, it is a good tournament. The online at GUKPT.
Good luck if you're playing.
Yeah.
Good luck if you're in the free roll.
One optional rebuy in that as well.
Yeah. Get yourself into the 10k online. It's a beauty. And at the moment, a bit of value.
Dean opening the pocket 8s. Wadey just going to defend the 5s in the big.
So Hoodie's on the rail, watching the Windsor. It's not in the hand this time. 3-4-3 is the flop. A bet of 125 and a call from Wadey. Turn is checked, and the river is checked. Ace 6, so the 5s get dumped in as the 8s win. Well, it is a huge pot fizz, and whoever the final 4 are will have deserved a decent payday. But as it stands, next out will get £15,220. A long time ago, Rob Bickley finished 9th. 8th was David Johnson. 7th, Justin Devonport. And 6th, the last one out, was Gary Wilson. We're down to 5. The 5 are Ben Dobson, Wadey Ashraf, Dean Perry, Ben Windsor and Nathan Watson. Ben Dobson picks up the boots, baby.
I think it's, is it their first appearance on the final table? I think it could well be. Can't remember aces. Justin Devonport had aces actually when he was still in.
Yeah, he did. You're right. Shout.
Ben raising to 100k, going to get.
If this goes King Eye
from Dean,
ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't 10-4-5. So we've got redraws and Dean with a million chips, 1.3 mil behind the line, counting them out.
Wow, he's coming for a donk here with the old King 3 on 10-5-4 rainbow. Ben is going to be loving this tower.
Third pot size, 80k.
Yeah, this donk lead is just going to make the hand so much easier to navigate for Ben Dobson now, because he's never going to lead 2 pair plus on this rainbow board here. He's not leading sets. So Ben here now, he knows we've just got the best hand. A lot of the time it's just going to be a hand like 10x, 5x, maybe some 6-7 in there, 6-3 suited. But we can see Dean's actually got a complete airball in this spot, but wouldn't recommend donking into the aggressor on a 10 high rainbow board, fairly dry when they've got all the strong hands in their range. And Ben now comes in for a raise. I guess he's just thinks Dean's so weighted towards a 10 here that we're just trying to extract more value from those type of holdings. Unfortunately for us, he's coming for a donk with an absolute airball here.
Raise to 225 over the end of the hand. Could we not have flattered with the boots?
Yeah, we could have, but I think that's the first time I've seen Dean donk, so I'm guessing he's just made the assumption here, Ben, that it's just always going to be like, it's very weighted towards a 10, I guess.
Weighted.
I don't know, you might have paid before and you might have jacks or something, you know? I don't know. I folded. Not really going to get help. Not sure.
So Ben in the cut-off, raising to 85. Wadey on the button, gets out of the way. Dean's going to fold in the small blind.
How many years have you been watching the live stream, Christy? How many years have you been bringing us Krusty Kremes?
Bro.
The live stream is an integral part of any tournament, and T's and C's state the cameras will be on.
So, flopping trips here. Ben comes in for a continue, no action.
Is this the break?
It looks like it is. Players are standing up, and there's no blinds. Yep, one more hand.
Is that it? Or are we doing one more?
I think one more. Blinds have been thrown in, so I'm guessing one more hand.
Wade has gone anyway. He's got 2 million chips. He don't need. Yeah, it's the terms and conditions in the top of the room state that we will be filming. The GDPR means we don't use your name on social media platforms for chip counts, etc. But the live stream is an integral part of the event, so pictures will be used. And now we're going in. Now Ben just nicks the just nicked the blinds with the extra hand we had back in 15 with the final 5.
The chips or changing the chips?
I don't need to change them. You can take some of the 5Ks off, actually. There's no 5Ks needed anymore. Well, no, there is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Frankie.
Yep. This one, 1.115.
Thanks, Keen, sir.
Just this one too.
Me as well. Do you leave it tomorrow? Yeah, I'll leave it at 8. In the morning.
Are you doing that as well?
No, next week I'm off. Next week I'm off. Yeah,
You're doing Edinburgh though?
You're doing Luton? Luton Newcastle. He's in Edinburgh.
No, I've got Glasgow next week. Edinburgh the following week. No, I have Manchester Saturday. The week
Manchester's the Charlie.
Yeah.
The deep stack. There we go.
No, for deep stack, no, I don't know. Just freelancers.
Alright. Sometimes you do.
So, yeah, depends.
Sometimes it's well.
main event players, please turn to the card and release them over 3 minutes to the tournament restart.
Ben. Check this.
You need to tell Dave to give me the battery back for the headset. He used to give me the battery back for the headset. But I'm gonna, yeah, because he's charging it. So I'm going to be wearing this. Anyway.
Shall we do it again? I think we should.
Shall we do it again?
We are back 5-handed after a quick 15-minute break. If you are just tuning in, this is the final table of GUKPT Manchester. Final 5 players playing for the first place prize of £86,350. Everyone's locked up £15,220.
Why is that then? This is 500. So when it goes 200, it goes 10 minutes. Is it? So when it goes 200, does it get 10 minutes?
Wade's asking why the clock goes to 45 minutes because he's never been this far in his life before. Ever. You get the same number of hands 5-handed as you would a full ring on an hour clock. That's why they do it. Good luck, Wadey. 25-1. What a price for Wadey. No deals discussed, no deals talked about at all. We're on 45-minute clock as always, which is a half a big blind as well. So it's a small ante. The ante is now, the blinds are now 25.50 with a 25 big blind ante. Are you still in the free roll, son?
Yeah.
Good lad.
Yes.
Good lad. Look at that, 11,000 chips. How have you managed that?
I don't even know, Tower.
Unbelievable. I will play for you at the break. That's
why. Thank you.
It's alright. Anytime. You should raise the ace queen. say. Make it 1.3.
So
Nathan, first hand. Hey, oh, Frankie's on the old microphone. He's giving us a tune. The old crooner. Nathan Ace Deuce, 300,000 against Dean, who's got what? Ace 8, got him crushed. We have chop outs.
He has got out of a few already,
The
Nathan.
deuce will end up coming. Whoa, so King 5.
So looking for a 9 or higher, or a deuce.
Nice,
It's an 8, so we are going to lose one. First hand back
First
after the
hand
break.
back. What a good effort for Nathan Watson. Excellent, excellent and well played to Nathan. 5th place for £15,220.
And just like that, we're down to
We're
4
on 4.
flyers.
That's on me.
So, Nathan, eliminated. Well done, Nathan. We're down to 4.
Seven 6 suited for Ben in the small blind here. Just completes, and expect Wadey to check his option here.
Good evening, Brad. Brad's been knocked out in Luton. Hey dear. Unlucky Bradders.
At least you got to meet Ali Malou, Bryce.
Yeah, at least you got to meet Ali Malou down in Luton. Well done. I'm actually surprised that I saw him in Manchester at the same time. Love that. These misses still standing after all them beers. Well, yeah. And he's now locked up £22,370 as well. Because that's what you get for finishing 4th.
So Wadey flopped the stones here, and now about 300k on the river. Ben just with a 6 after the flop went check, bet, call. Turn was check, check once a spade rolled off, and now Wadey going to come in for some value here on the end. Clear value bet.
$38 players left in the 7k guarantee. They collected 11,300, and only 16 runners in the bounty due to the 7k guarantee.
Once again, Ben Dobson making a correct river decision. He seems to be on point on the river today. When he's in front, he's been value betting or calling, and when behind, he just seems to get away.
Women's event is down to 4. Katie Swift's still in it.
God be the witness, I am down. Yeah? I didn't really like that speed on the turn. I think we can kill the action with it. Sweet, I'm like 7-9.
Chris Cooper on the wind-up then, is he? We thought it was strange.
So Ben opening ace 7 under the gun, gets called by Dean in the big blind. King 7-3, 2 spades. Middle pair top kicker for Ben. Expect him to still be continuing here. Do you know how many runners the free roll got, Tower?
150?
More.
270.
223.
223. Well done,
good,
everybody.
Yeah, what good effort that is from everyone.
Well done, everybody. We're down to 5 in the main event. Ben, did I say 5? We weren't on 5. We're not anymore because Nathan Watson finished 5th. We're down to 4. $110,000 with the hooks for Wadey. Under the gun. Pretty standard race. Sevens for Mr. Dobson. That's the wrong timing because we've just got the hooks. And now Ben.
Ben's got ace queen.
He's not calling. He's getting out of the way.
Just snap
Let him
folds
gamble.
it.
Wadey stands up. He slaps the jacks down on the table. He's got Ben Dobson all in. Ben wins at folds ace queen. Ben Dobson's got the 7s at risk. Wadey slammed him on the table. This will be massive.
Diamond draw is a possibility now. Extra. Oh, straight away. Dead on the turn. Wadey dead on the turn.
Wowzers.
Double up for Ben Dobson, and the jacks of Wadey have been cracked. And that's the way today's final table's just gone. It just seems like the short stack is just winning every all in. And Wadey, look at the stacks here, Tao. 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.9. And Ben goes from short stack to chip leader in one hand. And Wadey unlucky.
Wowzers.
I can't remember whether Ben had the ace or queen of diamonds in his hand or not, but rough one to take that for Wadey.
That makes 4 stacks. Pretty level. Wowzers. Ben would have taken it all with the ace of diamonds. Wow. Just one of them, isn't it? It's just definitely the correct fold. He didn't think about it, did he?
Yeah, going to be raising up the 8s here on the button though, makes it 100k, 25k 50 now. Gets it through.
So Ben Windsor would have had 4.5 million chips.
And we'd be heads up, wouldn't we?
If he'd have made the call.
He would have busted 2 heads
He
up.
would have busted the 7s. Matt, if he'd have flattered the call from Wadey, which he did, Ben moves all in. The Jack's called, the Ace Queen calls. It ends up as 3.9 million, nearly 4 million for Ben Windsor, and we would have been, wow.
Wadey might have had him covered. Wadey did. It was quite close, chip stacks, but made the correct fold at the time. Just one of them brutal runouts.
Yep.
And Jack Deuce here for Dean. Flops. Bottom 2. 8 as hearts on the turn. Dean most certainly wants to be leading here now with the Jack Deuce. Start getting some value from her hand. And Ben with the 10s here. Position. Gut shot. Gonna call once.
Yeah, just could have been one sick run out with 3 people all in.
The river is a 5. Great card for us with the Jack Deuce to be coming in for some value. We'll certainly get called by Jack X of Ben. King Jack, Ace Jack, probably going to check this flop. Some Jack 10 in there as well. And obviously some pocket pairs. 10s, 9s. Maybe like, expect like an 8-9 suited to continue a lot of the time on the flop. But regarding bluffs that we can have here, as Dean, we do have a few as well, which is good for us. Obviously, club draws, King 10, Ace 10, double gutter, and Ben lets the 10s go correctly. And Dean's going to pick that pot up. But stack sizes now are so close. This is really anyone's tournament with 4 left. Wadey Ace King on the button. Just shoves for 26 big blinds here.
That's big.
That is big tower. And gets it through.
So Dean, we've just sat there, he's got 1.8 mil. These 4 stacks must be very, very close. They have to be. Are you the hat, says Kev Blower. Yes, he is, if he's still in the free roll.
I'm not, I'm out the free
You're
roll
out the
about
free
10
roll.
minutes ago, yeah.
Oh, well, he's out the free roll. He was cheat leader on the table and decided just to, like, give it all away. Unbelievable. Here we go. Here comes the story. Go on.
Hang on a minute.
Go on,
all I was going to say is, how can I be chip leader and bust?
On the table, because you probably played 2 hands badly. Did you?
No, it's standard. Pretty standard.
Oh, standard.
Pretty standard stuff. Pair nut flush draw. In it goes. And then Ben. Really good free bet from him. I don't know if he's got a read on Dean, but I had a sneaky suspicion that he was light here on the button, so comes in with the old free bet with the ace block up in the small blind. And this is what you got to do four-handed. As soon as you get short-handed, then blinds and ante coming round very quickly. You can't just wait for a hand. You have to start picking your spots very carefully and chipping up that way. And Ben takes a nice one there with the ace-3. Now Harry the Hat. I'm not Harry the Hat. I'm just the Hat, Kev.
Yeah.
Just the Hat.
Yeah, well, if there was a world rule about no cell phones at the feature table, then obviously we'd comply. But we don't stop anybody from texting their mates that they're on a final table.
And Wadey's all in here over Dean's open, and Dean posturing here, but we both know he's not ever calling here tower with the A7. Yeah, Wadey shoving for 28 bigs here. Wow, is he actually thinking about calling this here, Dean?
He is thinking about it.
Wadey just texting his mate. Why, he's all in. I'm all in. I got ace queen. Mate, he's in the tank. And Dean eventually folds the A7.
No. Yeah, he's the Hat 1994. It is indeed. 4 left. Chip stacks very, very similar. Ben Dobson in seat 1, Wadey Ashraf in seat number 4, Dean Perry and Ben Windsor.
Ben coming in for an open under the gun with the old Jack 8 of spades. Makes it 100k. Wadey in the small blind here. Just having a count of his stack here. Can't see how we can call here as Wadey with the ace-3. If we want to continue, he's going to play a lot better as a free bet.
So flop time. Queen 7. It's top pair. Queen 9-3.
Dean now coming in for a donk here after flopping top pair. Ben with a gut shot.
He's done it a lot as well as Dean.
This is only actually his second time, Tal. The first time he done it had a complete airball against Ben Dobson when he had an overpair, and now Ben coming in for a raise makes it 275k. And we speak about donks a lot, and Ben's just going to be aware now that Dean's capped at one pair. He can have some draws here in this spot, but it's so difficult for him to ever have a hand better than one pair in this spot. and this ace of hearts on the turn is actually a really good card for our perceived range here as Ben. The flush does complete, but Ben needs to decipher whether Dean's donk range is going to contain flush draws. Wonder if he had information fed to him from about 15 minutes ago when Dean did come in for a donk with just king high, and Ben going to check behind on this ace of hearts turn and an ace on the river. So Dean going to be wanting to check again here with the queen, and then it's whether or not Ben is going to fire with his jack high. And like when Dean, he's not going to check. Wow, he's actually coming in for a tiny blocker bet. Looked like 200k, quarter pot, 225, and Ben just snap folds the old jack 8.
So we're on 4 GUKPT Manchester, 22,370 locked up.
Ace queen suited for Wadey on the button, raises to 2. Ace 5 suited for Wadey under the gun.
It's 100. Under blinds at 25.50. 110 is the bet. The old GTOs, not seen them for a long time.
Raise and take for Wadey.
I'll tell you why, because I should probably, on the head of them off, I should be having about 4 mil. But that being what it's just had this, I've had them, the last 4 conforming like everyone.
So the final 4.
I've had it ace queen against ace jack 6 times. Jack it, fold it, fold. I told you, chunks. I told you that. And I have jacks in it, yeah? Only that fucking have a lunch in that one.
So as we continue, 4-handed to the champion. Ace, Queen, Jack. Check. Any bet coming in from Ben will be a snap fold from Wadey. Look at the stacks, 1.6, 1.6. And the other stacks at the other end of the table are 1.6, 1.6. Wadey's called with 9 high.
What?
Wadey calls with 9 high. Interesting to actually think what. Look at them stacks. 2, 1.8, 1.6. Ben gets a double and he's right back in the mix.
Wadey pulling out the 9 high hero
Maybe
call on the final table.
Cards.
It was only a 1 big blind bet, but 9 high. We lose to some of the bluffs potentially there from.
Yep.
I doubt he's ever going to actually bet 10 high on the river. We've got enough showdown, but sometimes we might even chop there if he is bluffing. But 9 high call from Wadey, but only lost 1 big blind from it. not the end of the world.
About 100,000. No, raised to 100,000. Ben.
Rip Leader says, info call.
That's what I thought.
Get it in half hour for free. So Ben opening the King Jack on the button. Dean going to defend the 9-3 of diamonds. A6-4 2 club flop. Expect Ben to be continuing this board.
A6427. Checkity check, checkity check. Nobody wants it.
Wadey going to open on the bottom once folded to him. Old King Deuce. And Ben in the big blind.
The old King Deuce.
And Ben just sets Wadey all in with the Ace King. Well, moves all in himself. And going to pick up the raise. Back up over the million mark.
Four-handed for the title. Been a super day. 20 to 10 within 2 hours, and then for the next 6 we're down to 4.
Yeah, stacks very similar here. Half hour left. No, sorry, 15 minutes left of this level. 45-minute clock. Then we'll be going into the old 30k, 60k.
So 25.50, 25k ante on a 45-minute clock.
So Dean opening ace 10, gets to defend from the ace 6, 6-3-3 flop. So Wadey going to take the lead here. Dean going to continue on this board. Wadey not going to be going anywhere with his ace 6, makes the call.
Thanks everybody for tuning in today. It's been an awesome day so far. We haven't crowned a champion just yet, as you know. But everybody in the chat box makes our job a lot easier. And so much fun we have in the chats as well. Did it go off on Facebook? It would only go off on Facebook for the duration of the time. It's not... I think it has to stop, doesn't it, after a length of time on Facebook. I'm not so sure if it's if that's correct, but I do think it is. It should be back, to be fair. It should be back.
Ace Jack 6, 2 club, flop. Ben comes in for the continue, gets called. King of diamonds on the turn.
There's a lot going on in the 100 behind us. A lot of screaming and hollering and whoa, going rooting and tooting.
And Ben Dobson coming in for the double barrel here. Very, very good from him. Just this king going to be a lot better for us than it is for Dean. Defending out the big blind. Nice pick up.
Three weeks time, Edinburgh. Jay might be up there a little bit early to play the mini, and then concentrate on the main. And see if that happens, but that's his plan. Other than that, we were setting up the feature on the Wednesday as always, probably before the seniors and the Omaha takes place. What was the overs that you had?
Overs?
The time?
It was around 10 o'clock. I had the unders. I had the unders with Kev. 10 something.
Okay.
Not looking good. Not looking good.
You had the
all.
unders?
Yeah.
Did you? Good lad.
One of them could not hit water if I fell out of the boat at the moment. It's...
Update on the ladies, please. Yes, there are some. They're heads up. I don't know which two players are heads up, but they are heads up. Right, quick. In fact, I'll just go and Moira, I'll check for you.
So Dean opening the button here, race 4, race to 100k. Ben defence, both players catch an ace. This is going to end up in a chop most of the time, this pot. Unless somehow we get the old running deuce free, which means the 5 would play. Nine of diamonds, check, check, and Ben Riverin, 2 pair here with the ace 5. Ben Dobson looks like he's going to choose to lead here. $360k. Big bet from him. After river in the 2 pair with the ace 5. And this is tough here for Dean. Obviously we got no kicker, but he is going to pay it off. Can't fault him for that one. Shows the ace 4 and Ben up to 2.8 million. And that's going to leave Dean with sub 15 big blinds. Blinds are going up in 7 minutes time to 30k, 60k. Ben Windsor with the jacks on the button. 22 bigs. He might shove this Ben, but can come in for an open as well with 22 bigs, but just opts for the shove with the jacks. Gets it through, picking up blinds and ante. So we're at the final table just before 2 o'clock, and 6 hours later we are down to 4. We lost 5 players. First out was Rob Bickley in 9th, then we lost David Johnson in 8th, 7th place Justin Devonport, 6th was Gary Wilson, and about half hour ago Nathan Watson left us in 5th. So down to these final 4 players, £22,370 locked up.
Two ladies left, Emily Clancy and Michelle Bricknell, and I've just stuck a little name tag on Michelle.
Honey G?
No. No.
That's not. That's
no.
a different one, ain't it? That's
Yes.
a different Michelle.
Yeah, stuck Michelle on her lapel because everybody's saying, "Are you Brandon's mum?" and not "Are you Michelle?" Because Michelle Shields is Brandon's mum.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Ah.
So Michelle's into the final 2 with Emily, and they were just saying, "Are you Brandon's mum?" So I just took a name tag on Michelle. Golf updates from San Francisco, from Carol, from California. Tommy Fleetwood is leading after 6. Good on ya. Have we done Willie Delve? Willie Delve, how did you get into poker? Says question to Jay and to Tower.
Do you want to go first?
Well, mine was a transition from 3-card poker and 1 minute. Cool. We had a bit of disturbance then. How did I get into poker? It was literally a transition from three-card poker after darts. We used to play three-card brag, and then poker became quite popular. And my first ever trip to Vegas was 2004, and they're all playing. And my first ever sit down was I played 1-3 limit in the Circus in 2004, and I sat down with $300, and my first ever winning hand was a straight flush to the jack, and I thought, this is easy, this is it. And to be fair, I've not learned much since. So that's literally me, and then just got into it. So
I've just got to cover this hand because Ben
is a biggie
with the ace jack and Ben Dobson with the ace king behind on the button here. So definitely going to be a free bet here from Ben Dobson, and Ben here may just elect to rip the ace jack tower. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes all in pre. Wadey with ace 3 going to get out of the way, and it's going to come back to Ben, and against Ben Dobson on the button, he's going to be free betting fairly wide, you think. So ace jack potentially good enough to 4-bet rip here for Ben, but we're going to run straight into the top end of his range.
So raise 200, a 3-bet to 270. Dean to call, he gets out of the way with the twos. Ben Windsor, if he jams, this could be it.
Yeah, it could be for Ben.
It could be over.
Can't fault him for jamming here.
Not at all.
Like Ben doesn't necessarily have to be this high up just because he's free bet here. We're effective cut off as well. We're four-handed. Ace jack, very strong four-handed. Ben having a look round at the other stacks of the table. But if he gets away from this one, be very impressed tower. But a lot of players are just going to 4-bet rip this for just over 20 bigs effective, facing an aggressive 3-better on the button.
But it's a lot of people that are not Ben Windsor.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Is he actually short stack?
Well, he's 20 odd bigs. Blinds are going up.
Dean's got about the same, hasn't he?
Blinds are up next hand, I think. So next hand he's going to have sub 20 bigs, Ben. And I don't know, he always just has that 6% sometimes in these type of spots where a lot of people are just going to move in. He's just going to let it go.
This would be impressive. Just glaring at him, breathing into his soul.
Like, I could understand it if it was an opponent that's just not going to have many 3-bet bluffs facing our cut-off open, but like Ben, more than capable, Ben Dobson here, of just rocking up with an offsuit ace, a suited connector. Wow.
That's a good pass.
Wow, that's a very, very good
if you can tap the table like you do at snooker, that was a good pass.
Four-handed, that's ridiculous, Tower. Yeah. It's just like, how do you know? How do you know this
very stuff? Impressive. Still on 4.
What if I reshove over the top you call? It's a tough one, isn't it? I had a good hand.
So four-handed. Ben Windsor is due a double up, surely, says Matthew Guy. Probably is, actually.
Yeah, Wisco, there's no... Dean was shorter than him at the time. Sorry, he was shorter than Dean at the time, weren't he, I think? No, he weren't. Dean's very short, actually. He's got just over 10 big, so yeah, it could have been something to do with the pay jumps, the ICM, 13k pay jump, so 40 let it go. But if I know Ben, he's the type of player that does just play for the win a lot of the time. He's not usually fussed about the pay jumps, and he's just usually all guns playing, going for the win. And Ben Dobson shoving over Wadey's open here, and Wadey going to have to get out of the way with the A6. Going back to your question, William, how do you guys get into poker? I started when I was about 12, 13.
What?
Yeah, started when I was about 12.
I was still playing with marbles and soldiers
Yeah.
at 12 and 13.
To be honest, I used to play cards with him now when I was really young. Like
Watching Mr. Men.
6,
I'm
7.
telling him, running home to watch Danger Mouse.
And one of my mates bought a poker set. We went round his every Friday night, and we just used to play a little £5 sit and go, and then started playing cash.
Where'd you get a fiver from at 12? I used to wash a car for 60p.
Used to sell pound
and
bags.
I used to top it up to £1 if I did the inside.
Sell pound bags at school.
Flipping it. I tell you what, these kids know nothing these days.
Yeah, and that was it really. And then I was just hooked. I was 17. I know I shouldn't have been, but I ended up playing.
Annette 17, 14, Annette 15, whatever she's called.
Yeah, and then was just hooked from then. And that was it.
Nice.
Over to the dark side.
Aye, over to the dark side. It's the dark side is where you don't sleep ever, and every now and again you think about having a wash, and then you get some fresh air now and again, and a shave, and then 2 days later your mum says, "Have you got any washing?"
Pretty old, I like that.
What odds is Ben Windsor now, says Andrew Garland. Hey up, the elderly maniac is in the building. The elderly maniac. What are the odds on Ben Windsor? Well, he is short stacked. Well, he's, what is he, second short? 1.1 mil out of 6,300,000, is that right?
Yeah.
6.3 million chips in play. Ben's got 1 million. Ben Dobson, he's got 2.2, and Windsor got 1.8. So
1.65 around.
He's definitely odds against. Definitely odds against.
And Dean shoving there after Wadey's complete. Sixes for Ben under the gun. Makes it 50k to go.
So we are heads up. Back to the jungle. Yeah, we're folded. We are heads up on the ladies with Emily and Michelle. Find out who wins. The 100-pounder has over 100 runners, 113 runners. Fabulous event. And the bounty took a hit because of the 100-pounder, because it was a guaranteed tourney. Only 16 runners in the bounty. So maybe a rethink with comp starting at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock for the next leg, which is Edinburgh. In 3 weeks' time we're off to Edinburgh. Dean moves all in for his 785,000 with the blinds at 25.50, and he gets it through. Bradley, you're absolutely right. He's hooked on poker, and we love it and hate it at the same time. Going back to why we got into poker. What's wrong with? Don't wish go bad on. What is it? We was laughing that I played in Circus Circus. Tell you what, 16 years ago, Circus Circus was proper top notch. He had the best steakhouse in Las Vegas for 3 years running. Did the Circus Circus, and you had to book months in advance to get in. Not even sure if it's still there anymore. Changed that much, Vegas. Is there anything still there that used to be there 16 years ago? Doubt it. Does anything still look the same? See, he's laughing again. It's great. You walk in there and you go back to 1965.
Blind on blind, Wadey completing, and Dean checking his option with the king of 3.
Oh, I'm going to say we're splitting a lot of the time, but that means we're not. Bingo, bango, bongo. Oh, and Wadey bets out because he has to. Dean should flat. Bet a 60 and a call. And now Wadey should put the handbrake on, and he has. Dean's going to fire it out, and that will be it. Wadey down to 1.6 mil.
Dean will bet, Wadey will fold, and that'll be that for this hand. Robbie says it's still there, Tower, at least it was last year.
All right, okay, excellent. Nice one, Robbie. I've eaten in there actually. It was the first. I think it was the first time I paid $80 for a bottle of wine, and that was 16 years ago. And I was like, I only wanted one.
Wadey called with king high.
No way.
He called with king high
again.
He called with 9 high earlier. He's called with king high now. Oh. That 9 on the river.
We were chatting because that was a start fold.
We were literally not even looking, and I've looked up and he's made the call.
Is he on a little bit of tilt? He's had a player all in. I think it's 5 times on the final.
Oh, it's not even a good river for us as Wadey. I understand it. I get it if it like double pairs the board or something, but that 9 on the river, all the straights now either make straight draws now either make a straight or a pair.
That was a bit of a birthday for Dean. Dean Perry in seat number 6. That was.
So Wadey on the button here, 9-8. Lets it go. Dean in the small. Going to complete the Queen 5.
King deuce deuce.
I wouldn't mind seeing a lead here from Dean with Ben on our left, because a lot of the time once we check over to him, Ben's usually just going to pounce, but Dean actually is going to check, and Ben not going to come in for a bet. Thought he might on this paired board take a stab, but on this 10 of diamonds turn, it does actually give Dean the second nut flush draw, so he's going to come in for a bet. Snap fold from the 6 height.
So the chick counts put Ben Dobson way ahead. Final tabled the minute this week. He had 10 cashes in Vegas last year. Can't believe he's 31.
Who, Wadey?
No, Ben Dobson.
Oh, Ben Dobson, I was about to say.
He doesn't look old enough to go to Vegas. And he's been playing in Vegas 10 years. This is Wadey's best run in a GUKPT. Over $1 million in cashes.
Yeah.
Final table of the Omaha this week.
7-figure in cashes for Wadey over his poker career.
Now then, Mr. Wadey. He raises it up to 125. There's an all-in from Dean. And a snap fold with the twos. Ben Dobson in seat 1 cashed 10 times in Vegas last year. 10. 10. And he's cashed in Vegas 10 years running. 10 years running Ben Dobson has cashed in Vegas, and he doesn't look old enough to go. One of his first ever cashes was the India Poker Series. I didn't even know they had one. It was in Goa, and it was 5,000 to buy in, and he won 30,000 for coming 8th, and that equated to $650. But he has got some flags. He's played in Macau, but the flag's in Macau. But in Vegas, I tell you what, he has got some flags from Vegas. And last year, 10 cashes. Pretty impressive. Not one at Circus. Alright, so it's not the best place in the world, but it was my first game of poker, and it was limit, and it was 1-3 limit, and I think I won about $70 on my first hand and thought I was like the best ever. That's 16 years ago this summer. I went in April 2004.
Just been told next break is at 9 o'clock. So we got
what, on the stream?
On the stream, yep.
Okay. There's a break at 9 o'clock on the stream. You're 10:30. It's not looking good.
Yeah, don't even.
You're going to do your conkers this week.
Absolute.
You have to work tomorrow as well.
You might be with me the way this is going, Tower.
That's true.
The main thing is, though, Brad, you realised. I know plenty of people who never realise.
What's that?
They're just happy to play their way and enjoy the game, and
yep.
That's it. Some people come for the fun. Some people actually come to play to make money.
That's true.
Dean with the ladies on the button.
Queens for Dino.
Yeah, Ben going to defend the Jack-9 here.
Jack-9 for double. Seven, 8, 2.
Dean going to continue for 150k. Ben wants to be calling once here, Tower. 3-1 on the call, 2 overs, gut shot to the nuts. So it does make the call to the turn, which is the 5 of hearts. Interesting turn card this, because Ben now picking up a double gutter to go with his 2 overs, but it looks like Dean has opted for quite a large size in there, so 500k. We're just not getting nowhere near the correct price to make the call there with our double gut shot.
10 on the turn would have been juicy.
Yeah, as well as that, it's the out of position factor. We don't get to dictate action on river, so it's very hard for us to get paid when we do get there.
So 30-60 with a 30 ante. There's a break at 9 p.m. Boom. 9 p.m. on the live stream.
Good evening, Sonder Streak on YouTube.
Excellent. Sonder Street doesn't know anything about the game. Well, there's not some kind of funny link coming in, because we're deleted.
Wayne-O on Twitch says he's in the final table of the 3 roll. Good luck, Wayne.
Melanie, did you see your questions about the Edinburgh side events? No is the answer. Please repost. I do apologise. Are all the sides the same price in Edinburgh or half the price as the main is 560? The mini in Edinburgh is 225, I do believe. The schedule is on the... Let me just post a link for you. I'm going to post a link right now for you, Mel. There we go. There's the link. But the mini is 225, so a little bit like a 25-25. 20,000 starting stack, 40-minute clock.
Entry for this tournament, Abdullah on YouTube was £1,110.
Yes.
I'm just going to jump back to the action here, because Wadey coming in for the old double barrel with complete air here, and gives up on the river.
And he's down to 800,000.
And it is Wadey to show first. Announces 6 high, and the jack of Ben is going to be good, up to 2.7 million. Wadey now in a sub 15 big blind remit for the first time on this final table. He has not been in this zone yet, so going to be interesting to see how he handles it, whether he's going to try and get him in quickly or whether he's going to be patient and pick his spot carefully.
Gary Sharkey, good evening on YouTube. And Sonder Street lasted 2 minutes and decided that that was enough. Less. We're on 4. Ben Dobson. Serial casher in Vegas last year. Mini final table this year. And now the main event final table.
Ben raising it up, raise and take, no action from him out the blinds.
So Reddy's on 13 bigs.
And ace jack for Wadey, finally gets it in. Oh, this is it, Tower. This is huge. Either Ben or Wadey, they've both got very similar stacks. Ben's not going to be able to pass this, Tower.
Nope.
What is it, 13 big blind, just under, effective shove. Ben makes the call with King Queen.
He slams them down in front again.
So this is basically a coin flip, you can see from equities.
Yeah.
King Queen of hearts with Ben, Wadey with the ace jack.
Ben Windsor just sits there, probably knowing he's going to hit a queen or something. Never moves, does Ben, till it's over. 4-10-7 is good for Wadey.
Yeah, clean for Wadey.
He is all in. The stacks are very similar, aren't they?
Yeah, so Ben needing a king or a queen. Ooh, heart on the turn. Flush draw possibilities now.
Any
king,
more outs
queen,
you'd like to
or
give him, he
hearts.
says?
And it's a king on the river, so we're going to lose Wadey, I think. So Wadey's gone. He's gone already. He's off.
Off.
He is off.
Ouch.
And Ben Windsor spikes the king on the river.
£22,370 for Wadey Ashraf, who puts up a great fight in GUKPT, his best cash ever in a GUKPT. And he said at the end of this day, I've never had this one and I want it. But fourth is a fantastic effort. Ben Windsor hits the king and moves up to 1.6 mil.
Yep. So he's got the 1-2-3 lot for his last three final tables.
Yeah.
First, a second, and if he busts next, it
How
would be
many-
a third.
How many rivers have we seen today?
Unbelievable, Tower. The river's changed so much throughout the final table. It's been pretty crazy. I'd probably say over 60% of the hands have actually changed on the river of who's in front, which is like we ran back through all the hands today. It's definitely more than half. Like the river's just been brutal. Yeah, top three logs in the last three main events. It's ridiculous.
Incredible.
It's unheard of.
It
It just
is
shouldn't
incredible.
happen. It shouldn't happen.
If you include the mini that he won in London.
Yeah, and he won the mini main in London before he came second in the main. It's
just amazing.
All them statisticians out there.
Yeah.
Thinking, how's this possible? Yeah, and it comes back to the ace-jack fold as well. When we were
Yeah, the
four-handed.
ace-jack fold, but also the ace. When you look at something like the bubble hand from the grand final, the queens, the kings, and the aces, and it was a snap call with the queens when it shouldn't have been. If he snap calls with the ace-queen today against the jacks and against the sevens,
yeah,
the ace of diamonds plays.
Yeah, we'd probably be done by now.
And we'll be
We'd
on
be
his
in the
way
bar.
home.
Yeah.
We'll be on his way home because Ben Windsor would have had 4 mil. So Wadey, I think he had at least one person on the feature table all in at least once. And I'm thinking at least 5 he's lost. When you run bad, you don't want it to be at the crucial end of the tournament. But £22,370. Pat yourself on the back, sir. And tomorrow you'll think, you know what? All right, I finished 4th, but it weren't bad. It was a bad effort. Yeah, that's what you've got to think. I really do.
$1.3 million in the middle here, and Dean just sitting here with queen high. Bought a jack 9-3-8-5. Ben defended out the big blind. Check called flop with bottom pair. Turned an up and down straight draw, so check called once again. And now is Dean going to continue telling the story that he has a big hand here, or is he going to wave the white flag? And looks like he's reaching for chips, so coming in for a free barrel here. First time we've actually seen something like this from Dean on the final table, so it's probably going to get a lot of credibility if he does come in from it. Always say, be aware of your image at the table, and if Dean's aware how tight he's been, he just knows that this is going to get so much credibility, and a very nice play from him.
So good evening if you're watching on Facebook, good evening if you're watching on Twitch, YouTube or the GUKPT website. Oh man.
Yeah, numbers are insane, guys, so thanks to everyone that is tuned in wherever you're watching from.
Yeah, I didn't see numbers.
Yeah, we've got about 1,000 people watching Tower from over across all platforms.
At least. There's the whole Athenic Casino, that's 500.
Yeah, all on one screen, yeah.
That's 500.
Yeah, it wouldn't be possible without everyone tuning in, supporting the chat box all day long.
It'll be on every casino in the country. There'll be thousands watching, tens. It'll be like, for the millions around the world and the thousands in attendance. That's what it'll be like, you know. I can't carry on, might get done. So we're on 3. Whiz on 3, lad.
And we're going to be on a break just to let everyone know in about 15 minutes' time. It's only going to be a quick 15-minute break.
I can't see there being an all-in and 2 calls.
Yeah. So most certainly probably going to be on that break at 9 o'clock. Back to the action here though, because Dean flopping middle pair top kicker. Ben coming in for a lead here for 150k after raising.
No. Queen of clubs on the turn. No, I said let's get ready to grumble, so I can't get done. Go on, Dean. Do me mum proud, says Teen Panda. Dino. Dean Perry. I wonder if he's related to Den Perry from the Phoenix Club. Do, 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 do.
At £35,110 locked up now. Next pay jump is 22k.
It's a biggie. 35,110, 57,160, and 86,350 pounds. I bet when Dean's missus started drinking beer on the rail, she thought it ought to be here an hour.
It's going to be winner's picture. In the winner's picture, it's going to be
steaming. 9 hours later, and he's down to the final 3, and she's still got a bottle of Stella in her hand. Love it. Love it.
Dean in the small, going to complete the Jack 8.
Rakesh wants a new carpet for next year. Maybe we'll cover it over in. It's a nice pattern.
So Ben checks his option in the big blind. Has he not been on a feature table before, Ben? Does he not know he's got to put his cards in the box?
Exactly. Get him in that box, Ben. New to the game and everything, we know, but, you know. Which go abandon the carpet police. Oh, you guys. You guys. Oh, you're awesome. It has been a super weekend. There are so many people watching on all 4 streaming platforms. We thank you all. The numbers have been incredible. The numbers in Manchester have been insane. 317 down to a champion, and we're on 3. There is a former champion from the second in the last leg, winning the leg before. Winner of the leg before that. Oh man, what can you do?
So 5-4 in the small for Ben. Completes Ben Dobson with the Queen 7 here in the big blind. And going to raise this one up. Makes it 180. So 3x, 120k more for Ben to call. This hand out of position, just be going into the muck. Good evening, Jay Knott on Twitch, and Grizz as well, who's just tuned in, I believe, or just wrote in the chat box for the first time today. Thanks, Wayne. To this top work, chaps. Great stream tonight on YouTube.
Thank you very much. They've just decided that there is a break in 8 minutes' time.
Told you I had the inside loop, didn't I?
Yes.
I went and got the tees.
23 players left in the under-pounder. They are heads up in the bounty. Only had 16 runners, unfortunately, the bounty. And we're on 3 in the main event. No deal. No deal talked about.
Yeah.
No deal discussed.
There's no chance there's going to be a deal while... no disrespect to Dean, he's played very, very well. He's doing a lot of things right, but Ben and Ben Dobson are really good players, and I think neither of them will want to do a deal unless it's them two heads up potentially. So not saying that he will, but if Dean did bust him third, I think that's probably the only chance we're going to have at seeing a deal for this tournament.
Logs never deals. I never get any position to. Yeah, everybody who is left has been all in at least once and survived. At least once. I think Ben a couple of times, maybe 3. The only weighed it who was ever all in once and got called and lost. So it is just one of those things. So there is a break in 6 minutes' time. They have agreed to take a 15-minuter. Here's 7 for Ben. Windsor. Dobson has got 7-4. And it's checked. It never comes ace high when you limp in with ace rag. Never. Jack 8, 10. He's got the 7 of spades as redrawn and the gut shot. They both have the gut shot.
Yeah, so Ben going to lead here from the looks of things. No, it's check. The old reach for chips and then the old check.
Yeah, so wins are checks.
Ben pretty low down in his range. Ben Dobson, 2 undercards to the board.
Double checks.
They're going to check behind.
Bring it. Ooh, nice. 7 of spades is now in play. So Windsor, who checks again. And check, check.
Yeah. Double gutter for the 7-4 of Ben here. 5 on 9 will make him a straight. Jack on the river.
And you're going to be thinking, nobody's got a jack. There's nobody's bet out. Because probably good. Don't think Ben Dobson's going to try and pinch it. I don't think there's any point. It wouldn't surprise me if Ben just flicked it. Ben Windsor could just flicked in the cup. Ben of 1, 2, 5. Yeah, it just calls. And it shows 7 high. I've got an ace, baby.
Ace is good.
Ace 6 for Windsor. Well, 1.6 for Windsor, 1.7 for Dobson.
Yeah, really.
And Dean. His chip leader on 3.1 mil.
Big chip leader, Dean. When we come back, we're going to be 40k, 80k. So chips in play, going to be around 85 big blinds. So average stack drop below 30 bigs for the first time in a while.
So many people watching Ben Windsor down in Broadstairs, Thanet, Margate, Westwood Cross. The casino's got the live stream on, plus anybody else who was watching it. Good evening. We're now on to 9 PM. We started the day with 20 players at 12, and we're on 9 hours later. We are still 3-handed.
Small blind being completed. Ben with the 4 deuce in the big checks his option. Flop.
Nine, 3, 3. Check from Windsor, and it's good. So blinds when we come back will be 40,000, 80,000. So 20 bigs will be for Ben Windsor and Ben Dobson. 40 bigs for Dean.
So likely to be the last hand of the session, and then we will head out on a quick break, but we'll be back for free-handed action when we return, unless we lose some on this hand. So Ben with pocket 8s here in the small blind. Just going to come in for complete hit. Obviously planning to limp jam these pocket eights. Ben did just raise up the last small blind versus big blind between these two. 10-9-3 rainbow. Unaware of Ben Dobson's holding here, but Ben Windsor going to check.
Ira Washer says, any news of the ladies? They were heads up. They were on 2. Emily and Michelle were heads up. Try and find out who was the champion very shortly, as the guys are on a break after this hand. So we'll give you an update when we come back in 15 minutes.
So check on the flop from Ben. This is a good turn card for us as Ben. Pick up and down straight draw to go with our pair of 8s. Still unaware of Ben Dobson's holding here. Check his option in the big blind. Can have obviously all the 10x, a lot of 9x.
Check. 4 of hearts hits the river.
And Ben should be checking once more. We're never going to be able to get value from a worse hand here, so want to check over to Ben, hoping he checks behind. It's going to feel pretty gross if Ben does come in for a bet here. Like, he can plausibly come in for value with most of his 9x, all his 10x on this run out. Can check him back on the turn hands like 10-4, 10 deuce, which he will have in there, checking his option in the big blind. So Ben with the pocket 8s.
Website. So Ben Windsor checks. Ben Dobson bets 175. And it's a winner. We're off for the final, hopefully, the final break of this final. 300, we're back in 15. Fingers crossed it's the final break. So we're just waiting on the other two. 3 left. 3 players left. The Dobbo, the Dino, and the Windsor. Ben Dobson, Ben Windsor, Dean Perry.
It's just waiting for players to come back off their break. It's going to be straight back into the action.
Here they come. If you remember back this afternoon, 9th was Rob Bickley, 8th David Johnson, 7th Justin Devonport, 6th was Gary Wilson, 5th was Nathan Watson, and in 4th was Wadey himself, Wadey Ashraf. We're on 3. So we're off. Next session. Is this the final session? No more breaks scheduled. Ben Windsor with 1.5 mil. And there's a 6.3 in play. Ben Dobson has got 1.8. And Dean, his chip leader, has 2.9. Anybody still in the free roll? Anybody still in the 10k online GUKPT?
It's Ben coming in for a continue here. 2 overs, some nice backdoors. Dean just going to have to get out of the way here with the old Queen 6. Well, inch the folding here, Dean, but
It just gets out of the way just then. 86,350 up top, 57.1 second, and 35,110. We're on 3. Mickey Spillane is still in. He's still in the 10k. Good luck. Mickey smiles. King 10 for the double.
in the small blind with the ace jack. Gets Ben off of the king 10. King Queen for Dean on the button. So going to raise it up to 200. Ben's going to get out of the way with the old 9-5. Ben here, ace-8 in the big blind tower, playing just under 20 big blinds, may come in for a shove here over the button open, and there's a triangle, in it goes.
And a count, says Dean, please. And a count.
Three-handed here. This is very close with Dean against Ben, who's going to have some king-jack, king-10 suited, maybe some king-9 suited in there, queen-jack, queen-jack suited, queen-10 suited. And against all his ace-x we don't fare too badly against, and pocket pairs as well we're flipping with. Against a player of Ben's calibre, I think probably make the call here with the king-queen as Dean, but the only problem is what might be going through his mind if we call and we lose this hand, it's going to be role reversal, we're then going to be the short stack, Ben's going to be chip leader.
He's counting it out, you know. And three-handed, you don't. Like you say, three-handed, you're a lot wider than
hand
normal.
values go up.
Yeah. Don't not hate the call. He's counted it out. You don't hate the call. You don't hate the fold. They're in positions that me, I've never been in.
Deep in the tank here, Dean.
Yeah. King Queen off. I'm guessing if the King Queen suited it had snapped. Or called by now, not snapped, but definitely called by now. Very much standard three. He's called! Very much standard three-way play. Ben Dobson is in front, but he is all in.
Yeah, so
I think the last time he was all in, he was behind.
It's a near a coin flip this. King Queen versus the ace-8.
7, 7, 9. The hearts are in play. The 8s are in play. So we need to fade paint. Oof. We need to paint that paint. We now need to paint the 10.
As well as the king or the queen.
The 10, the king or the queen, and we lose one.
Double. We've got a double.
That is a double for one of the best players there is.
Ben Dobson doubles up, 3.3 million, new chip leader. Dean now going to be in that sub-20 big blind remit with Ben Windsor. Look at them stacks, very similar, both Dean and Ben.
Yeah. Scary flop, scary turn, but dodged them all, did Ben Dobson. So the Windsor watches the Dobson double up. literally stacked reversals, wasn't it?
So Ben's just going to come in for the complete here from the looks of things with a 7-6. Ah, it must have raised it up.
Yeah.
So still anyone's tournament. We've been free-handed. Only for about half hour or so. We lost Wadey in fourth. Had a terrible run on the old final table, Wadey. Things weren't running his way. But the final three, Dean, Ben Dobson and Ben Windsor. Ben folding the button. Dean's got an easy shove here with ace queen. Completing's fine as well. We think Ben's going to rip very wide over our complete. Nothing wrong with just completing here in the small blind as Dean. Like, we're going to get it in against some hands against Ben that he wouldn't usually get it in with, that he'd shove but wouldn't call off. So completing to try and potentially induce something here from Ben, but 6-4 looks like he is going to go for it. Ben going to come in for a raise, and this is, Dean loves to see this because now he's got an easy jam with a lot more chips in the pot. 260k from Ben Windsor, and the triangle should be making its way into the middle, and Ben Windsor won't take any time in folding the 6 height. There's a triangle, and Ben's going to snap muck. Pocket sevens for Dean on the button, playing around 22 big blinds here. Potentially may just shove this free-handed. Can come in for an open as well, obviously, but I think he's going to opt to shove this one, and does. He's all in. And Ben's going to get out of the way with a king deuce. Oh, we got snap aces.
Oi, oi, oi.
Aces.
At what time do we get aces?
Ben,
we'll just get them when we're 3-handed, shall we?
Ben Dobson, what a dream. You've got Dean shoving into you, you're squeezing, you've got the aces, and you've got both suits covered here as well. So Dean's only way out of this is going to be a 7, unless he makes some sort of funky straight. But on this flop, only one way to get out of this one. We need one of the 2 remaining 7s. Queen on the turn, river is a deuce. It's not always coming 7. Great run.
Just the £35,110 for Dean Perry.
Yeah, good run.
Yeah, that'll
Dean.
just pay the bar bill from the wife.
Yeah, and then,
who's been on the rail for the last 8 hours.
And now,
fantastic. Now then,
Battle of the Bens.
Battle of the Bens. Mr. Ben's going to win it.
I reckon Ben's going to win this one out.
I'm on Ben. Not about you guys.
So we did just come back from a break, guys, so we're just going to quickly move the chips around so it's ready for heads up. We're going to stay here on the mic. It shouldn't be no longer than 5 minutes before the heads up begins. But it's going to be a huge chip lead actually for Ben Dobson now after that pot. He's going to be well chipped up, probably around the 5 million mark you expect him to have. But £57,160 locked up, £86,350 going to the eventual winner. So a difference of just under £30,000 between first and second. This is essentially a 30k heads up. But Ben Dobson with a big chip lead here.
So, just over 5.1 mil.
First and giving it a second will be the difference. 80 and 62, I'll show you as well.
Mate, what was it stack for?
I'm sorry?
What was the stack?
5, 1.
I think somebody's left their glasses here.
5,130.
No.
5,130.
I think, what was his stack, 1.2?
1.2.
I think somebody's forgot their glasses after they busted. Unless it's a dealer's or something. They can't see it.
So for Ben, he's made the final two in the last 3 GUKPT main events, all fields with over 300 plus runners. It's just a statistical improbability, but he somehow manages to do it. So consistent.
He just run that by me again. He's run come second.
Yeah, in the
heads up.
He's come in the top 2 of our last GUKPT 3 main events with all 300 plus runner fields. It's, if there's ever an advocate
How many were
for
in the mini main
this being a skill game, it's Ben Windsor right here. The mini main had 500 runners, maybe 500 runners.
Yeah, I've just landed pretty much. Did you do similar on other wins? Like, were you like a chip leader the whole time?
The grand finals, both chip leaders, like nice for final table. And obviously I come second in London. I was short again, but well, I mean, oh no, yeah, you can, well, I mean, all 3 days.
So, we're heads up. We're heads up. That Ben Windsor's there yet again. Oh,
Excuse me? Yeah, can I get a water with my cinnamon as well? And a cup of tea with milk?
Okay guys, 40,000, 80,000, there is no...
so 40-80, no breaker, they just come back off one. We're heads up. Ben Windsor and Ben Dobson.
Yeah.
Hoping in seat number 3 we've got Dobson, and in seat number 7 we've got Windsor. Think that might make it easier.
Everybody, please. No answers.
So, well, heads up.
Yeah, looking forward to this tower. I know
Dobson
Ben's short, but
is chip leader. We've got Dobson in 3 because we're both Bens, obviously, with 5.1 million. And we've got Windsor in seat number 7. That makes perfect sense. We don't normally use surnames, but this is special. What are the odds for Ben to win it? 5-1 chip deficit.
he's all going in first hand with an ace.
What odds would you Windsor?
What here?
Yeah. It's 5.1 million against 1.2.
7-2.
Still.
Yeah.
It was 7-2 with 20 left.
Yeah, I'd probably say Ben 7-2. Because it's just so short, he's going to need that double tower. It's that's the key hand. If he gets that double, then he's going to be obviously right back in it.
No disrespect to Ben Dobson, but if anybody mentions Ben at a poker table, we instantly think of Windsor because he's been there, done it, and he's. I'm just going to replay one of my former interviews in the last 3 months with him. I've no need to go up and interview him.
That's all you have to do.
What can I say different? What? Somebody give me a tip on what to say. Ben Windsor's been in the final 2 in the last 3 GUKPTs.
What a player.
Just incredible. He was heads up. He was heads up in London in the grand final and he won it. He was heads up in London for the leg number 1 and he came second. And he's now heads up in Manchester. This guy, no word of a lie, could sell at 2.
Yeah, it probably could. It probably could. So Dobson's all in, gets it through.
Is it cold in there? Top Dobbo's got the hoodie up now.
Ben King 8 suited here on the button.
Good to have you all on board, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely incredible. And yes, we need a bit of fortune, and we always say it. But my word, Ben Windsor. Ben Windsor has to be a class act and on the lips, and anybody in the UK We have a funny buzzing sound, guys, on the stream.
Mine's fine, Brad. I've just literally turned it up, put my ear to it, and
have you got more than one stream running, Brad? Have you got more than one stream running? If you have, pause one of them. Nobody else, fortunately, has said anything. Whenever only one person complains about the stream being at fault, it's normally the person who's typing.
What flop this is for Ben Dobson with the 7-3 of spades, flopping pair and flush draw. Ben with bottom pair gut shot and 8 on the turn, so expect Dobson to be coming in for a lead now. Once this 8 rolls off, we're just going to have the best hands so often, especially heads up. So is going to come in for a bet. Ben's going to have to call with the 10-6. And a 10 on the river, so Ben makes the best hand, and we've got a clear check here now as Ben Dobson with the 7-3. It's a very, very bad river card for our hand. A lot of Ben's calling range on the turn now gets there against us, whether it be a straight draw that's picked up a 10 or it's made straight on the river, potentially some backdoor clubs, and it just goes check, check, and Ben wins up. Going to take that one. So 7-3 suited again for Ben Dobson. And Ben going to check his option with the Jack-6. Aidan, no he didn't. The last one he won was back in November. He won the grand final in November. The last event, leg 1 of this year, he came second and didn't win it outright. So it wouldn't be 3 wins on the trot if he won this. It would be 1-2-1. It's either going to be 1-2-1 or 1-2-2. That's 17 bigs for Ben Windsor. And Ben Dobson with the chip lead. So to the flop, 8-4 deuce, 2 diamonds. So middle pair for Ben Dobson. Ben Windsor with the old gutter ball. Check, check on the flop. 10 of spades on the turn. So Ben Dobson might come in for a lead here, potentially, once he's gone check, check on the flop, but once again going to check his option. Ben with just 6 high here may try and take a stab. So he's going to have a stab here with his gutter ball, and Ben Dobson has to make the call here. Once we've checked to Ben twice, he's going to take a stab with quite a lot of hands. So R4 here, more than good enough to continue with. 8x is going to bet the flop as Ben. You can have some 10x here, but can also have a lot of hands that are just draws. Well, that's a great river for us as old Ben Dobson here checks it over to Mr. Windsor, and he's sitting here with 6 high, and his timing's been impeccable all tournament, and once again he just knows when to give up, and would have got his arm snapped off by the Jack 4, and the 6-3 for Ben into the muck.
Emily Glancy won the women's. Michelle Bricknell was second.
Just over 1.2 with that.
Ace 3-9. So will draw for Ben. Bottom pair for Ben Dobson. Bet of 80k. No, Windsor with his will draw. Gonna call once here. Deuce on the turn. That'd be pretty ill. Windsor with his will draw. Gonna call once here.
There's no buzzing. Not on our end. Sorry, Brad. Can't help you at the minute. But obviously just turned it up right there, right loud. We don't have a buzzing this end. Apologise if you are struggling with sound.
5 on the turn. So Ben now makes the best hand. And comes an ace on the river. So Ben is going to get the check mark here. But expect this one to go check check, and Ben's going to take this one with a 5. So a lot of button limping and checking. Seven at 5 at deuce rainbow. Top pair for Windsor. Dobson with bottom pair here. So should go bet call.
So the Dobson against the Windsor. 2 bends. which is why we've got the surnames in. We don't normally use surnames, but obviously, as it's Ben against Ben, we get it wrong.
Yeah, Ben opens, Ben calls, Ben bets, Ben folds. Yeah, it's get a bit confusing for everyone. I still keep calling Windsor Ben.
Mo Rahman's been watching since day one. It's been brilliant, he says. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. Means a lot to us. Yeah. I'd take him home if I could, but I wouldn't do his washing.
Well, I wouldn't do yours, so back at you.
60 bigs against 20 bigs, 4.8 against 1.5. Windsor is up against it. But he has been heads up in the last 3 GUKPT live streams. It has been incredible. The Bainbridge says there's going to be a slight buzzing and crackling stream. Sorry about that, guys. The GUKPT website was the one we were watching it on. Don't like problems, you know that, guys. We don't like it. We don't like it any more than you hate it, and we don't want it to stop. We really don't.
So once again, button limp and a check from the big blind. Lots of post flop here. King 10-5. Once again, both players catching a piece. Windsor with the bottom pair. Dobson checking the king 3, like the check here. So just going to check call here, Dobson, and Windsor going to need help on the turn.
King of clubs on the turn.
So that's the check mark for Dobson, but he's going to be playing in flow. Checks over to Ben once more, who snap checks behind.
The 4th club hits the river, and it's also a boat for Dobson. Ah, it could be. If it is the background noise, there's definitely a fan blowing in the background somewhere. That's been going on for the last 4 days, to be fair. There's not a lot we can do that. We're in Tony's workshop. If you've ever been to Manchester, we're in the void at the back. So if it is, it's in the background. Apologies.
Dobson coming in for a bet of 250k. You might be thinking why Windsor hasn't snap folded here. He's just thinking when he goes this size, like potentially can have some bluffs, but it's like ace of clubs or a boat when he goes this sort of size, just under pot. And bluffs he can have a queen jack without a club, jack 9 without a club, queen 9 without a club, but eventually Ben just realises way too far down our range to be calling with the 5 there on a 4-liner to a flush. Yeah, Apoke, I know it's Windsor, but there's just the action tracker for us plugged it in wrong, put the D in there for some reason.
We're going to check it out. Yeah. I've told him, I've slapped him with a wet fish.
He's only like always, his name's always posted everywhere. It's
Real Madrid beat Barcelona 2-0 tonight. Did they really?
Mm.
Okay. Jamie Nixon finished 8th in Dublin. Well done, Jamie. Not the result he wanted, but he finished 8th in the Unibet main event. So well done to him. Grosvenor sponsored player was out there flying the flag.
This is it, out. This is it.
Is this it?
Yeah, it has to be.
Oi, oi, we have an all in the call. This could be Champino.
So Windsor all in with the Queen Jack and Dobson with the Ace 10 suited. So he is in front, and this could be it. Just fading Queens and Jacks.
So there we go. Fade paint, and we have a new champion. Or don't fade paint and just be Ben Windsor.
Still got a fading ace or a 10, but the queen on the flop, and Ben on his way to a double up. And it's a 7, so Windsor will double up
Ben
up to
Windsor.
2.8
Go
million.
wild.
This is far from over. Stacks now, bit more similar.
Thanet Casinos just went wild. There's 2 people on the rail, they went wild. Katie and Hoodie. And we are back at it. Don't fancy your chances now, Mr. J.
What? Against Kev?
10:30 finish.
Yeah.
We are now levels your devils. Playing good and running good, an unbeatable combo. That's true.
That queen's just cost me 20 quid.
Well, yeah. Ben. Dave, the action tracker, backed Ben Dobson at 8-1 this morning.
Did he?
Yes. And unbelievably, he had £10 on it. Anybody else out there back the Ben Dobson? Or was it all money on Windsor?
I bet he's absolutely sitting there sweating, Dave, doing the action tracker. £90 back.
Rakesh, he says, I said I was going to watch the El Clasico today. He didn't think it would be on Grosvenor TV. It has been a great day. The all-in, the survivals, the short stacks doubling up. You don't normally see it that often, that is for sure. It wouldn't surprise me now if they are going to talk a deal. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, because they've just doubled up. Why not? Why not? They're going to do. They've got an ICM calendar on the
calendar.
An ICM calculator on the app.
Been a long weekend.
It has been a very long weekend. So 73.6 and 69.8. If they chop it up exact, they normally leave a little bit to play for. So would they round it down to exacts? Really? Keith trying to get £200 on Justin final table. He was told a £5. Wow. So it looks like they're chopping it, or it looks like they're doing a deal for chopping the money and leave something to play for. We'll find out exactly what it is. So it looks like 72 and 68. 72 locked up for Ben Dobson, 68 locked up for Ben Windsor, and playing for the change.
And the trophy, of course.
And the trophy.
Jamie on YouTube. Hi Tower. Hi Jay. Listen, I'm going to miss the Goliath due to the missus booking a holiday. I asked her if she minded taking the kids without me, but that didn't end so well. I'm looking for a replacement tournament. I'm glad that said replacement tournament and not replacement missus.
Jamie Smith.
You're not ever really going to find one like the Goliath anywhere, especially in the UK. It's one of a kind once a year.
How long are you going for? I know it's during the school holidays, but there's plenty of tournaments on the Goliath. You must be going for 2 weeks. So you're missing the Goliath to go on a family holiday.
Unbelievable.
Tell you what about telling the wife, when I win Goliath, we can go anywhere you want, darling? See if that works. Wisco Baron says, split the cash and give the trophy to the woman on the rail who has been drinking for 10 hours. She's earned it.
She has.
That was Dean Perry's wife.
The deal has been done.
The deal has been done. 72 and 68. What were the payouts? Go on, you're the genius. 72 and 68. What's to play for? What are they left? 3,510.
So 143, 510 was in there. What was taken out? 72 and 68.
Yeah.
So 143, 510, 3,510. They're playing for £3,510.
There you go.
There we go.
35.10.
35.10.
So 3,510 to play for. They've locked up chunks. Well done, both Bens. Yeah, it's not chump change. You're absolutely correct. It's your next buy-ins for the next 4 legs. Ben Dobson, either texting his backers or texting his swappers. Swapped a few. Well done, Mr. Dobson. And well done, Mr. Ben. Is Ben Windsor top of the National League? Well, the grand final was in this year's. Leg 1 was in this year's.
The mini main.
And leg 2 was in this year's, and the mini main. It could well be.
He hasn't played neither events other than the way he's played no sides, I don't think, other than the mini main that he won. So, in terms of volume, he hasn't put much volume in, but he's still going to be well up there for sure.
I think you can do it on the app. I do think there's a running. I think there's a running total on the app. Let's open the app and have a look, which is another reason why you should have it. Oh, you even get messages as well. Well, that's good. I've never seen that before. You click on the bell on the app and it comes up with, join us at the last event of the grand final at the Vic. What? Started, oh, how old are these? We need to clear them.
So what a day it's been. Down to the final 2. Deal is done. Playing for the trophy and £3,510.
National League. Ben Windsor is currently 3rd. Won't be any more.
No, I think he'll be going to the top.
Will definitely be top. I know Bouncy's had a win this week, but it certainly weren't in a 317 runner £1,000 event. So I'm guessing Windsor's going to be top. Ben Windsor's 3rd currently in the National League.
So double gutter on the turn to go with a pair of 8s of Dobson. Unaware of Ben's hand, but the 7 of spades on the river completes our flush. There's Dobson here. I expect him to be coming in for a lead now. I want to try and at least eke a little bit of value out of Ben. I'm not sure what we're going to get called by though once it's been checked all the way down. Ben snap calls, sees the straight, and he's also got a straight as well, so they're going to chop this one up. Kings heads up for Dobson. Raise and a snap fold from Ben with the old 9 deuce. Look how close this is. Still anyone's for the taking. A 4 on the river, so Ben actually making the straight hit. So once checked in, might come in for some fin value. Which event did Ben Dobson win his bracelet in? I believe it was 2,500 Omaha 7-card stud high low 8 or better. Well, it might have just been PLO 8. One of the two. I'll find out. Yeah, 7-card stud high low. He won his bracelet in back in 2015. So obviously can play multiple formats of poker. And obviously very good at multiple formats of poker if you're shipping a bracelet in a stud high-low event. The time is ticking on. Yeah, I know, Kev. It's yours, mate. I don't think I've got any chance the way this heads up's gone, unless there's some sort of sick caller in the next couple of minutes. But the way these two are playing, they're just playing very passively post-flop and pre-flop and just taking it to the streets. Pots haven't been big. It's very small ball poker. Could potentially be another hour or longer. It seems like they're just keeping pot small and just playing very small ball.
Kev Jackson, tick-tock, tick-tock. Yeah, I'll put up Jay's getting the rubs and everything.
Yeah, Kev, this one was written in the stars for you. Don't think you could have lost this one. Way we've been running with the old side bets this weekend. Place 9, 1-1.
Yeah.
It's about to be 1 out of 10, unless, like we said, there's a bit of a cooler commencing, and Ben here with the 5 deuce coming in for a free bet to 600k, and Dobson here with a pair on the button. First time we've actually seen this. It's been very passive so far, the pre-flop play, heads up, but Ben taking the initiative there and getting the deuces to pass. He's now the chip leader.
Yeah, bracelet winner Ben Dobson won his he won his bracelet in the stud high-low 2 years ago for 173,000. So bracelet winner against GUKPT, grand final winner, leg winner, leg winner. So he plays them all, does Ben. Cashed 12 times in Vegas last year, named Ben Dobson. When the pubs close over here, they're nearly closed. Wisco, Baron, they have nearly closed. We are still heads up. There won't be time for a glass of water when we finish. Now, different times, but there won't be much drinking time done tonight. By the time the team set the feature table down, it's going to be gone midnight, and we'll be in the early hours of 1 AM-ish. Yeah, Risk It for a Biscuit won the tournament of the ladies. Well done to Emily. Michelle was second. And the £100 I think is still going on. The bounty has finished, I do believe.
Ben going to check call here after flopping top pair with the ace-5 on ace-4, 3, 2 diamonds to the turn, which is the 3 of spades. Not sure it's a card that we're going to see Dobson double barrel on too often. Ben's actually going to come in for a lead here with the ace-5, and Dobson just going to have an easy fold now with the queen-6.
Lines 50,100. 6.3 million chips in play. 30 bigs each, if they were average, if they were bang average. Plenty of play. Normally you get down to 20 bigs and it's normally done. So that'll be the 150k level. That could be 2 hours. Heads up for the tile. Ben and Ben. Good if it's not Bill. Bracelet winner on the left. GUKPT Grand Final champion
Twice.
on the right.
And Walsall champion.
Walsall. Was it Walsall?
Yep. Walsall back in 2013.
Walsall champion, yes it was.
Because we were doing the comms last leg when he was heads up and he thought he might become the first ever 4-time champion. But he's got another shot here. I bet he didn't think it would come so quickly again, another shot to make history. But big hand here for Ben with the ace king, and he's going to come in for a free bet here over the button open from Dobson, and just gets out the way. Ace king good for Windsor, chipping away at Dobson here.
So, we know it's late. We know you guys have been with us for a long time on this Sunday, but it has been one of the best. So many good players in the last 20. So many good players in the last day, on the day 2. 110 coming through from day 2. So many good names on the British circuit. Anybody still in the online events? Is the free roll still running? Jay got face on and closed it down when he lost. Closed it straight down. Laptop nearly went through the roof till he realised how much he paid for his new laptop. Nearly went. I know Mickey Spillane was chip leader at one bit. Good luck, Mickey!
Seven on the turn here, bringing in a double gutter, one card double gutter for Dobson, as well as an overpair to the board. Doesn't choose to barrel on it, and this jack on the river going to give Ben 2 pair, so he wants to be coming in for a bet now, trying to get some value. Not going to get any against the King 8. Officer Gill, do they know match of the day is on in 10 minutes?
Who's playing in that?
Don't want to watch match of the day today anyway.
Oh yeah, Tottenham's on against Wolverhampton Wanderers, who went wandering down to London and wandered away with 3 points. Awesome. And then Manchester United against Everton. I don't think they'll show the final, will they? Man City winning another trophy, the League Cup. We're heads up. It's a battle. It really, really is a battle. But it's a great battle. And there's the lot of it. And you're not getting action from Mr. Windsor.
Nope. 10-7 into the muck. So playing for £3,510 in the trophy, 72k going to Ben Dobson, 68 to Ben Windsor. We are heads up for the title. So Dobson complete on the button. Flop of 10-6 deuce, bottom pair for Dobson. Windsor with the gutter. Check, check on the flop. 8 of clubs on the turn, nut of butters for Ben. Not even a flinch, just like a statue over there. Turns the nuts. Now comes in for a lead. Just gets out of the way with a king deuce there. Does Dobson. Pocket jacks for Ben. Sorry, Windsor. So used to calling him just Ben on stream. Makes it 250k. And Dobson, who's playing around 17 big blinds. He does have an ace here. The old ace blocker may choose to shove this. Sorry, playing 21 bigs. We're not 60k, 120k yet. So a bit more big blinds than expected. And it looks like he's just going to come in for the defend with the a6. And heads up to the flop. Ace 8-2. So Ben with the jacks. Check, check. Turn is the 9 of spades. It's going to be quite difficult for this for Ben to get away at any point, because in his mind Dobson should be shoving a lot of his ace-x over his open. Bet 300k from Ben on the turn, and a call from Dobson. 10 of clubs on the river, checks over once more. An interesting spot here for Ben with the jacks. I wouldn't actually mind a value bet here, heads up. So in the tank here, just thinking whether it's too thin, but it's going to come in for value here. I do actually like this from Ben, but Dobson, Windsor, Dobson's just played his hand very, very well. He's checked it to Ben twice, bit of deception, and Ben coming in for value with the jacks. And Dobson, not a lover of it here, but the reason we've checked this twice, we're so under-repped here, we have to call. We're just so under-repped. I know Ben's gone pot size here, but I just think once we check twice, Ben can blast us off of a lot of one pair hands in his head. And it's going to swing again now, because now Dobson, the chip leader, 3.8 million. A switcheroo again, new chip leader. So Ben going to come in for the raise out the big blind over the limp on the button from Dobson. But it just keeps switching back and forth, guys. Both very, very good players, so knew this was going to be a battle. Even though they have done a deal, still playing for £3,510. And obviously the trophy. Dobson's on the button. It looks like he's came in for a limp and has, and Ben once again going to raise it up in the big blind. I'm going to take that one. Just waiting for graphics to catch up for the next hand, guys. Some regions still stuck on the last hand. Can tell you that Ben has opened the button here though for 250k. An action on Dobson in the big blind. And just gets out of the way, raise and take for Ben. Sorry, wins up. Sorry guys, I've been so used to calling him Ben for the last 3 years on stream, and my brain's just doing it naturally. But Ben wins up in seat 7. In seat 3 we got Ben Dobson. Dan Nesbitt says, Jay, is Luton your local? I played the 25-25 recently at the Vic and didn't see you there, but the week after you was on my table at the Deep Stack. I'm about 45 minutes away from it. It's my closest G casino, yeah, so I usually do come and play the 25-25s or Deep Stacks when they are on down there, so you'll probably see me in a couple of weeks' time. The 25-50, which is going on in Luton, I believe. I think I'm going to be going to play that. So come over, say hello. I may not know your face, but just let me know who you are. Five rolling off on the turn. Both players with the 6. Wins up, having Dobson out kicked. Just going to go check, check. Again, a 9 on the river. And be surprised if this doesn't go check, check, and we get to showdown and Ben wins the pot. Does go check, check. Ben's going to win this with the A6. Yeah, of course I know who you are, Brad. Who doesn't know who you are? I remember at the Goliath, Brad, you had people running up to you asking for you for selfies. Are you Chef Brad? The Paps were there.
Oh, they're all stood there. Hope you're still enjoying the live stream in Thanet. They've got it on in the casino. Blackpool's got it on in the casino.
Oh, hello,
all
Blackpool.
Watching. Hello, Blackpool.
Hello, Thanet.
Awesome. They've got the lot on.
They got the sound on?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, they've got the sound on.
They're
They've got it on the big screen in Thanet as well. People love it. They love to watch the live stream. They want to know who's going to be winning this, you know.
So lovely turn here for Dobson, turning top pair to go with his nut flush draw. Going to check it over to Ben and induce a bluff. Ben coming in for a 1 big blind bet. And Dobson here with the A6 of spades. Isn't going to be going anywhere.
Going nowhere.
Ten of diamonds on the river. Going to check it over to Ben once more. And interesting to see whether he elects a double barrel, but nope, timing on point again. Doesn't go for it with just 8 height. Checks, and the ace-6 of Dobson going to take this one.
Nathan Grundy says, any events coming to Blackpool this year? There'll be, I've not got the list off the top of my head, but the 25-25 will be in Blackpool, the Deep Stack will be in Blackpool. We have the GUKPT in November in Blackpool. There'll be the seasonal specials, the Easter Beast, the Summer Sizzler. They'll be there as well. Check out all the details, GUKPT.com for all details regarding 25-25s, the Deep Stacks, the Goliath, the seasonal specials, and obviously the main events of the GUKPT. Quickly have a scan, see when the Blackpool GU 25-25 is, and we're looking. There you go. The 22nd till the 26th of April is.
You're in Moore, aren't you?
Blackpool GUKPT. No, I don't think I am. I think that's a week after.
Maybe at a player tower.
We might be having a trip up to Blackpool.
I might come down and see what Blackpool's like when it's not the middle of winter.
Back from Malta on the 21st.
There you go.
So the weekend after is Blackpool's 25-25. We might have to flick it in.
Yeah, up and down here for Windsor and the flop. Dobson with a gut shot. Bet of 150k. And Ben will make the call. 4 of clubs on the turn. Does bring in a club draw for Dobson with the 7-6. And a double gutter as well, so you might actually double barrel this turn, Dobson here. Start putting some pressure on some like Jack Queen hands, Jack 9, 9-7, as well as some Deuce X that Ben will call with once. So a nice little double barrel there from Dobson. Picks up the pot, and now he's starting to chip away at Ben. It's role reversal from what was happening. Ben was chipping away, and then he's double through. But shortly going to be going into 60k, 120k. I can't remember the last time we hit these blind levels for a GUKPT. Cheers, Gary. Yeah, we had a good year there last year in Luton. Played a few comps and had a couple of decent results, but we did run very well, especially in the 25-25. You need to run well to win a tournament. It's a 9-5 for Windsor. Going to call here on the button, and Dobson raises it up and gets a quick fold. King 6 for Dobson, gonna call here on the button. Wins up with 9-6 suited.
So we check on an ace 3-5 flop, 2 of diamonds on the turn. So Dobson with King 6, Windsor with the 9, 6 and the flush. Do I know who Deirdre 57 is? She's running one over on the tables now with a monster stack in the 10k. I don't know who Deirdre 57 is. You know, I don't know anybody's alias online at all, apart from my own and the hat 1994. That's it. That's all I know. I'm terrible when it comes to. In fact, they're an alias for a reason, aren't they? They are an alias for a reason. So Deirdre 57, if you want to let yourself know, and I guess they won't, but we can ask. There's 21 left in the 10k. Did it hit the guarantee? What was the prize pool? let us know what the prize pool was. Thank you very much. 21 left. Did anybody in our chat boxes win the free roll? Please let us know if you did. So Mr. Dobson has the lead. Marco Abashi won the... Well, did you win the free roll, Marco? Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations, well done. I think Jay played it for about 10 minutes. That was it. He was rubbish. And he couldn't defend the free roll counts as Bradders. So the blinds are big. They are 50, 100,000. They'll be going up soon. I think that's one of the biggest for a while. 50, 100. We get a 61.20 every now and again. We're not too late. We're not too many times. It made 10.2k. Wowzers. Well, he hit the guarantee, so we're all right. He hit the guarantee. So well done, 1 and all, for playing it. And the free roll as well. Risco Barron, our golf reporter, tells us that Fleetwood needs a birdie. Who's leading at the moment? As we're watching the Dobson trying to take down the Windsor. Will the Windsor Castle be toppled?
We'll find out.
We will indeed.
We have Andy Hills in the chat.
Andy Hills?
Andy Hills, yeah.
Hey up, Andy.
Loving the heads up. 2 really nice guys and great players.
Great stuff. Nice one. Indeed they are. Ben Dobson goes just unnoticed, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think one of the reasons, obviously, is because he hasn't final tabled many big ones.
Yeah.
Of the GUKPT,
GUKPTs
which obviously we do. But around the world, Ben Dobson is phenomenal. He has a bracelet. He has bracelets, albeit for the stud high-low. We'll give it him, to be fair. Bubble time in the 10k. Good luck.
Don't want to bubble that one.
You don't want to bubble that one. I don't know anybody that bubbles. Oh yes I do. Oh yes I do. bubbled that, Jay.
No, it was last leg. We were playing the 10k. It's just one of them things. You're going to bubble a cock from time to time if you play a lot of poker. So Dobson flopping a flush draw here against the King 8 of Ben on 9-3-3. Ben's going to check behind.
We didn't see much of Phil Green this week, our passport winner.
Was he here?
Yeah, he played.
Oh, he did play.
He played the Thursday.
Hold on a minute, Tower, because we've got a turn card here, which means some chips are going to be put into the pot. Dobson turning the flush, and Windsor here with the King 8 facing this bet on the turn. It's a pot-sized bet here from Dobson. It's a tricky spot. I don't see how we can fold here on this board. Heads up, got a pretty strong hand. We've got two pair of king kicker, but Ben once again making these correct decisions in marginal spots. And Dobson, if he went a smaller size there, would have got some action for sure. Windsor going to check his option. Dobson with the old King 8. 10-9-3, 2 clubs. So King high of Dobson out in front here. Going to come in for a bet. Ben will fold pretty promptly. We're just 5 high on this board. Not much we can do, but let this one go. Move on to the next hand.
$4.1 to 2.3. Do we get role reversals and a 4-time champion? Or not? Do we have a brand new champ? Do we get a brand new champion?
Well, I know Dave Blacklaw is going to be rooting for Dobson because he's got a whole £10 on him at 8-1.
Well, yeah, I tell you what. And I think quite a few in the chat box will have as well. There'll be plenty on Ben Windsor as 7-2 favourite with 20 left. I think he should have been round about 5. He's a little bit tight at 7-2 with 20 left, and we know how much it can swing on one card. I think 5-1 was a good shout, but 7-2, and he's heads up. So they obviously got it right. Ben Dobson 8-1. Nice effort from Grosvenor Sport to do that. It was a little touch. I know a couple of people said they were already monitored for the betting sizes, and but I think it's just basically for the fans and the players, the people who were watching the live stream.
Yeah, it's great if you're watching a live stream and you got some money on someone who's still in and you're sweating them. It's gives you a little bit more excitement.
Yep, I think you're right.
So Windsor rivering us straight here, coming in for a pot-sized bet, 200k into 200k. And once again, we see these correct river decisions. Both players are just on it today. Very hard to eke value out of them.
Brad Simpson has got 30 on Ben.
Which one? Yeah, well done, Kev. On the bet. Yeah, I'll probably be at 25 Luton. You may see me
crying.
Yeah. I may be at Harlow tomorrow, Kev, but I'm probably going to be sleeping most of the day. I'm not going to lie, so I'll be up there for cash probably about midnight. But it's you may not see me. I know
you'll
you
fetch an extra 20.
Yeah, extra 20. Yeah. Ace 5 4 2 diamonds. So check on the turn as well. Jack of diamonds on the river, so the king high of Dobson going to be the best hand here. Ben checks. Dobson should check this behind and does. King high going to take this one down.
Spoiler alert, Fleetwood's in the water, and I'm guessing as it's not a swimming competition, he can't win.
I read that comment, Tower, and I read it as the place Fleetwood was like flooded.
Oh, right.
Talking about the old golf. Ben here with the old Queen 9 on the button. Calls. Now playing 60k, 120k. So only just over 50 bigs in play now. So something's going to have to give soon. Flop time, ace, king 8. So Dobson with the king 7 here. Best of it. And to the turn, which is the 6 of hearts. So Dobson still with the best hand, king 7 here. And action going to be on Windsor with the queen 9. Check from Dobson yet again, and Windsor coming in for a 120k bet. Turn, sorry, river.
The 8 of diamonds. Goes check. Yeah, we score bad, and we've got a place in the northwest next to Blackpool where I live, called Fleetwood. And if Fleetwood's rarely underwater, but Fleetwood in water, indeed. So that means that him wins. Back to the game, we are heads up. Super battle. A super battle going on. You chat boxes have been amazing again.
Yeah, thanks for
having a lot of laughs this week.
Yeah, the viewers have been amazing today. It's been incredible, and so much activity in all the chat boxes.
Tell Ben Dobson that Jimmy, Oscar and Franklin.
We got it. Hold on, Sal. We got an all in and a call.
Oi.
All in and a call here. Ace 5 for Windsor. Dobson with the pocket deuces. So we got a coin flip here. So all in and a call. So Ben's either going to take the chip lead and double, or we're going to have a winner in Ben Dobson. Flop 10-7-4, no help there. Ace or a 5 required. to stay in this. Ben Windsor needs an ace or a 5. A deuce on the turn, so out's now reduced to just a 3. Needs a 3. And it's an 8 on the river. We have a winner. Ben Windsor in second, taking home £57,160. Our winner, Ben Dobson, £86,350. What an event this has been, guys. Thanks to everyone that tuned in over the last few days. We started with 310 entries. It's been whittled down to 1. Towers out there. Over to him with the end of day interviews.
We are just going to play a repeat of December, a repeat of January, a repeat of, I'll tell you what, mate, this run you're on at the moment is just incredible. It's fabulous, it really, really is, and obviously you want long may it continue. Last 3 finals we've had, you've been heads up.
Yeah, and only managed to win one, so I want that 4th.
Yes, we've got 3. Yes, we're now second again, but we have to pat ourselves on the back every Monday morning, don't we?
It's unbelievable. I really don't know what to say. It's I didn't expect to get to this sort of spot. But
great final.
Yeah, pretty slow, pretty grindy, but managed to ladder up alright and win the flip.
Did you back yourself?
I didn't back myself.
Oh, come on, man!
No, I'm glad I didn't.
It would have been a bit of a sweat for you, but a lot of people did, and rightly so.
Sorry about that.
Hey, don't worry about that. A lot of people got the chance because Grosvenor Sports stuck the odds on this morning. I thought it was a great idea.
It looked like a good buck, yeah.
I thought it was a great idea. Just coming up short for yourself, and like you said, we don't really know what to say to each other. But we'll just carry on replaying these, and I just want to keep on doing it, mate, because you're such a nice fella.
Cheers.
And a fantastic poker player.
Thanks a lot.
Second. It's brilliant. Come on, son. I know.
Yeah.
He wants his 4th, but runner-up yet again is Ben Windsor. But Mr. Ben Dobson, Mr. Bracelet winner.
Yep.
More
importantly,
let me tell you, if you look through if you don't know who this guy is, and you look through the resume of the database, you find 12 cashes in Vegas last year, you find a bracelet win, you find tour after tour wins. We final tabled the mini this week.
Yep.
And a lot of
got 8, came back for redemption.
And a lot of players, when you get to day 2, look at the names and they see Ben Dobson and they say, got a chance.
Exactly. If you can do it, anyone can, right?
How are you feeling, pal?
Yeah, over the moon. Can't believe it. Yeah, I played the GUKPTs probably for over 10 years, going back to like the Walsall days and stuff, and I just never, it was always a big shot for me, and I hardly ever played the mains, but I've always loved the tour, so it's great to actually finally win one.
Brilliant. We were looking on the database, and you sat there, and you don't look old enough to be playing in Vegas for 10 years, but you have.
Yeah, I know. I've played in a few card rooms now.
When you've seen finals of this, the GUKPT, and now you're champion, what do you think coming into the final? Because you've not lifted a trophy yet of this.
I was just trying to play well. It was a tough final though. There was a lot of good players scattered around, and I ran good in the important spots. So when you've just got good players, you just got to try to play good and hope the cards fall your way.
Yeah, and obviously all your chips are in play when Wade's at the table as well.
Well, that's the thing. He was putting the pressure on. I was watching later, and he free bet me with Queen 3. And,
Again, all the information.
Yeah, I should have punished him pre-flop, but
you were 8-1 online this morning. We had a book.
I just heard now, after the fact. Too late. No, I didn't know. No.
Did you not? Well,
but apparently I made some people happy.
I know plenty of people that did.
Wow, that's good.
And there were a lot in the chat box that were looking out for you, so well done, fantastic.
Thank you.
Ben Dobson, I'm just going to hand you over to Mike, because Mike's going to get the trophy. GUKPT winning Manchester. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause please for Mr. Ben Dobson. Ben wins one of the biggest, if not the biggest, GUKPT Manchester, and we're going to sit him down here, and with a smile he's going to go from here to here for the next few minutes, but he's got that title eventually, and now he's going to be playing a lot more mains, and fingers crossed in 3 weeks' time when we go up to Edinburgh, this fella's going to follow us. This fella's going to follow us up the road to the up the M6 and straight up to Edinburgh, because that is our next stop. An amazing event, final table the mini, won the main. Anybody can do, not anybody can do it, because I won't ever be stood with one of these.
You've got to enter.
With one of these. But join us in 3 weeks' time, because the team yet again will be on the road, and this time we're on the beautiful city of Edinburgh. Ben Dobson's champion, and from the Tower and the team, it is ta-ta.